Long ago in Xinzhou, people looked at storms, floods, and lightning and decided powers beyond human strength must rule heaven and earth. Because no one could escape death, humanity turned that fear into a relentless search for immortality. That search gave rise to Taoist practitioners who were said to read the workings of heaven and earth and shake the world with mystic power. As Taoist paths split into many sects and clans, good and evil began fighting each other over power, while immortality stayed out of reach. In the Central Plains, 3 righteous powers rose above the rest, and this story begins with Qin-Yun sect. The Qin-Yun Mountains tower over the land with 7 high peaks, dense forests, waterfalls, and clouds that hide their summits. At the foot of those mountains stood Qin-Yun sect, a famous righteous sect with more than 2,000 years of history. Legend says the founder was a wandering martial man who found Qin-Yun spiritually blessed and chose to stay and study the Tao. Inside a hidden cave, he discovered an ancient unnamed book filled with profound magical and martial secrets. After years of training and hard-won fame in Jianghu, he returned to found Qin-Yun sect and took the Taoist name Son of Qin-Yun. Before dying at 167, Qin-Yun Saint warned his 10 disciples that the mountains were the sect's true blessing and must never be abandoned. Instead of prospering after his death, the sect was crushed by one disaster after another, and most of his first disciples were lost. Then earthquakes, floods, enemy attacks, and weak successors pushed Qin-Yun's sect so low it nearly collapsed. At its worst, Qin-Yun's sect held only Tong Tian Peak while enemies occupied the other 6 and preyed on the whole area. The sect's fortunes finally changed when an extraordinarily gifted young scholar named Yi crossed paths with leader Wu Fangzi. Accepted into Qin-Yun's sect at 22, Qin Yi learned so fast that within 2 years even his master could barely match him. Seeing Qin Yi's shocking progress, Wu Fangzi finally brought out Qin-Yun Saint's ancient sacred manual and entrusted it to him for secluded study in Huanyu Cave. 13 years later, on a full moon night, a shrieking evil wind swallowed the mountain in darkness. An explosion burst from Huanyu Cave, and a warm purple light shot into the sky. When Qin Yi stepped out of the cave with white hair, white beard, and a glowing face, the watching disciples could only wonder if he had become a saint. After that breakthrough, Qin Yi formally renounced worldly life and became a true Taoist priest. He then calmly told his master to wait one day while he handled some unfinished business. When Qin Yi came back the next day, the enemy strongholds on the other 6 peaks had already been wiped out by his one-day campaign. That brutal cleanup spread fast through Jianghu and restored Qin-Yun sect's reputation. A year later, Wu Fangzi handed leadership to Qin Yi and withdrew from daily matters to cultivate in peace. Under Qin Yi's strict discipline and wholehearted rule, Qin-Yun sect rose into a major righteous power. In time, Qin Yi split the 7 peaks among 7 disciples, with Tong Tian Peak kept as the main branch in the center. Far below the mountain, Chao Miao village lived a simple life cutting firewood and selling it to Qin-Yun sect. The sect had long protected the nearby villages, so the people of Chao Miao village had little to fear. But on this day, heavy dark clouds made Mount Qin-Yun look unusually grim, even if the villagers treated it like nothing new. That uneasy afternoon, 12-year-old Lin Yu led a pack of village children chasing the smaller Zhang Xiaofan. Xiaofan kept turning back to make faces and taunt them, refusing to act like easy prey. When Lin Yu called after him, Xiaofan shot back that he was not stupid and ran even faster. The chase carried them to a broken old temple, and Xiaofan dashed inside to hide. Inside the temple, Xiaofan tripped over a loose board and hit the ground hard. The moment Xiaofan hit the floor, Lin Yu and the other boys piled onto him, thrilled that the chase had finally turned in their favor. With Xiaofan pinned down, Lin Yu angrily demanded that he admit defeat. Xiaofan instantly refused and argued that it did not count because they had ambushed him. When Lin Yu angrily denied it, Xiaofan accused him of planting the board to trip him. Lin Yu had no answer for the accusation, and Xiaofan's stubborn glare only pushed him into a hotter rage. The scuffle turned ugly as Lin Yu beat him harder and kept demanding surrender. Even with bruises spreading across his body, Xiaofan still refused to submit. Blinded by anger, Lin Yu started choking him and shouted the same question again and again. The other children silently backed away, realizing the game had gone too far. Then a calm voice from inside the temple ordered Lin Yu to stop in the name of the Buddha. Before Lin Yu could react, the old monk reached in with 2 fingers and a numbing jolt shot through Lin Yu's hands, forcing him to let go. Freed at last, Xiaofan grabbed for air, shaken but otherwise unharmed. Lin Yu snapped out of his rage, looked at Xiaofan in shock, and immediately apologized for what he had done. Still catching his breath, Xiaofan brushed off the apology and turned to ask the monk who he was. When the children finally looked over, they got a proper look at the filthy old monk standing in the ruined temple with a dazzling jade rosary in his hands. What stood out most was one strange bead on the rosary, dull dark violet among all the clear shining jade. The old monk quietly sizes up Bei and sees real talent in him, but his temper already worries him. Zhang Xiaofan steps forward and bluntly asks who this strange monk is, since Buddhists are almost never seen near Grass Temple Village. The monk answers gently that Zhang Xiaofan nearly died earlier, and only survived because the monk intervened. Zhang Xiaofan has no answer to that, and just stands there stunned. Bei cuts the moment short, calls the monk weird, and drags Zhang Xiaofan out of the temple with the other children following. As dusk deepens, Zhang Xiaofan looks back and sees the old monk standing alone in the darkening temple, already starting to feel distant and hard to read. By midnight, thunder rolls over the silent village, and a bloodthirsty storm closes in on Grass Temple. Still meditating inside the temple, the old monk opens his eyes and looks toward hazy Mount Jadian as the storm closes in. A mass of black gas suddenly rises at the western edge of the village, and the monk immediately locks onto it. The black gas races straight toward the temple, and inside it the monk spots Bei being carried away. Without hesitating, the monk leaps straight into the black gas to rescue Bei. An unseen enemy reacts with surprise from somewhere in the darkness, revealing that this ambush was deliberate. A moment later the monk drops back down carrying the unconscious Bei, but part of his cassock has already been torn away in the clash. Cradling Bei, the monk condemns the hidden attacker for targeting a child. The man in the darkness snaps back and demands to know who dares interfere with his plan. The monk warns that this is near Mount Jadian, and killing people here will bring serious trouble. The hidden man scoffs at Jadian, calls the monk a bald fool, and orders him to hand Bei over. The monk refuses flatly, saying a man of mercy cannot surrender the child. The attacker drops all pretense and announces the monk's death. A red glow erupts as ghostly energy floods the temple, and the monk instantly recognizes the evil weapon as the poisoned blood banner. Horrified by what the banner implies, the monk realizes it must be fueled by the blood of hundreds of victims. A horned ghost bursts out of the banner and lunges at him, but the monk still refuses to set Bei down. Using his jade prayer beads in one hand, the monk forms a glowing golden wheel and blocks the charging ghost. Just as he starts to scoff at the attack, something hidden bites his right arm, and a sudden paralysis races through him, while Bei is still in his grasp. The ghost's hidden eye opens, shatters the golden wheel, and smashes into the monk's chest. The monk is thrown back hard enough to break ribs and collapse a wall, while Bei slips from his arms and hits the ground. The hidden attacker laughs wildly, sure the fight is already over. But the monk forces himself back to his feet, blood pouring from his mouth as the poison creeps toward his heart. Looking at Bei, he finally spots the real trap, a beautiful seven-tailed centipede crawling out of the boy's clothes. The monk identifies it as the rare seven-tailed centipede and realizes the enemy planted it in Bei to poison him at the perfect moment. The enemy admits it and finally names his real goal. He wants Puji's sinister orb, and offers an antidote in exchange. Puji refuses again, saying he would never hand over the most evil thing in the world to someone like this. Enraged, the attacker sends the ghost at him again for the kill. Puji roars back, snaps the string of jade prayer beads, and lets the beads fly out as weapons while a lone purple orb drops free. He catches the falling orb, forms a seal with both hands, and unleashes the 6 words incantation in blazing golden light. The frozen ghost slams against the incantation and stalls in midair, even as the poison makes Puji's body shake. With a lion-like shout, Puji detonates a bead into a glowing Buddha character and drives it straight into the ghost. More beads follow one after another until the ghost finally collapses into blood on the ground. Puji wins that exchange, but he coughs up black blood and looks even closer to death. At that worst possible moment, Zhang Xiaofan appears at the temple entrance and freezes in horror at what he sees. The seven-tailed centipede instantly darts toward Zhang Xiaofan, turning him into the next target. Puji reacts in time, sending a bead between the boy and the centipede and forcing the poisoned creature back into the black smoke. The attacker mocks Puji's strength, but reminds him that the centipede's poison will kill him soon unless he surrenders the orb. Puji answers through black blood that even if he dies, he will still try to kill this devil first. He sends all the glowing beads into the smoke at once, launching a desperate final counterattack from both sides. The smoke is blasted apart, and the hidden enemy finally appears as a black-cloaked swordsman descending with his face buried in shadow. Puji asks the newly revealed swordsman to show his face, but the cloaked man only answers that he came here to kill him. The cloaked man draws his sword, and even Puji has to admit it is a fine weapon. The cloaked swordsman walks forward, raises his blade to the sky, and starts calling down divine thunder. Puji recognizes the technique at once as Thunderblade and realizes with shock that his enemy is from Jadian. Zhang Xiaofan can only stand there in the storm, overwhelmed as the sky itself seems to drop toward the village. A deafening thunderclap erupts, and a bolt of lightning crashes straight onto the cloaked man's raised sword. The thunder-charged sword tears toward Puji in a scorched streak, and Zhang Xiaofan can only stare at the impossible sight. Puji retreats 3 steps, clasps his palms, and gathers his last strength in a golden Buddhist defense. His final 7 jade beads shatter into gigantic glowing Buddha characters and meet the lightning head-on. The impact freezes Zhang Xiaofan's body in terror for a heartbeat, as if the whole world has stopped. Then the explosion throws him through the air while the temple is blown apart around him. Terrified and powerless, Zhang Xiaofan thinks he is dying and blacks out in the storm. After the blast, Puji staggers through the wreckage and carries both unconscious boys to a slightly cleaner patch of ground. Once he collapses beside them, Puji checks himself and sees the black poison has almost swallowed his chest. Knowing he is out of options, he takes out Dr. Go's 3 days death pill and swallows it to buy a little more time. As rain finally starts to fall in earnest, Puji looks toward Mount Jadian and bitterly regrets that his Buddhist path and Taoist methods could never be joined in his lifetime. Then reality hits him again. If the wounded enemy returns, not just the boys but the whole village could be slaughtered. He spirals through his last great obsession too, thinking again about his lifelong wish to solve life and death by combining Buddhist and Taoist teachings. With only 3 days left to live, he can no longer chase immortality for himself, but he still cannot let the idea die. Too weak to do more, he carries both boys under a pine tree so they at least have a little shelter from the wind and rain. Under the tree, Pooji apologizes helplessly to the boys and mourns that they would be safer if they were Jadian disciples. That thought suddenly jolts him, and a reckless plan begins taking shape in his mind. Half mad with urgency, he decides to pass Buddhist practice to one child and send that child into Jadian, forcing both paths into a single life. He first reaches toward Bei, but stops when he realizes a talented child like that would draw too much attention to hide a forbidden secret. So his eyes turn to Zhang Xiaofan instead, and he decides this stubborn, less gifted boy is the safer choice. Using the last of his strength, Pooji strikes Zhang Xiaofan awake. Zhang Xiaofan wakes groggy and is horrified by the monk's half-burned, poison-darkened body and Bei still lying unconscious nearby. When Pooji asks why he came out here in the rain, Zhang Xiaofan admits he only wanted to bring the old monk something to eat before the storm got worse. That simple kindness moves Pooji deeply, and he takes it as fate that the boy has come to him now. Pooji asks if Zhang Xiaofan is willing to learn a special incantation from him. Zhang Xiaofan does not even know what an incantation is, so Pooji simplifies it and says he will just teach him a breathing method. Before teaching anything, Pooji makes Zhang Xiaofan promise never to tell anyone about this, not even his own family. Zhang Xiaofan immediately swears he will keep the secret even under threat of death. Pooji is startled by that resolve, but presses on and adds stricter rules. Practice every day, only in secret at midnight, and never use it unless life and death are at stake. Still confused but trusting him, Zhang Xiaofan gives another heavy nod. Pooji finally begins teaching him the secret words, and the long, difficult lesson drags on through the storm. After about 6 hours, Zhang Xiaofan manages to memorize the entire 1,000-word incantation. Relieved at last, Pooji tells the boy his name and says that, at death's edge, fate has made Zhang Xiaofan his disciple. Then Pooji takes out the deep purple bead and gives it to Zhang Xiaofan, ordering him to hide it and later throw it off a cliff where no one will find it. He also warns Zhang Xiaofan never to tell anyone Pooji's name. Zhang Xiaofan obediently accepts every instruction. Pooji asks for 3 bows and 1 word, master. Zhang Xiaofan drops to his knees, calls him master, and bows 3 times exactly as Pooji asked. As the boy rises, Pooji lets out a grief-heavy laugh and strikes the back of his head, knocking his new disciple unconscious again. Morning finally comes after the storm, and a cold raindrop wakes Zhang Xiaofan under the pine tree. He blurts out for master by instinct, then freezes when he sees only Lin Yu sleeping beside him and the shattered grass temple nearby. Trying to shake off the nightmare feeling, Zhang Xiaofan wakes Lin Yu and urges him to head back before they freeze. Lin Yu is baffled that he somehow fell asleep at home and woke up out here, but the cold leaves no room to argue. They run back toward the village, only to feel something deeply wrong as the usual morning noise is replaced by dead silence and the smell of blood. At the village entrance, they find the whole village massacred, with bodies and blood covering the ground. The sight is too much for the 2 boys, and they scream before blacking out. After an unknown stretch of time, Zhang Xiaofan wakes from a nightmare in a plain, unfamiliar room, still shaking from what he saw. As he steadies himself, he notices 4 beds in the room and large Dao banners hanging over them, like a disciple's dorm. For one desperate moment, Zhang Xiaofan tries to believe it was all just a bad dream and that home might still be waiting outside. He walks to the door like it weighs a mountain, knowing the truth is waiting on the other side. The sunlight outside is warm, but the moment he opens the door and sees Lin Yu alone on the steps, his last hope breaks. The 2 boys can only stare at each other in silence as Zhang Xiaofan's tears finally spill out. Later, in the same quiet courtyard, Lin Yu finally breaks the silence and tells Zhang Xiaofan they were brought to Mount Jadian's Peak of Widow. Lin Yu says Jadian disciples found the village, found them there, and carried them up the mountain. Zhang Xiaofan asks what they are supposed to do now, and Lin Yu can only admit he has no idea. Their uncertainty is cut short when a young Taoist arrives and says his master wants to question them. With no better choice, the boys follow him out through the disciple quarters of Jadian. The endless rows of courtyards make it clear that Jadian is far larger than anything the village boys have ever imagined. At the end of the long passage, they reach a gigantic white-walled gateway with towering wooden doors. The moment they pass through, the boys are stunned by Jadian's cloud sea, a marble square floating above rolling clouds. 9 giant bronze tripods stand across the square with clean smoke rising from them, making the place feel like a true immortal sect. The young Taoist lets them stare for a moment, then tells them this wonder is Jadian's cloud sea and that something even greater lies ahead. When Lin Yu asks what is ahead, the Taoist points them toward the Rainbow Bridge. As they hurry forward, the clouds part and reveal a stone bridge rising into the sky like a dragon. Water runs along both sides of the bridge and turns the sunlight into rainbow colors, leaving the 2 boys staring in wonder. Their guide quickly warns them not to get careless, because a fall from the bridge would drop them into a bottomless abyss. Chastened, the boys follow carefully as the bridge carries them higher and higher above the cloud layer. Above the clouds, Crystal Hall finally comes into view on the highest peak, surrounded by cranes and a truly celestial air. The bridge descends beside a clear green pool at the foot of the hall's stone steps, while a deep thunder-like sound keeps rumbling nearby. Just as they start up the steps, the roar erupts from the pool and the young Taoist instantly lifts himself away. The two boys are drenched as a gigantic guardian beast bursts up before them from the pool, with a dragon head, lion body, and fangs bright in the sun. Faced with the beast's enormous head lowering toward them, Zhang Xiaofan and Lin Yu can only cling to each other in fear. Their blue-robed guide respectfully addresses the giant beast as Mr. Spirit, and explains that his master has summoned the children. After a long suspicious look, the giant guardian loses interest, flops onto the dry ground beside the pool, and goes back to sleep in the sun. Their guide tells them the sleeping beast is the ancient guardian Water Kirin, left to protect Jadian after helping Master Jade Leaf fight evil. Pulled back to his senses by Lin Yu, Zhang Xiaofan joins him in bowing respectfully to the sleeping guardian beast. They finally continue up the stone steps toward the great doors beneath the plaque-marked Crystal Hall. Inside the mighty hall, the boys see the Sanqing statues watching over a gathering of many Jadian members. At the front of the hall, 7 great ebony chairs face the gathering, and the rightmost seat is still empty. Inside Crystal Hall, Dubaka starts presenting the 2 orphaned boys to the sect leaders before a ragged scream cuts through the room. Ghost, ghost. The voice is horribly familiar, and Zhang Xiaofan panics and runs straight into the crowd calling for Uncle Bozo. In a corner behind the crowd, they find Wang Ershu curled up in woodcutter clothes, clutching his head and muttering about ghosts like a broken man. Zhang Xiaofan grabs the man's shoulders and desperately demands answers about the slaughter in Grass Temple Village and what happened to his parents. For one long moment Wang Ershu stops muttering and stares at Zhang Xiaofan as if he is trying to remember a nightmare he cannot hold onto. When Zhang Xiaofan presses him again, the terrified woodcutter collapses back into panic and can only howl about ghosts. Lin Yu pulls Zhang Xiaofan back with tears in his own eyes and quietly tells him the truth. Uncle Bozo has gone insane. Even through tears, Lin Yu forces himself to study Crystal Hall and realizes the men seated before the crowd are Jadian's ruling elders, with Doilshin in dark green at the center. Lin Yu kneels before Doilshin and bangs his head on the floor, begging these immortal elders to help 2 children crushed by disaster. Zhang Xiaofan hurriedly copies him and blurts out his own plea, so earnest and childish that some of the elders cannot help smiling. The hall sees the contrast immediately. Zhang Xiaofan is just a grieving child, but Lin Yu stays startlingly calm and clear-headed for his age. Doilshin says Jadian cannot ignore a massacre committed right under its mountain, then begins questioning the boys about how they survived. Lin Yu explains that he simply woke under a pine tree beside Zhang Xiaofan and remembers nothing from the night of the killings. Zhang Xiaofan says the same thing. He woke beside Lin Yu under the tree and has no idea who put them there. Their matching answers only deepen the mystery, because if someone saved them, no one can explain why only these 2 children were spared. With no answers from the boys, Doilshin calls for Xavian, the disciple who first discovered the massacre. Xavian reports that while flying back on sect business, he and the others saw more than 200 corpses piled in Grass Temple Village and rushed down to investigate. He says the only survivors they found were the 2 unconscious boys and Wang Ershu hiding in the latrine, already too shattered to do anything but mumble about ghosts. When Lin Yu asks for the final count, Xavian confirms the blow they were dreading. Out of 247 villagers, only the 3 survivors remain alive. The death toll hits both boys so hard that their vision nearly blacks out, and they sway on the edge of fainting again. Doilshin flicks out a red calming bead, and its cool power washes over the boys until both finally fall into exhausted sleep. The other disciples are dismissed, leaving only the sect leaders to decide what should be done with the 2 surviving children. One stern elder says the massacre is too strange to solve quickly, but Jadian still has a duty to take the 2 boys in as disciples. Doilshin agrees, but Tian Belis adds that the boys should be separated so they are not forced to relive the massacre every day. Once it is clear the boys will go to different houses, every elder's attention quietly swings toward Lin Yu, because his talent is obvious even now. Tian Belis tries to move first and volunteer for the promising child, hoping his underpopulated bamboo peak can snatch the prize. Shang Jinglian cuts in and claims he feels a special bond with Lin Yu, turning the quiet interest into an open scramble. Tianyun immediately mocks that excuse, and the elders start bickering as none of them wants another house to win such a gifted disciple. A stern elder cuts through the bickering and says the child needs the best care, not a fight over house numbers, before formally asking to take Lin Yu himself. After a brief pause, the sect master grants Lin Yu to the stern elder who asked for him, while the other house heads can only swallow their resentment. That leaves Zhang Xiaofan, and the room instantly goes awkward as every elder suddenly finds something else to look at. The sect master neatly solves the awkward silence by pinning Zhang Xiaofan on Tian Belis, saying that since Xavian found the village, the boy must have a bond with Bamboo Peak. Tian Belis tries to object, but the sect master cuts him off at once, closes the matter, and orders the elders to keep investigating the massacre. The sect master retreats to the back hall before Tian Belis can keep arguing, and the moment he is gone the remaining elders burst into laughter. Outside Crystal Hall, Xavion hurries over and is stunned to find Tianbelis carrying the still sleeping Zhang Xiaofan. Already humiliated, Tianbelis snaps at Xavion to stop staring and take the boy off his hands immediately. The others are still laughing, which only makes Tianbelis angrier as he draws a red-edged sword and storms off through the sky. Left holding the sleeping child, Xavion looks down at Zhang Xiaofan and realizes this nameless boy is now his new junior brother, even if the boy has no idea his life has just changed forever. Zhang Xiaofan wakes with a jolt, and the grief of everything that happened crashes back on him like a nightmare turning real again. Xavion steps in to greet him, and just seeing one familiar face makes Zhang Xiaofan feel a little less alone. Xavion softly tells him not to be sad anymore, because from now on they are part of the same family. When Zhang Xiaofan asks what family he means, Xavion explains that Tianbelis has accepted him as a disciple of Bamboo Peak. The news leaves Zhang Xiaofan dazed, because joining Immortals once felt impossible, and now it has come only after losing everything. He forces himself to accept what cannot be changed and calls Xavion Xixiang, taking the first awkward step into his new life. Xavion realizes the boy has slept a full day and night, and Zhang Xiaofan's growling stomach finally reminds him he is starving. Xavion leads him out to eat first and promises to introduce the branch, his master, and the rest of the senior brothers after that. On the way, Xavion explains that Bamboo Peak has always been a small branch, and even now there are only 10 people here including Zhang Xiaofan. He also introduces the family structure: Master Tianbelis, his wife Surin, their daughter Hidi, and the 6 male disciples with Xavion as eldest brother. Zhang Xiaofan tries to repeat the names, but he slips and calls the 6th brother Dashu, which sets Xavion laughing. Xavion explains that Surin forced Dashu to change his name to Dubashu because the old one sounded disrespectfully close to calling the master Uncle Du. When Zhang Xiaofan repeats Dubashu out loud, he immediately hears it sound like gambling must lose and bursts into his hardest laugh yet. Xavion quietly takes that as a win, because making Zhang Xiaofan laugh has already softened some of the boy's fear and grief. After they eat, Xavion brings Zhang Xiaofan to Bamboo Peak's main hall, where the whole branch is waiting to see the new junior brother. Zhang Xiaofan finally gets a clear look at his new branch: Tianbelis and graceful Surin seated above, lively Hidi at her mother's side, and the 5 other senior brothers lined up below watching him. Xavion formally presents him, and Surin's first concern is whether the boy has eaten after sleeping so long. Once Xavion says the boy has already eaten, Tianbelis cuts straight to the ceremony and orders it to begin. Prompted by Xavion, Zhang Xiaofan drops to his knees and starts kowtowing so hard and so many times that he overshoots the ritual completely. Hidi breaks into laughter first, and when Zhang Xiaofan finally looks up, his forehead is bright red and the whole hall starts laughing with her. Tianbelis only looks more miserable, already convinced he has somehow ended up with an even bigger fool to teach. He dumps Zhang Xiaofan's care, sect rules, and beginner training onto Xavion, then gets up and heads for the back hall. As soon as Tianbelis leaves, Hidi jumps right in front of the new junior to inspect him, and Zhang Xiaofan blushes at the sight of her. Hidi loudly announces his blush to everyone, making Zhang Xiaofan even redder while the hall erupts again. Surin tells Hidi to stop teasing him, but Hidi ignores that and happily makes Zhang Xiaofan call her Shiji. Hidi basks in the victory and orders her new junior brother to listen to her from now on. Surin pulls things back to business and reminds Xavion that Zhang Xiaofan is still very young, so he must take special care while teaching him. The other 5 brothers look delighted that the burden landed on Xavion instead of them. Then Surin makes one odd little neck stretch, and every disciple in the hall instantly realizes trouble is coming. Before she can start, Xavion panics and blurts out that he needs to take the new junior away immediately to teach the branch rules. Surin pauses, accepts the excuse, and the 5 brothers immediately realize Xavion has escaped whatever was about to happen to them. Xavion wastes no time, snatches up Zhang Xiaofan, and rushes out of the hall while the 5 brothers yell coward after him. Zhang Xiaofan is left baffled, because he cannot understand why teaching the rules would make everyone call Xavion a coward. His answer comes from inside the hall, where Surin turns icy and orders the remaining 5 to shut up. Surin blasts them for being useless and reveals the real problem. The next 7-peak tournament is only 5 years away, and Bamboo Peak cannot afford another public humiliation. Then she orders all 5 to come at her together, proving Xavion's escape was absolutely about avoiding a brutal cultivation test. Outside, Xavion runs even harder toward the back hill with Zhang Xiaofan over his shoulder, while Hidi follows after them. Hidi pulls out her red silk esper and rises into the air on it, turning the chase into Zhang Xiaofan's first close look at true flying magic. Zhang Xiaofan can only stare in open admiration, and Hidi instantly soaks up the attention. When Hidi asks if she is impressive, Zhang Xiaofan eagerly praises her, but he innocently calls the famous phoenix soul just a red cloth. That makes Hidi laugh and call him a fool, while Xavion explains that the red silk is actually phoenix soul, Surin's famous and powerful esper. By the time they reach the back hill, Hidi lands and the living silk wraps itself around her waist like a beautiful red belt. Zhang Xiaofan finally gets a good look at the training ground and sees that the whole slope is packed with unusual bamboo marked by black joints. Xavion points to the black bamboo and tells him the first rule of Bamboo Peak training: new disciples must cut bamboo here every day. Because Zhang Xiaofan is still so young, his starting task is 1 bamboo a day for the first 3 months, with the thickness left up to him. To Zhang Xiaofan, that sounds easy, because as a village farm boy he has chopped wood before and assumes this is basically the same thing. Xavian almost says more, but stops himself and simply decides to walk him back slowly so the boy can learn the path for future training. Hebe instantly exposes the truth and teases Xavian for running so wildly earlier just to dodge getting beaten by her mother. Ignoring her, Xavian starts teaching Zhang Xiaofan the branch rules, beginning with the most important one: always respect the master. As they walk, Xavian's warning comes with the real truth about Bamboo Peak. Tianbelis is lax, so Surin is the one who usually enforces discipline, and the disciples fear her far more. Xavian explains that Bamboo Peak has kept embarrassing itself in the 7-peak tournament, and those repeated losses are exactly why Surin has become so harsh with training. By evening the three are still heading back under a blazing sunset, and from the houses above come barking, terrified shouting, and all the proof Zhang Xiaofan needs that Surin's lesson has begun. By the time dinner starts on Bamboo Peak, Zhang Xiaofan is sitting at the very end of a long table, still the newest and smallest disciple in this unusually quiet little branch. The thin, sharp-eyed 6th brother Amandla drops into the seat beside him, introduces himself, and proudly promises Zhang Xiaofan a taste of his cooking. Amanda immediately drags the new boy into a bet about which member of their master's family will walk in first, and the other brothers start heckling him for gambling again. When Wudei reminds him to ask the stakes first, Amanda grandly offers 10 days of bamboo chopping if he loses, or 10 days of dishwashing help if Zhang Xiaofan loses. Feeling welcomed by all the teasing instead of pushed aside, Zhang Xiaofan warms up enough to accept the bet. Zhang Xiaofan guesses that a sect master should obviously enter first, and the whole table instantly knows old 6th has hooked him. Amanda gleefully tells him the real answer is always Little Linger, and Zhang Xiaofan just laughs and accepts that he will be washing dishes. Then Xavian suddenly senses the master coming, and the whole room snaps out of its laughter and rises to greet him. Tianbelis walks in alone, and Amanda's perfect little scam collapses because neither Surin nor Linger came at all. When Tianbelis calmly says his wife took Linger back to Bamboo Height, the disciples can barely hold in their laughter and Amanda is left speechless. Dinner finally starts, and Tianbelis checks whether Xavian has already drilled the new disciple on Bamboo Peak's rules before the real cultivation lessons begin tomorrow. Tianbelis calls him 7th, and Zhang Xiaofan reacts so slowly that Amanda has to nudge him before he scrambles to answer his master. The master gives the boy a plain but sincere charge: follow Xavian, work hard, and make up for weak talent with persistence. Once everyone starts eating again, Zhang Xiaofan struggles to reach the dishes from his oversized seat, so Amanda keeps helping him without a trace of bad temper. Curious about immortal cultivators still having family ties, Zhang Xiaofan quietly asks whether Surin really has a home outside the mountain. Amanda explains that Surin originally came from Bamboo Height under Shui Yu, then starts gossiping about how a beauty like her ended up marrying their master. That goes too far, and Tianbelis fires a chopstick straight into Amanda's forehead hard enough to leave it red. Amanda instantly shuts up, and the meal moves on with everyone now very aware of where the master's patience ends. Xavian asks why Shui Yu was the only house head missing from the earlier sect meeting, and Tianbelis grumbles that she claimed illness and ruined his chance to snatch a better disciple. Hidaji has to remind him that Shui Yu's branch never takes male disciples anyway, which takes some of the wind out of the complaint. Tianbelis shifts from resenting Shui Yu to resenting Surin too, complaining that the moment Bamboo Height had trouble she rushed over with Linger. The brothers cautiously ask how long Surin will stay away, and when Tianbelis says she will be back tonight, the whole table lets out a very disappointed groan. That groan tells Tianbelis exactly what is going on, and the dinner table immediately turns on Xavian for skipping Surin's practice session by hiding behind the excuse of helping the new boy. After dinner, Zhang Xiaofan still tries to honor the lost bet and help with dishes, but Amanda cheerfully stops him and insists the debt now runs the other way. Xavian cuts in from outside and refuses to let anyone make the new disciple lazy, because tomorrow's bamboo training will be part of building his foundation. Amanda still refuses to let the promise die, solemnly declaring that a debt is a debt even if Zhang Xiaofan does not understand why he sounds so dramatic about it. Xavian leads Zhang Xiaofan through the darkened peak, past the now black and silent Hall of Quietude, toward the disciples' courtyard. At the far right house, Xavian tells him this empty room is his now and even asks whether living alone will scare him. Zhang Xiaofan says no, and Xavian answers with rough encouragement that men and cultivators alike have to endure loneliness. Inside, the room is bare but clean, and Xavian makes it clear that from here on Zhang Xiaofan will have to handle daily life for himself. Before leaving, Xavian explains why the rest of the brothers vanished so early. After decades on this dull little peak, each of them has settled into his own habits. When Xavian finally leaves, the silence of the room closes in on Zhang Xiaofan all at once. With nothing left to do, Zhang Xiaofan blows out the candle, takes off his outer coat, lies down, and drifts into an uneasy first sleep on Bamboo Peak. He suddenly jerks awake from a nightmare of Grass Temple Village, where familiar smiling faces turned into bloody corpses in an instant. As his breathing steadies, pale moonlight through the slightly open window makes the empty room feel even colder. Unable to fall back asleep, he steps outside alone into the moonlit courtyard and stares up at the bright sky. Thinking of Lin Yu, he wonders whether his friend on another peak is lying awake too. When he turns back inside, something slips from his clothes and drops to the ground, the ugly dark purple bead Posey once told him to throw away. The sight of it hits hard, because after losing his parents, this strange bead is the only thing Posey left behind for him. Under the moon, the ugly bead turns translucent light purple in his hand, and green energy starts swirling inside it as if something alive is trapped there. Each time that green force pushes toward the surface, a small glowing Buddhist swastika flares and seals it back inside. Instead of throwing it away, Zhang Xiaofan decides to keep it, because the bead has become both a mystery and the last trace of someone who treated him like family. He removes the old red safety string his parents once gave him, threads the bead onto it, and hangs it against his chest. The bead rests warm against his chest, and for the first time that night, Zhang Xiaofan manages a faint smile before going back to bed. At dawn, Zhang Xiaofan jolts awake to a giant dog baring its teeth right in his face, and Hidi laughs behind it at his terrified scream. Hidi stops joking and barks out the real reason she came. It is already morning, and the new disciples have to go up the back hill to chop black bamboo. She explains the rule more clearly. Every new bamboo peak disciple spends the first 3 years cutting black bamboo, and this is her own final year doing it. Hidi tosses Zhang Xiaofan a heavy machete, and when he asks if Xavian is coming too, she rolls her eyes and reminds him this punishment is only for newcomers. Before they leave, the giant dog leaps down first and trots out like it belongs on the trip, and Zhang Xiaofan realizes this must be the same barking beast he heard on the hill before. The two children and the dog head into the early morning mist, starting the long climb toward Bamboo Peak's back hill. Yesterday the hill felt close when Xavian carried him, but on foot Zhang Xiaofan quickly learns the climb is much steeper and farther than he imagined. Hidi walks easily without even using her phoenix soul, and Big Yella keeps charging into the trees and bursting back out with ridiculous energy, while Zhang Xiaofan falls behind. After half an hour, Zhang Xiaofan is exhausted enough that Hidi finally lets him stop and rest, though she does it with a blunt little insult. While catching his breath and looking out over the mountain, Zhang Xiaofan timidly asks the question that has been bothering him. Why is chopping bamboo counted as cultivation homework at all? Hidi answers proudly that a cultivator's body matters as much as technique, because powerful spells become dangerous to the user if the body is too weak to bear them. When Hidi brings up Jadian's fearsome Thunderblade, Zhang Xiaofan goes pale at the name, clearly rattled by something he does not explain. He covers awkwardly, and Hidi keeps going, describing Thunderblade as a secret art that pulls divine lightning from the 9 skies through the caster and their esper. Her point lands hard when she says a weak body would get struck dead by the lightning before the enemy ever did, turning the chore into a lesson Zhang Xiaofan suddenly dares not question. Flustered and afraid of seeming disrespectful to his master, Zhang Xiaofan jumps up, grabs his machete, and charges uphill again with fresh determination. By the time they finally reach the black bamboo forest, Zhang Xiaofan is gasping for air, while Big Yella is already there lying around as if the trip was nothing. Hidi casually names the dog Big Yella, and Zhang Xiaofan makes the reasonable mistake of assuming a dog that huge must only be around 20 years old. Hidi immediately corrects him in the funniest way possible. Big Yella was already around when several senior brothers arrived, and he may even date back to her father's own childhood. The story gets even stranger when Hidi recalls her mother once threatening to cook the dog into soup, and Big Yella was smart enough to stay away from home in terror. Still trying to understand this place, Zhang Xiaofan asks if Big Yella is like the water Kirin, but Hidi quickly tells him not to compare an ordinary sect dog to an ancient spiritual beast. At last Hidi brings him to the beginner patch and points out his daily target for the next 3 months, just one slim wrist-thick stalk of black bamboo. The bamboo looks thin enough to be easy, but the instant Zhang Xiaofan swings, the blade hits like stone and the stalk snaps back into his forehead. Hidi laughs at the lesson, tells him to keep working alone, and leaves him there to figure it out himself. For the entire morning, Zhang Xiaofan tries every method he can think of, but after 4 punishing hours he has only managed to leave a small wound on the bamboo. Around noon, Hidi comes back humming cheerfully, sees the pathetic result, and raises her machete to cut the stalk for him. Zhang Xiaofan stops her despite his exhaustion, insisting this is his homework and he has to finish it himself. When he says he will keep going even after dark, Hidi explodes, furious that his stubbornness would force her to stay there waiting all evening. She tells him real effort means getting stronger each day and learning to finish within 4 hours, not making dramatic promises about suffering forever. To prove how far above him she is, Hidi flicks her machete 4 times and drops the bamboo instantly. Humiliated but newly resolved, Zhang Xiaofan follows Hidi back down the hill and quietly decides he has to work much harder from now on. By the time they return to Bamboo Peak at noon, Zhang Xiaofan is so worn out he can barely drag himself along, while Hidi heads back toward the Hall of Quietude without a word. At the corridor entrance, Xavian greets him kindly, and can see right away how hard the first morning hit the new boy. Xavian walks him back, tells him where to wash up before lunch, and says there will be another lesson after they eat. That scares Zhang Xiaofan for a second, until Xavian smiles and explains the afternoon is not more chopping but his first real cultivation lesson. When Zhang Xiaofan asks whether cultivation is powerful and hard to learn, Xavian answers that true strength takes talent and understanding, but persistence still matters most. Xavian repeats Tian Belise's lesson from the night before, telling him that even without great natural gifts, steady hard work can still carry him forward. At lunch, Tian Belise asks how the morning went, and Hidi happily exaggerates Zhang Xiaofan's miserable performance until he can only sit there blushing in shame. Tian Belise does not scold him at all and only tells everyone to eat, which makes Zhang Xiaofan feel even more grateful and ashamed. After lunch, the other disciples head for Tai Chi Cave, but Xavian brings Zhang Xiaofan back to his room because his training starts with the absolute basics. Before teaching anything, Xavian turns solemn and warns him that Jadian's cultivation methods are secret, and evil factions would gladly steal them. Zhang Xiaofan responds with complete sincerity, swearing before heaven that if he ever leaks Jadian's secret cultivation, he deserves to die under 5 thunders. Satisfied, Xavian finally begins the lesson by teaching him how to sit, breathe, and meditate before moving into the body's flow of energy. From there, Xavian passes on the first layer of pure essence, the fundamental Jadian art that supports all of the sex techniques. Xavian explains that pure essence began as a discovery from a nameless tome 2,000 years ago and was refined through generations into Jadian's supreme foundation. He lays out the 3 stages of the art, Yu Qing, Shang Qing, and Tai Qing, and makes it clear that most disciples never even break through the first one in their entire lives. Even so, just a handful of experts reaching Shang Qing is enough to make Jadian one of the strongest righteous sects, while Tai Qing is treated as a near-legendary realm only Master Jade Leaf is said to have reached. In his room, Xavian eagerly keeps teaching Zhang Xiaofan, explaining that pure essence starts easy enough but becomes brutally slow after the early levels. Xavian says the first 3 levels are mostly taught by masters, but after that a cultivator's talent and personal understanding matter far more than outside guidance. Once a disciple reaches the 4th level, they can finally practice magic techniques and forge an esper, the weapon that decides how much power they can truly wield. He adds that an esper's material matters enormously, because weak material can fail before its owner even gets to strike. Xavian explains that Jadian disciples mostly favor swords because their legendary founder once wielded the unmatched sword Regenesis. Then he admits Bamboo Peak is different, because Tian Belise forged the famous flame spirit sword yet oddly pushes his own disciples away from making swords. Xavian lays out Bamboo Peak standings too. He has reached the 5th level, and He Daji has already broken into the 4th. Wu Dai, Jingdali, Lidaxin, and Amandla are still grinding through the 3rd level, so Bamboo Peak's overall strength is nothing special. But when Xavian talks about Hidi, his whole face brightens, because she reached the 4th level at 13 and already uses Surin's famous esper, Phoenix Soul. Zhang Xiaofan blurts out that Hidi is incredible, and Xavian agrees without hesitation, saying Bamboo Peak's future depends on her talent. Before leaving, Xavian turns serious and warns Zhang Xiaofan not to chase shortcuts, because greedy cultivation can wreck a person and drag them into evil paths. Frightened by the warning, Zhang Xiaofan quickly promises he understands. Xavian tells him Tai Chi Cave is off limits until the 3rd level, so for now he has to practice alone in his quiet room and work from the ground up. After thanking him, Zhang Xiaofan watches Xavian leave and feels so excited that even the ache from bamboo cutting seems to fade. Back inside, Zhang Xiaofan shuts the door, sits on the bed in the meditation posture he was taught, and prepares to start his first real cultivation practice. But the moment he starts, he jolts back awake because Xavian's method feels completely wrong compared with what Posey taught him before the village massacre. He remembers Pure Essence telling him to open himself to the world and draw spirit energy in, which is the exact opposite of the monk's teaching. Then Posey's words flood back to him, warning him to cut off all outside contact and empty himself completely instead. Zhang Xiaofan cannot understand the deeper doctrines, but he clearly sees that the 2 cultivation paths clash head-on and has no idea which one to trust. The problem is bigger than he knows, because Pure Essence is Jadian's supreme Taoist method while Posey secretly passed him Fua's highest Buddhist art, Fa and wisdom. One path seeks union with heaven and earth to command nature, while the other turns inward to realize the self, so their foundations are almost completely opposite. Alone in his room with a headache, Zhang Xiaofan paces and mutters the only question he can think of: which one is right? He dares not ask anyone, and after thinking himself in circles all day, he settles on the clumsy answer that he will just practice both. That decision immediately turns into a nightmare, because Pure Essence needs him to open up to outside spirit, while Fawn Wisdom demands the exact reverse. For the next 3 months he chops black bamboo by day and forces himself through both methods, only to ruin one practice whenever he switches to the other. 3 months later, Tian Belise finally checks his progress and is furious to discover that Zhang Xiaofan still cannot even properly draw spirit into his body. The senior brothers can only pity him. Xavian is too embarrassed to speak up, and Hidi treats the whole thing like a joke while Tian Belise still glares over him. Expecting a scolding, Zhang Xiaofan peeks up and instead sees something worse. Tian Belise's anger has turned into heavy disappointment. Without even bothering to lecture him, Tian Belise flicks his sleeve and walks away, silently giving up on him. Xavian understands exactly what that means, so he helps Zhang Xiaofan up and tells him not to give up just because the master has lost faith for now. Humbled by the setback, Zhang Xiaofan throws himself into training even harder from that day on. He keeps going to the mountain with Hidi every morning, and while ordinary disciples can cut a stalk after 3 months, Zhang Xiaofan needs half a year just to bring down his first black bamboo. Still, the daily labor slowly toughens his body, and climbing the mountain stops exhausting him the way it used to. After that, Tianbili stops asking about his cultivation entirely, and even Xavian eventually quits checking because Zhang Xiaofan's progress stays painfully slow. Zhang Xiaofan suspects practicing both arts is the reason he lags so badly, but every time he thinks of giving one up, he remembers Posey and stubbornly keeps both going. So the years settle into a harsh routine, pure essence by day, fawn wisdom by night, over and over until 3 full years pass. At last he completes pure essence's first level, a humiliating record that takes him 3 times longer than normal people. What nobody else realizes is that those same years of secret fawn wisdom practice have also given him unusually solid control over energy inside his body. When he timidly announces the breakthrough at dinner, the whole table first freezes in disbelief, and then bursts into laughter. Xavian is so thrilled by the tiny breakthrough that he snatches Zhang Xiaofan up and tosses him into the air, while the whole bamboo peak table laughs and Tianbili only grunts in cold disdain. Tianbili only snorts and mutters idiot, but even that cold reaction cannot erase the moment. By now Zhang Xiaofan is 14 and built much sturdier from years of bamboo work, while Hidi has grown into a striking 16-year-old beauty. Because the older disciples all feel too distant, Hidi spends most of her time with this foolish junior instead, and over 3 years the two of them grow genuinely close. She still bosses him around constantly, but when the others tease him, Hidi is always the first to jump in and defend him. Life on the mountain stays quiet, and after asking about the Grass Temple Village massacre again and again without finding answers, Zhang Xiaofan finally lets that pain settle deep inside him. On another ordinary morning, Zhang Xiaofan heads up the mountain alone with his machete because Hidi finished her bamboo assignment long ago. He does not see Hidi today and hardly thinks about it, because after 2 years of going alone, this has become normal for him. With only a month left before this homework ends, he can already chop down 2 black bamboo a day, though that is still nowhere near Hidi's pace. A month earlier he finally passed the first level, and when Xavian taught him the second, Zhang Xiaofan was shocked to find it feeling easier instead of harder. The reason is hidden in plain sight. 3 years of fawn wisdom have already trained his internal energy control, so turning spirit into vigor suddenly fits him much better. Even so, he still does not trust his own progress, because a boy who needed 3 years for the easiest step cannot believe he might suddenly be moving faster. Since nobody asks about his daily cultivation anymore, Zhang Xiaofan keeps the strange improvement to himself and quietly continues up the mountain. Back in the bamboo grove he knows by heart, Zhang Xiaofan heads deeper than before, into an older patch of black bamboo that looks thicker, harder, and far more forbidding. He picks a large stalk and raises his blade to start work, expecting an ordinary training morning. Instead, something cracks against his forehead, and he looks down to find a pine cone in a place where pine cones should not exist. Guessing Hidi is playing a prank, Zhang Xiaofan calls out for her, but the forest stays quiet. A second pine cone smacks him before a mocking screech gives the real culprit away. He looks up and finds a gray monkey hanging upside down by its tail, clutching pine cones and openly laughing at him. Zhang Xiaofan is baffled because monkeys do not usually come up from the dangerous pine forest in Bamboo Peak's hidden valley. When the monkey lifts another pine cone, he dodges just in time and realizes the little beast is doing this on purpose. He makes a face at it and tries to walk away, refusing to play along. That only earns him a harder hit to the back of the head, and his patience finally snaps. He rushes the bamboo and shakes the trunk in anger, but the monkey just hangs on and treats the whole thing like a game. So Zhang Xiaofan tries to cut the bamboo out from under it, only for the monkey to leap away at the last second and hit him again. Furious and helpless, he can only shout for it to come down, while the monkey scratches its head and mocks him right back. He finishes his bamboo work in a terrible mood, with his head already knocked around 7 or 8 times. Worse, the monkey keeps showing up day after day, waiting in the grove just to pelt him for fun. A few evenings later, Hidi notices the lumps on Zhang Xiaofan's head and pulls him aside to ask what happened. Embarrassed that a monkey bullied him, Zhang Xiaofan hesitates, then finally admits the truth. Hidi bursts out laughing at first, her dimples showing, and Zhang Xiaofan turns even redder under her teasing. Then she pats his shoulder and promises that, even with her own training for the 7-peak tournament, she will go with him tomorrow and teach that monkey a lesson. The next morning, Hidi really does get up early and heads to the back mountain with him. Watching her red figure dart through the mountain trail, Zhang Xiaofan drifts into a quiet, boyish wish that this walk could last forever. Hidi snaps him out of it by shouting for him to hurry, and he rushes after her with a red face. At the edge of the grove, Hidi tells him to go in first while she follows behind to spring the trap. Zhang Xiaofan reaches the old spot and, when the grove stays eerily quiet, briefly wonders if the monkey somehow sensed trouble. The answer comes fast when the monkey screeches overhead and another pine cone cracks into Zhang Xiaofan's head before he can dodge. Instead of getting mad, Zhang Xiaofan points up and laughs, thrilled that the monkey has walked straight into Heety's trap. A red flash cuts through the bamboo as Heety dives in on Phoenix Soul, claws out, going straight for the monkey. But the monkey is clever enough to drop straight down, slipping through the one escape route Heety did not expect. It catches another stalk in mid-fall and bolts through the grove, forcing Heety into a full chase while Zhang Xiaofan runs below as best he can. In the packed bamboo, Heety's flight is constantly obstructed, and the monkey keeps zigzagging instead of running in a straight line. The chase drags on so long that Zhang Xiaofan is already breathing hard, even though the monkey still shows no sign of slowing down. Then the monkey suddenly drops out of the trees ahead, and Zhang Xiaofan surges forward, thinking they finally have it. Heety's warning comes just in time, because a cliff opens in front of him, and he nearly runs straight over the edge. Below the cliff, a hidden valley opens in haze and pine trees as the monkey catches branches on the way down and escapes into the forest. Without wasting a moment, Heety flies over, reaches out, and tells Zhang Xiaofan to get on. She hauls him up behind her on the flying red silk, and Zhang Xiaofan grabs her waist because he has no idea how else to stay on. As they dive into the valley after the monkey, Zhang Xiaofan is half terrified by the flight and half dizzy with happiness from being this close to her. Heety, meanwhile, is all focus and pride, determined not to lose to a monkey after chasing it this far. After half an hour weaving through the valley woods, Heety finally starts gaining on the monkey. The woods suddenly open into a bright gravel clearing with a small pond, and the monkey slows in obvious panic as it is forced toward the open ground. Once it reaches the clearing, the monkey abruptly slows to a strange, miserable walk, as if something there is crushing it. Zhang Xiaofan senses something is wrong, but Heety is too locked into the pursuit and drives straight into the clearing anyway. The instant they enter, nausea explodes through Zhang Xiaofan's body so violently that he almost blacks out. A sudden warmth rises from the bead at his chest and shields his heart just enough to keep him conscious. Heety is not so lucky, and she goes limp in the air as Phoenix Soul loses control beneath them. Both of them crash down, and Zhang Xiaofan scrambles up in pain to see if Heety is still alive. Heety lies unconscious, pale and sweating, and no matter how many times he calls her, she will not answer. Looking around, Zhang Xiaofan finally sees the pattern. Around the pond is a dead ring with no plants at all, while the forest outside it is normal. Fighting the nausea, he grabs Phoenix Soul, lifts Heety into his arms, and drags both of them out of the deadly zone. Even those last few steps feel brutal, but once he reaches a large pine tree outside the dead ring, the sickening pressure finally fades. Then he notices the monkey is still trapped inside, staring at him with a desperate, almost pleading look. Despite everything it did to him, Zhang Xiaofan cannot leave it there and turns back toward the poisonous clearing. The nausea slams into him again as soon as he re-enters, but the warmth from the bead rises once more and lets him keep moving. He reaches the monkey, and this time the little troublemaker is completely docile in his arms. He carries it back out beside Heety, and only after all three are beyond the dead ring does the pressure fully disappear. The monkey does not run this time either, just lies there recovering and keeps watching Zhang Xiaofan. Trying to understand what saved him, Zhang Xiaofan pulls out the bead at his chest and sees that it has changed dramatically. The dark purple bead has faded lighter, the green power inside is crashing wildly against its surface, and the protective Buddhist swastika is clearly much weaker than it was 3 years ago. Zhang Xiaofan steadies his breathing, sees the bead has changed color but not much else, and notices Heety is still unconscious yet no longer looks deathly pale. He studies Heety's Phoenix Soul up close for the first time, envies how she can fly it, and tries to command it himself. Phoenix Soul hangs limp in Zhang Xiaofan's hand, and the gray monkey drops to the ground laughing at his failed command. Instead of picking a fight, Zhang Xiaofan pulls a face back at the monkey, sets Phoenix Soul beside Heety, and turns his attention to the strange pond. The pond looks wrong from every angle, with jade green water, a bare dead ring around it, and a stack of rocks in the middle holding an ugly black rod. Zhang Xiaofan wants to leave fast, but Heety still will not wake, while the monkey turns cheerful again and tosses him wild fruit. Starving after the chase, he eats one fruit, but when he reaches for the second he quietly leaves it beside Heety instead. The fruit helps enough for him to stand and look around, and the hidden valley almost seems peaceful if not for the wrongness hanging over it. Then the bead on his chest suddenly heats up, cracks sound from inside it, and violent green light starts hammering against the fading Buddhist seal. The bead's identity comes into focus. It is the sinister orb, the infamous evil treasure Elder Blackheart once used to drain living essence and blood. Posey Divine Monk found the orb years later, purified the area around it, and spent 30 years suppressing it with Buddhist power and prayer beads. After the battle at Grass Temple Village, dying Posey handed the orb to Zhang Xiaofan and told him to secretly throw it away before evil forces could reclaim it. But Zhang Xiaofan kept it as a reminder of Posey's kindness, and now the monk's old suppression has nearly worn out after 3 years. Recognizing Posey's swastika seal, Zhang Xiaofan panics and pours his own fawn wisdom into the bead to hold it together. For a second the seal brightens, then the evil energy surges back harder and icy force floods into his body. The monkey stops fooling around at once when it sees Zhang Xiaofan suffering, but his blood and pain are already being dragged toward the bead in his hand. Staggering blindly, he stumbles back into the pond's deadly zone, and this time the bead gives him no warm protection at all. The cold energy, nausea, and full-body agony pile together until Zhang Xiaofan can barely tell where he is going. He collapses at the pond's edge and desperately cycles his cultivation to ease the pain, but it only buys him a moment before he spits blood. Then the last seal breaks, and the sinister orb covers him in hungry green light like a demon waking up. At that exact moment, the pond erupts into a storming vortex, and the black rod rises out of the center wrapped in black gas. The black rod shoots straight at the sinister orb, while Zhang Xiaofan realizes the bead is stuck to his hand and draining his blood. The rod slams into the orb with crushing force, blasting a hole into the ground under him and throwing him back in a spray of blood and dirt. As the two wicked objects fight each other, the torment inside Zhang Xiaofan finally eases, but he still cannot pry either one loose. The black rod starts winning until a fresh burst of pain hits his palm and the orb drinks more of his blood to fight back. His blood seeps into the place where bead and rod meet, staining the rod tip dark red as the smell of blood fills the air. By the time Zhang Xiaofan starts blacking out, the black gas and green light stop fighting and settle into a grim balance. At last the change ends, and the fused rod and bead weapon drops away from his hand. He wakes to Heety's panicked voice and answers weakly enough to reassure her that he is still alive. When Heety helps him sit up, Zhang Xiaofan is stunned to find his pale right hand uninjured, as if all that blood loss never happened. He almost tells her everything, but the whole nightmare is too hard to explain, so he swallows it and says it was nothing. Heety says the place still feels wrong and decides they should leave now, then tell her mother to inspect it properly tomorrow. Zhang Xiaofan tries to stand and nearly drops again from the pain running through his whole body, so Heety catches him and hurries him along. Worried that their parents and senior brothers are searching for them, Heety calls Phoenix Soul back out to leave. Before they can go, the gray monkey trots up smiling with the mysterious black rod dragging in its hands. Back at Bamboo Peak's Hall of Quietude, Tian Belize paces in growing anger and anxiety because his daughter and Zhang Xiaofan still have not returned after dark. Then Surin finally returns with both kids safe, and the strangest part is the gray monkey now perched on Zhang Xiaofan's shoulder. Tian Belize is relieved but still furious, and Heety instantly turns cute and innocent to soften him before he starts scolding. Heety spins the whole adventure into a safer story, saying she chased the monkey to help Zhang Xiaofan, passed out after feeling sick in a valley, and brought the monkey back because it liked him. When Tian Belize asks Surin about it, she says she checked the area and found nothing, guessing Heety simply overextended herself flying with Zhang Xiaofan. Heety protests at once and drags Zhang Xiaofan into agreeing with her, but Tian Belize cuts past that and coldly mocks Zhang Xiaofan for getting bullied by a monkey. Surin ends the scene by taking hungry Heety to the kitchen, half scolding and half indulging her as always. Zhang Xiaofan is left standing alone, too intimidated to follow, until he realizes Tian Belize has already walked off without even bothering to say more. Hungry and worn out, he chooses not to go to the kitchen and heads back to his room with the monkey instead. The moment they get inside, the monkey acts completely at home and starts bouncing around on Zhang Xiaofan's bed. After drinking cold water to calm himself, Zhang Xiaofan finally pulls out the fused black rod and bead and sees how ugly and blood-stained it has become. The sight of it sours his mood so badly that he hurls it against the wall in frustration. Too drained to deal with anything else, Zhang Xiaofan crawls into bed under his blanket while the confused monkey watches him. His whole night is restless, and the hunger gnawing at him does not let him truly fall asleep until around midnight. Half a month after the valley trip, Zhang Xiaofan is still shaky and pale, and the weakness scares him because he cannot find any wound on his body. His body gives him away on the mountain, because the blood he lost that day leaves him panting after only a few swings at black bamboo. By the final day of bamboo training, Zhang Xiaofan forces himself to bring down just one black bamboo in half an hour while his senior brothers and Heety watch in strained silence. Only Heety breaks the tension, teasing him that having 1/10 of her strength is already good enough. That night in the dining hall, Xavian reports Zhang Xiaofan's poor result, and Surin suddenly turns the talk into a warning for all the older disciples. Surin turns ice cold and scolds all 6 senior disciples, saying even Zhang Xiaofan has grown up in 3 years while they still have so little progress to show. The mood flips when Tian Belize calls on Amandla, because he has noticed the youngest cook quietly trying to move dishes with his mind. Amandla shyly admits a cup moved in his room, which means he has finally touched the threshold of pure essence level 4. The whole hall bursts into surprise and congratulations, and even Tian Belize gives rare praise for Amandla finally catching up. When Heety asks what esper he wants to craft, Surin reminds him that Tian Belize never forces his disciples to make swords like the rest of Jadian. Then Tian Belize gives the real order. Now that Amandla has reached level 4, he must leave Bamboo Peak in a few days to travel the world and search for spiritual material. Amandla's first worry is absurdly practical, because he asks who will feed everyone once the peak's best cook is gone. That sparks a rare round of laughter, with Heety roasting Ladaxon's terrible old cooking and everyone finally relaxing. Tian Belize cuts through the laughter with a new assignment, and orders Zhang Xiaofan to take over the kitchen from now on. Zhang Xiaofan answers immediately that he has helped in the kitchen before, so the matter is settled on the spot. 3 days later, Amanda finishes teaching him the kitchen work and leaves the mountain, and Zhang Xiaofan suddenly feels Bamboo Peak grow lonelier. His second long homework begins in the kitchen, where his first real attempt at cooking leaves him nervous enough to sweat before lunch is even served. At noon, everyone sits down before Zhang Xiaofan's first full meal, and even with the table looking normal, he is so nervous he can barely get any words out. Hebe is the first to break the silence, and her delighted bite turns the whole meal into instant approval. Once Hebe breaks the ice, the senior brothers start praising the food too, and when even Tian Belize gives a small smile and nod, Zhang Xiaofan finally gets a rare taste of recognition. Over the next half year, Zhang Xiaofan quietly settles into peaceful days of cooking by daylight and secret cultivation by night, while the 7-peak tournament draws closer. The gray monkey has fully settled in with him by now, getting fatter from stolen kitchen food and living like it belongs on Bamboo Peak. Its one real enemy is Big Yella, because the old dog never stops baring his teeth and barking whenever the monkey gets too close. Then one sunny winter day, Zhang Xiaofan lazily watches an impossible sight as the monkey sneaks toward Big Yella instead of running away. The monkey wins Big Yella over with a stolen soup bone, and the dog's hostility melts almost instantly. Once Big Yella starts chewing happily, the monkey dares to pet him, then starts grooming him like they have always been friends. Zhang Xiaofan is still staring at the scene when 2 white sword lights slash down from the western sky toward the Hall of Quietude. When the lights land and fade, Zhang Xiaofan recognizes one of the visitors as Lin Yu, the old friend he has never forgotten. He can barely force out Lin Yu's name, and Lin Yu answers with the same stunned emotion when he sees Xiaofan again. Inside the hall, Qin Yi formally explains that Dragon Head Peak sent them to announce a new arrangement for the 7-peak tournament 2 years from now. Tian Belize takes one look at Lin Yu's strength and immediately sours, because in only 3 years that boy has already reached the level to control a sword. Qin Yi explains the new rules. Instead of 4 disciples per peak, each branch will now send 9, while the main peak sends 10. Surin and Tian Belize immediately understand the problem, because the change only helps powerful peaks with more talented disciples and leaves weak Bamboo Peak even further behind. Since the decision is already settled above them, Tian Belize can only swallow his anger and dismiss the matter. Qin Yi smoothly asks for a favor next, saying Lin Yu and Zhang Xiaofan are old friends and should be allowed to talk outside. The moment Tian Belize waves them off, Lin Yu heads straight for Zhang Xiaofan and quietly tells him he has really grown up. Their first question is the same old wound, because both boys still have no news at all about what happened to their village. Back inside, Qin Yi keeps the atmosphere in his control by chatting easily with the Bamboo Peak disciples until everyone relaxes around him. Then Qin Yi turns his full charm on Hede, praising her talent and beauty as soon as he notices the famous red silk phoenix soul at her waist. Hede snaps back at once, but his smooth answer only leaves her more pleased than annoyed. To push a little further, Qin Yi presents Hede with a refreshed bead as an apology gift, saying it will keep her cool and help preserve her skin. Surin tries to refuse the treasure politely, but Qin Yi insists it is useless to him and more suited to a young lady like Hede. Hede finally accepts the box with a quiet thank you, and Qin Yi keeps flattering her future until even Tian Belize softens for the first time. But Qin Yi immediately raises the stakes again by saying there is someone with potential equal to Hede, and that person is Lin Yu. He reveals that Lin Yu reached Yiqing level 4 in only 3 years, and even calls him a once-in-a-thousand-years genius praised by his master. That is too much for Tian Belize, and he crushes the arm of his sandalwood chair in a burst of silent fury. Before anyone can smooth it over, a cry comes from outside and Zhang Xiaofan tumbles back into the hall after being knocked down. Hede rushes to help him up, and when Lin Yu follows looking worried and apologizing, she instantly decides he bullied her junior. Already irritated by all the praise around Lin Yu, Hede snaps and unleashes Phoenix Soul straight at him before anyone can explain. Surin and Qin Yi both shout for her to stop, but Lin Yu reacts on instinct and summons a green sword to meet the attack. The moment Tian Belize recognizes Dragon Slayer in Lin Yu's hand, his expression turns even colder, because Vasp Kalo has clearly armed the boy like a treasured prodigy. At first the two espers are evenly matched, red silk against green sword in the middle of the hall. Then Hede powers up, lifting into the air as Phoenix Soul extends into long blazing layers and wraps Lin Yu inside a cocoon of red silk. For a moment it looks like Hede has already won, and Zhang Xiaofan can only stare up at her overwhelming display in stunned admiration. But Claw starts tearing from inside the cocoon, and a leak of green light warns that Lin Yu is about to break through. With a dragon-like roar, Lin Yu bursts free and drives Dragon Slayer straight toward Hede before she can fully reset her defense. Hede drags Phoenix Soul back into layered shields in front of herself, but Lin Yu's sword keeps stabbing through barrier after barrier and the next instant could decide everything. A sudden wall of ice slams between them, because Qin Yi finally intervenes and blocks Dragon Slayer cold. Qin Yi pulls Lin Yu back from the ice wall while Hede goes pale from the strain, and Surin turns away toward Tian Belize as both espers dim and return to their owner's hands. When the clash finally stops, the Hall of Quietude falls into a hard, dangerous silence. In Hall of Quietude, Tian Belize glares at Lin Yu's Dragon Slayer display and praises it in a tone that sounds more like anger than admiration. Qin Yi quickly urges Lin Yu to apologize, and Lin Yu reluctantly says sorry to Zhang Xiaofan for striking too hard in what he calls a simple test. Zhang Xiaofan is more worried about his old friend than himself, so he awkwardly says it was nothing, which only makes Tian Belize simmer harder. Qin Yi suddenly realizes the danger, because unlike Lin Yu, he knows Bamboo Peak may be weak overall, but Tian Belize and Surin are feared even by other peak masters. Just as Tian Belize is about to move, Surin lightly catches his hand and coolly reminds him not to fight a junior. Qin Yi bows and begs for mercy in his master's name, trying to shield Lin Yu before the situation explodes. Seeing Lin Yu in trouble, Zhang Xiaofan kneels and tries to take the blame himself, saying he was the one who wanted to test the visiting disciple's sword skill. That clumsy defense snaps the last thread of Tian Belize's patience, and he roars at Zhang Xiaofan to shut up. With one sweep of his sleeve, Tian Belize blasts Zhang Xiaofan across the hall and smashes him into the wall hard enough to make him vomit blood. The whole hall freezes, then Heidi rushes to help Zhang Xiaofan up while Lin Yu's shock turns straight into rage. When Lin Yu shouts and calls Tian Belize a short fatty, Dragon Slayer flares again, and the insult finally pushes Tian Belize over the edge. Tian Belize vanishes in a blur, and Qin Yi can only shout a warning as Lin Yu throws up Dragon Slayer's aura to defend himself. But Tian Belize tears straight through the green sword aura, appears right in Lin Yu's face, and forces the younger disciple to stagger back in fear. Then Tian Belize does the impossible, grabbing Dragon Slayer barehanded through its sword's spirit, and taking control of the famed weapon. Qin Yi jumps in front of Lin Yu and begs again, but Tian Belize ignores him and coldly says a Nine Skies Esper is not the same thing as invincibility. Dragon Slayer erupts with an even greater green light in Tian Belize's hand, proving he can draw out more power from Lin Yu's own sword than Lin Yu can. He swings once, and a towering green sword beam tears toward Qin Yi and Lin Yu like a dragon. Qin Yi draws frozen ice and throws up 7 layers of ice wall, but Tian Belize's borrowed strike crushes them almost effortlessly. With nowhere left to retreat, Qin Yi burns all his strength on a white shield and barely keeps the beam a foot from his body. The force drives both visitors out of Hall of Quietude and gouges a deep trench in the ground, while Tian Belize still has not moved from his spot. At the last instant, just before Qin Yi is overwhelmed, Tian Belize halts Dragon Slayer's attack on his own. Frozen ice drops to the ground, and Qin Yi immediately thanks Tian Belize for sparing them. A moment later, Tian Belize throws Dragon Slayer back out of the hall and coldly orders the 2 visitors to leave, ending the fight as abruptly as he started it. Once the visitors flee, the Bamboo Peak disciples sit in terrified silence, and only Zhang Xiaofan's pain-broken yelp dares to break the room. Tian Belize says nothing, sighs at his disciples' lowered heads, and stalks off toward the rear hall while Surin dismisses everyone. In the back corridor, Surin asks why he was so furious, and Tian Belize reveals what really shook him. Qin Yi formed ice walls without even drawing frozen ice at first. Surin calmly judges Qin Yi to be at least Yuqing level 8, which means none of Bamboo Peak's current disciples can match him. That blunt truth leaves Tian Belize staring into the courtyard in silence, with Bamboo Peak's weakness weighing visibly on him. When he finally asks about Zhang Xiaofan, Surin teases him for nearly beating the boy to death, and Tian Belize gruffly orders her to take him a yellow pill tonight. That night, Zhang Xiaofan returns to his room sore and thoughtful, while the gray monkey races in first and Big Yella follows to roughhouse inside. As he sits down replaying Tian Belize's overwhelming power in his mind, Surin appears at the doorway and quietly cuts through his sighing. Surin checks his injury, decides it is not serious, and gives him a yellow pill. The medicine works almost instantly, washing the pain out of his body and leaving Zhang Xiaofan shocked at how completely he recovers. Surin tells him the pill came from Tian Belize, making Zhang Xiaofan realize his master was worried even if he could not show it openly. She asks if he resents Tian Belize, then admits today's blow was wrong but says his master's pride never lets him say regret aloud. When Zhang Xiaofan still blames his own stupidity, Surin stops him and says the real problem is not effort but talent, and Tian Belize knows that better than anyone. She finally tells him what is crushing Tian Belize. Bamboo Peak keeps weakening, other peaks mock his disciples, and he fears dying before his branch can recover. After realizing she has just laid all that on a 14-year-old boy, Surin cuts herself off, tells him to rest, and leaves him alone with those thoughts. But when Zhang Xiaofan turns back into the room, he finds Heidi standing there in red by the candlelight and startles in a whisper. Heidi admits she came because she was worried about him, but had to hide outside when she saw her mother already there. Before Zhang Xiaofan can answer properly, Big Yella pushes against Heidi's leg and the gray monkey immediately gets jealous enough to yank the dog's tail. Heidi is more amused than angry, especially after Zhang Xiaofan explains the monkey once bribed Big Yella with a meaty bone and somehow made friends with him. Then Heidi turns serious again, checks on his condition, and complains that her father took out his frustration on the wrong person. Zhang Xiaofan starts defending Tian Belize again, but Heidi shuts him down and says the real issue was her father getting rattled by Kevin and Bei's talent. When Zhang Xiaofan mentions yellow pill, Heidi is startled to learn her father gave one of his treasured medicines to him at all. She explains yellow pill is a rare treasure made from 23 spiritual herbs, and Zhang Xiaofan is stunned that Tian Belize gave him something even Heidi never got to use. A soft rain starts outside, and the conversation drifts to the window as both of them pause in the cold night air. For one quiet moment, Zhang Xiaofan just stands beside Hidi watching the rain, and the simple scene hits him with painful, wordless feeling. When the room grows chilly, Hidi has him shut the window and quietly pulls out a small box. Inside is the bright refresh bead, and when Hidi asks if it is pretty, Zhang Xiaofan's heart sinks because he immediately realizes how much the bead matters to her. Hidi notices something is wrong with him, but Zhang Xiaofan buries it and insists he is fine. As she gets ready to leave, Hidi suddenly remembers why she really came and turns back with a secretive smile. She hands Zhang Xiaofan a paper, and one look tells him it contains the third-level pure essence incantation. Hidi bluntly says she is giving it to him because she is sick of watching her father neglect and humiliate his own disciple. She orders him to practice in secret, get strong enough to show Tianbeli someday, and stop being humiliated like he was today. Zhang Xiaofan worries she will be punished if their parents find out, but Hidi brushes that off as a small price if it means he stops getting treated like a fool. Her loyalty hits Zhang Xiaofan so hard that in that instant he feels he would die for her without regret. Then Hidi dampens the moment by saying he might someday force a draw with Bei, but he should not even dream of catching up to Kevin. She slips away into the rainy darkness, leaving Zhang Xiaofan alone with the secret paper and Kevin's name echoing painfully in his head. Unable to settle, Zhang Xiaofan ends up outside in the rain staring at the sky, wounded by love, shame, and resolve all at once. At dawn after the rain, he is back in the kitchen boiling water, but Hidi's harsh words from last night keep replaying until he nearly burns himself. While he cools his burned hand in water and thinks he needs a better fire stick, strange muffled noises outside draw him to the door. There he finds Big Yella and the gray monkey wrestling over the ugly black rod they dragged out from his room. Zhang Xiaofan snatches the rod away, threatens both animals with no lunch, and actually manages to chase them off. Back inside, he recognizes the rod as the strange relic from the Hidden Valley and realizes it works perfectly as a heat-proof poker for the stove. At lunch in the dining hall, Tianbeli finally addresses the disciples and drags everyone's attention straight back to yesterday's humiliation. Xavion tries to flatter him for showing his might, but Tianbeli explodes and says that is not the point at all. Tianbeli says yesterday proved the other peak's disciples are already far ahead, and even a junior adopted only 3 years ago could come to Bamboo Peak and make a scene. With the 7 Peaks tournament approaching, he orders every disciple to shut themselves in and train until they show real improvement. Even Hidi is not exempt, and when she starts to protest, Cern quietly reins her in before the argument can begin. Only Zhang Xiaofan is left out of the lockdown because someone still has to cook, leaving Bamboo Peak to settle into tense closed-door training around one free dog, one troublesome monkey, and one very lonely kitchen boy. A loud familiar racket breaks Bamboo Peak's quiet as the gray monkey and Big Yella pull off another kitchen theft together. Zhang Xiaofan can only fume, because for 2 years his cooking has been good enough to lure even the sect dog into this daily bone war. Now 16 and taller than Hidi, Zhang Xiaofan lives the easiest life on Bamboo Peak because everyone else is pushed into cultivation, while he keeps the kitchen running. But in secret, he has not been idle at all, and after barely a year following Xavion's instructions, he somehow reached the second Yuqing level by himself. He cannot make sense of that progress, but he keeps the question buried because Tianbeli is distant, Xavion and Hidi are busy, and Amandla is still away. The bigger temptation is Hidi's secret gift of the third-level incantation, because he still cannot forget being told he would never catch up to Kevin. 10 nights later, Zhang Xiaofan gives in and starts training the third level anyway, gambling on the step where talent finally separates disciples. He knows exactly what that means, because the third level is the harsh bottleneck before navigate object, and everyone around him already assumes he belongs with the hopeless cases. Back in the kitchen, his thoughts drift to the black fire stick, and the ugly object suddenly feels less ordinary than ever. Seeing those red vein-like lines jolts him back to the ancient valley, and the blood-forged nightmare he has tried to forget. Those old memories still drag up violent bloodthirst, and the shadow of Monk Posey, which is why he keeps relying on fawn wisdom to force his mind calm. A pine cone smacks him on the head and snaps him out of it, and his angry shout dies halfway when he sees Amandla standing in the doorway instead. Amandla jokes about how much Zhang Xiaofan has grown, and Zhang Xiaofan answers with genuine relief because he really did miss him. Then Amandla quietly reveals why he came to Zhang Xiaofan first. He stayed away an extra half-year chasing material for an esper, and he wants backup before facing Tianbeli. Zhang Xiaofan immediately asks what kind of esper he made, but Amandla dodges the question and drags him along anyway. Not long after, Tianbeli's furious roar explodes from Hall of Quietude, and outside it is obvious Amandla's return did not go well. At dinner, the whole family is finally gathered again, but Tianbeli is still visibly simmering while the disciples press Amandla for answers. When Hidi asks her father why he is so angry, Tianbeli orders Amandla to stop hiding and show everyone his esper. Amandla hesitates, looks to Cern for mercy, and even she gently tells him to stop hiding and show everyone what caused the trouble. So Amandla finally empties his bag onto the table, and the secret weapon that made Tianbeli explode turns out to be 3 carved dice. The silence breaks into laughter, and Amandla sits there red-faced while his dignified esper reveal collapses into a joke. Tianbili stares into him for forging a gambling tool instead of a proper weapon, and he is already dreading the humiliation of the coming tournament. Amanda hurriedly explains that the dice were carved from a 1,000-year spiritual 3B tree, but the material's worth only makes the result look worse. Surin steps in to cool Tianbili down, reminding him that an esper belongs to its user and quietly touching an old unresolved memory between them. She still warns Amanda to take his esper seriously, because whether or not it is a sword, this choice will matter for his future. With that settled, Surin shifts the room's mood and warns every disciple that the Seven Peaks tournament is only a month away and Bamboo Peak will be judged there. The disciples answer at once, but Zhang Xiaofan blurts out the question on his mind and timidly asks if he is going too. Surin smiles and says yes, because he is still one of Bamboo Peak's disciples, and Zhang Xiaofan lights up on the spot. Tianbili immediately undercuts the moment with a cutting insult, but Zhang Xiaofan is too happy about the trip to care. That night in his room, Zhang Xiaofan comes back glowing with excitement, only to find Big Yella and the gray monkey sprawled across his bed like they own it. The monkey has stolen the black fire stick again and is using it like a scratching tool on Big Yella, another odd sign of how attached it is to the thing. Still, Zhang Xiaofan is too pleased about the tournament to dwell on it, and he chatters happily to the dog and monkey about finally getting to go. His thoughts drift even farther, and he admits to himself that maybe he can finally see Jingyu again at the tournament. But the happiness sours when he remembers that if he actually has to duel, he will probably only embarrass Tianbili in front of everyone. When he asks the dog and monkey for agreement, the monkey answers with absent noise and Big Yella does not even bother pretending to care. Zhang Xiaofan snaps at the dog, and the monkey answers by hurling the black fire stick straight at him. He dodges, the stick clatters off the table onto the floor, and the room breaks into one more dog and monkey chorus at his expense. Left alone with his thoughts, Zhang Xiaofan falls into the old comparison again, and remembers Kevern's effortless ice spell from 2 years earlier. That leads him straight to another sharper memory. The night Hidi sat beside the lamp in this very room and looked at him with those soft eyes. The thought stings badly enough that he suddenly sees himself in the fire stick on the floor, lonely and thrown aside. With a tired sigh and no real expectation, he casually tries the first navigate object hand motion toward the fallen stick. He is already braced for failure when the black fire stick suddenly twitches, and that tiny movement changes everything. On the morning of the Seven Peaks tournament, Bamboo Peak is buzzing with nerves and excitement because most of the younger disciples have never seen this once-in-60 years event before. Hidi corners Xavion for details, and he tells her the tournament draws the whole sect and only the best disciples from each house get to stand there. Hidaji jumps in with a grin and says the real thrill is not just winning fights, but hearing a beautiful shimmy cheer for you in front of everyone. Xavion instantly blushes, and his flustered denial only tells Hidi she has found exactly the right weakness. With Wu Dai and Jing Dali backing him up, Hidaji reminds everyone that a pretty disciple from Bamboo Height applauded Xavion the loudest at the last tournament, and the whole group starts closing in on the story. Trying to defend himself, Xavion blurts out Bako's name far too quickly and walks straight into an even worse round of teasing. Realizing he cannot win, Xavion flees under the excuse of checking on the master and mistress, leaving the others laughing behind him. Hidi immediately turns to Hidaji for details about Bako, and he tells her she will probably meet Master Shueiyu's favorite student at the main house today. That makes Hidi laugh even harder, because now she is sure Xavion woke up this excited for more than just the tournament. As the mood stays light around her, Hidi notices Zhang Xiaofan smiling along but still looking distracted and heavy inside. She pulls him aside and asks what is wrong, and Zhang Xiaofan instinctively touches his chest before insisting he is fine. When Hidi presses him, Zhang Xiaofan reluctantly shows her the ugly black fire stick he plans to bring as his esper. He explains awkwardly that Master's kindness is the only reason he gets to attend, so this miserable fire stick is all he has to bring. Hidi bursts out laughing at the thought of him entering Jadian's grand tournament with a kitchen fire stick, and the rest of the disciples quickly gather to laugh too. Their good-natured teasing still hits Zhang Xiaofan like a blade, and a sudden surge of fierce anger rises so hard inside him that he nearly cannot breathe. The familiar chill from the black fire stick spreads into his palm as he grips it tighter and tries to hold himself together. Hidi notices the hurt she caused, drops the joke at once, and gives him a sincere apology. She admits she meant to find him a proper esper so he would not become a laughingstock, but her mother's training kept her too busy and she forgot. Zhang Xiaofan tells her not to worry, but Hidi still tries to reassure him that everyone already knows his limits and this trip is just a chance to learn. Then she lowers her voice and promises that if anyone gives him trouble at the tournament, he only has to tell her and she will get even for him. Her kindness reaches him, but the hot unstable feeling inside Zhang Xiaofan still refuses to calm down. Trying to cheer him up again, Hidi whispers about sneaking off together later to explore the fun places at Peak of Widows. Zhang Xiaofan agrees, but he cannot even meet her eyes. Caught between sweetness and frustration he does not understand. Before the moment can go further, Hidachi calls out that the master and mistress are coming. Tianbili steps out of the Hall of Quietude in a sky-blue robe with Surin beside him in light green, and Xavion follows behind wearing such a stiff serious face that the earlier teasing still hangs in the air. Big Yellow trots in with the gray monkey riding on his back, and the monkey immediately leaps to Zhang Xiaofan's shoulder with a happy shriek. Tianbeli summons the red glow of flame spirit to depart, but Big Yellow tugs at his pants until the master grudgingly takes the dog along too. Surin follows into the sky and orders Xavian to carry Zhang Xiaofan, since his skill is still too weak for this trip on his own. The rest of Bamboo Peak gets ready to fly in pairs, and a manless enlarged white dice esper looks so absurd hovering in midair that Ledaxin cannot help worrying it might drop him. Amanda tries to turn even that into a bet, and Ledaxin dryly shuts him down before he can finish. Just as Xavian gets Zhang Xiaofan ready to go, the gray monkey points at the sky and excitedly demands to come too. Xavian thinks it over, shrugs that the master already brought Big Yella, and allows the monkey to join them. Before she lifts off on Phoenix Soul, Hebe warns Zhang Xiaofan to hold on tight during the flight. Xavian draws his yellow sword Ten Tiger, and Zhang Xiaofan climbs on behind him, while the gray monkey clutches his head in alarm. When Ten Tiger tilts sharply upward and launches, Zhang Xiaofan grabs Xavian's back and fights the fear of falling. They fly straight into a sea of white cloud, and the cutting wind leaves Zhang Xiaofan shaking with fear and exhilaration at the same time. Then they burst above the clouds, and Zhang Xiaofan finally sees the pure blue sky and rolling cloud sea from high above with his own eyes. Ahead, Peak of Widows rises like a stairway into heaven, with bells ringing and streams of colored esper lights rushing toward it from every direction. Xavian and Zhang Xiaofan join that river of light and finally land on the great cloud sea square at Peak of Widows. The gray monkey jumps away to explore, but Zhang Xiaofan stops dead because he recognizes this famous square from 5 years ago and finds it just as beautiful as before, only much more crowded now. Hundreds of Jadian disciples from different houses are already gathered there, chatting in excited clusters while they wait for the tournament to begin. Hede waves them over to Bamboo Peak's group, and Xavian leads Zhang Xiaofan through the crowd to join the others. Once they regroup, Hede asks about Zhang Xiaofan's first flight, and he can only answer that the view was beautiful. Hede tells him to work harder so one day he can craft his own esper and fly anywhere he wants instead of riding with someone else. Xavian turns the talk practical and asks where the master and mistress went after arriving. Hidaji explains that a main house disciple escorted Tian Belis and Surin to Crystal Hall for a meeting of the 7 house masters, so the rest were ordered to wait here. Xavian quietly gathers his juniors and asks what they have learned, because he has already noticed a lot of unfamiliar faces from the other houses. The group agrees the other peaks seem to have recruited many more disciples, and Wudei guesses the early matches will still mostly be against experienced seniors. Xavian warns them not to count on that, because Dragonhead Peak's prodigy Bei proved 2 years ago that a newer disciple can still be a major threat. That name freezes the whole group, and Zhang Xiaofan feels a complicated stab of relief, admiration, and jealousy all at once. Hede suddenly snaps that Bei is trash and vows that if she meets him on the stage, she will show everyone who the real victor is. Amanda jumps on Hede's challenge with a grin and tries to start a bet on her future win, but Ledaxin immediately boots him away and breaks the tension with a laugh. Just as Xavian is about to speak again, a gentle woman's voice behind him says, "Song Shixiang, long time no see," and the words hit him like a physical blow. A soft call from behind snaps Xavian around, and Bamboo Peak finds itself facing a small group of Bamboo Height women led by the beautiful Bako. The men from Bamboo Peak instantly realize who she is, and their smug faces make it obvious they are ready to watch Xavian embarrass himself. Even after Bako softly calls him Song Shixiang, Xavian still just stares, and both sides start laughing at how badly he has locked up. Hidaji jumps in to greet Bako properly, and she remembers him from the last tournament even though his famous match was actually a loss. Then Hidaji turns the knife, joking that Xavian spent years thinking about Bako, which makes her flush and leaves Xavian panicking. A Bamboo Height girl presses him, and Xavian blurts out that he really did miss Bako, setting off even louder laughter from both groups. Hidaji piles on by claiming Xavian says Bako's name every quarter hour, and this time even Xavian can only glare while everyone roars. When Xavian awkwardly tries to explain himself, Bako teases him with one direct question about his heart and leaves him stammering all over again. Bako gives up on the hopeless conversation and switches to Hede instead, recognizing her from past visits and warmly praising how beautiful she has become. Hede flatters Bako right back and quietly jokes that Xavian is completely enchanted, earning Bako's verdict that Bamboo Peak's senior brother is a hopeless wood brain. Bako leads Hede into the Bamboo Height group, and Xavian is left standing there uselessly while the girls laugh without him. Before anyone can rescue him, Amanda notices another big arrival, and Zhang Xiaofan turns to see Dragonhead Peak marching in as an impressive block of white-robed disciples led by Kevern. Kevern comes over politely, and Xavian returns the greeting as the two trade modest words about the tournament. While the seniors talk, Zhang Xiaofan searches the Dragonhead Peak crowd until he finally locks eyes with Bei, his old friend from home. The two friends rush together and clasp hands, full of things to say but briefly too overwhelmed to get any of them out. Bei is surprised Zhang Xiaofan made the trip, and when he starts criticizing Tian Belis again, Zhang Xiaofan hurriedly defends his master instead of letting the reunion turn bitter. They laugh it off and fall back into easy banter about how much they've both grown over the past 2 years. Then Zhang Xiaofan glances over and sees Kevin greeting the women, and a sharp jealousy hits him before he even understands it. Bei notices Zhang Xiaofan suddenly go pale, but Zhang Xiaofan can only insist that nothing is wrong while still staring at Kevin. In front of everyone, Kevin greets Hidi first, and her shy blush and lowered voice make Zhang Xiaofan feel like his chest has been cut open. Bako immediately reads the situation and cuts in, pointedly asking whether Kevin remembers only Hidi and not the rest of Bamboo Height. Kevin smoothly apologizes, and the talk turns into a polite duel of reputations as he praises Bako's tournament record and her standing in Bamboo Height. Bako downplays herself and reveals Bamboo Height has an even more gifted junior hidden away, which only makes Kevin more eager for the tournament. A thunderous whistle suddenly drops from the sky, and a peak of Widow's Duelist arrives on a red flying sword to summon all tournament disciples to Crystal Hall. The crowd breaks into motion, and Zhang Xiaofan notices that despite all their skill, nobody dares fly toward Crystal Hall. As they walk, Hidi stays with Bako and the Bamboo Height girls, while Kevin drifts through the other houses like someone who already knows everyone. Bei quietly explains that Kevin is both powerful and trusted by his master, which is why every peak treats him with respect. The procession reaches Rainbow Bridge, and for Zhang Xiaofan and Bei the famous span brings back the day they first crossed it as frightened village boys. Bei sighs that 5 years have passed, and Zhang Xiaofan keeps walking in silence under the same blue sky and rolling cloud sea they saw back then. Zhang Xiaofan finally asks why no one flies here, and Bei tells him Crystal Hall is a holy place where disciples must walk. Bei adds the real warning: Peak of Widows is protected by the deadly Regenesis sword array, and anyone who dares fly over it will be cut down. Hearing that the founder's great array has guarded Jadian for centuries, Zhang Xiaofan can only stare at the mountain and quietly marvel. Among roughly 60 contestants crossing the bridge, Zhang Xiaofan sees just how polished Jadian's younger generation looks, especially the many Bamboo Height women among them. Past the bridge, they find the water Kirin not hidden in the pond this time but sprawled up beside it like a sleeping mountain. Just like the others, Zhang Xiaofan and Bei bow to the giant guardian before climbing toward Crystal Hall. The old memory loosens them up, and when they joke about how terrifying the beast looked compared to anything in their village, Zhang Xiaofan suddenly laughs out loud. His laugh is loud enough to make nearby disciples turn and stare, so both boys quickly sober up and pretend nothing happened. Once the attention passes, the two friends trade a relieved smile and move on together. When Zhang Xiaofan and Bei bow at the pond, the water Kirin sleeps through it all, snoring like thunder without the slightest reaction. As they head for the steps, Zhang Xiaofan finally congratulates Bei on his cultivation, and Bei admits he drove himself so hard because he still wants revenge for Grass Temple Village. Zhang Xiaofan has no answer except a hand on his friend's shoulder, and the moment says more than words could. Bei shakes off the heavy mood and asks about Zhang Xiaofan's own progress, and Zhang Xiaofan can only call himself slow and disappointing despite Bamboo Peak treating him well. Bei still assumes Tian Belize held him back on purpose, but Zhang Xiaofan refuses to believe his master would do that. Trying to move past himself, Zhang Xiaofan asks about Bei's esper and learns he carries Dragon Slayer, Dragon Head Peak's treasured divine sword. Then Bei asks the same question back, and Zhang Xiaofan is forced to hide the truth and say he still has no esper because his cultivation is not high enough. Bei tries to comfort him by saying this trip is just a chance to learn, but that well-meant kindness lands like salt on an open wound. For a moment Zhang Xiaofan burns with anger and humiliation because everyone sees him as a spectator here, not a real contender. At that exact low point, the hidden black fire stick suddenly answers with a cool current running from his palm up his arm instead of hurting him. He realizes the strange chill is almost comforting, and Bei has noticed none of it. Then a deafening roar explodes from behind them, so violent that even the gathered Jadian disciples stop cold and whip around in shock. Near the green pond, the sleeping water Kirin suddenly jerks awake and turns on Jadian's own disciples with raw hatred in its eyes. The mountain wind turns violent as the pond twists into a vortex, and a giant pillar of water coils up into the sky under the guardian beast's control. Even the elite disciples go pale, because this is the first time they truly see why water Kirin is feared as Jadian's ancient protector. As beast-like shadows churn inside the water column, water Kirin finally hurls the attack straight at the disciples. At the last instant, Doilshin drops from the sky between them and calls for Master Spirit to calm down. Knowing he may not be able to stop that cursed water head-on, Doilshin forms a glowing Tai Chi and turns his own robe into a barrier. Doilshin's giant green robe catches the water pillar, but the collision is so violent that even his barrier is driven backward through the air. The backlash rips through the stairway, and weaker disciples can barely stay on their feet under the storm of pressure. Zhang Xiaofan and Bei both lose their balance, and in the scramble Zhang Xiaofan lets go of the black fire stick without noticing the strange chill vanish from his hand. More Jadian masters rush into the sky behind Doilshin, and the full weight of the sect's leadership suddenly fills the battlefield. But just as suddenly, water Kirin's fury fades into confusion, and the giant attack collapses into a harmless flood on the ground. Ignoring every master present, water Kirin only sniffs through the disciples as if searching for a scent it has suddenly lost. When it finds nothing, the ancient beast simply lies back down beside the pond and starts snoring again, leaving the whole sect speechless. Wu Dei quickly covers for the disaster, urging the disciples onward and calling the attack nothing more than Master Spirit's joke. Inside Crystal Hall, Zhang Xiaofan is hit by old memories and quietly asks Bei whether he has seen their missing Uncle Bozo in the last 5 years. Bei says he has not seen him either, only heard the old man is still wandering Peak of Widows in madness but being looked after by the disciples there. The two old friends quietly agree that after the tournament ends, they want to visit him together. Doyle-shin returns to the hall as if nothing happened, and the elders instantly understand he does not want the water Kirin incident discussed in front of the disciples. Wu Dei formally opens the Seven Peaks tournament and reminds everyone it exists to keep Jadian from growing lazy and weak. He reveals this is already the 20th tournament, a tradition stretching back more than 1,000 years, and the disciples are visibly impressed. Wu Dei also says this year's field has been expanded to 64 disciples, and Zhang Xiaofan notices Tian Belis looking quietly unhappy with the decision. The draw rules come into focus when Wu Dei points out the big red box that will decide the first round matchups. Then the awkward part comes out. There are only 63 wax beads because Bamboo Peak could send only 8 disciples, and the whole hall turns toward Tian Belis. That means whoever draws number 1 gets a free pass through the first round, and the disciples break into a fresh uproar over the absurd luck involved. Doyle-shin ends the debate with one calm order, and the draw begins house by house. Peak of Widows draws first, then Dragonhead Peak, and Bei steps up with the white-robed disciples when his Peak's turn arrives. While waiting for Bamboo Peak's turn, Zhang Xiaofan studies the seated masters and realizes the unfamiliar nun at the far right must be Shuiyu of Bamboo Height. Behind Shuiyu, Zhang Xiaofan spots a beautiful young disciple in snow-white clothes carrying a sky-blue sword with faint wave-like light around it. When Zhang Xiaofan keeps staring, the white-clad girl suddenly looks back with open scorn and leaves him blushing in place. Hidi yanks him back to reality and drags him over, because at last it is Bamboo Peak's turn to draw. Bamboo Peak finishes its draw and steps back with their beads. Then Bako leads Bamboo Height's disciples forward while Shuiyu sends them on. All over the hall, disciples crack open their wax beads and nervously compare numbers while everyone waits to hear who got the golden draw. After a long silence, Wu Dei finally demands to know who drew number 1. To everyone's disbelief, the lucky winner is Zhang Xiaofan, who timidly raises the slip while the whole hall turns to stare at him. Bamboo Peak immediately swarms around him, half congratulating him and half groaning that such ridiculous luck landed on Zhang Xiaofan of all people. Hidi even teases that he should hand the free pass over to her, and Zhang Xiaofan is innocent enough to nearly do it. Xavian shuts the joke down, and Hidi flicks Zhang Xiaofan's forehead instead, laughing at how easy he is to fool. After the numbers are gathered for posting, the headmaster steps forward and addresses the disciples as the future of Jadian. He warns the disciples that peace may not last, because there are already signs the forces of evil are stirring again. Then he raises the stakes by announcing that this tournament's champion will win the powerful Union Mirror, and the whole hall jolts with excitement. The reward is Union Mirror, and the younger disciples blink in confusion, while the older ones instantly light up with hunger. Xavian quietly explains that Union Mirror was Wu Fangzi's treasure, and, in the hands of someone strong enough, can reflect any attack back at the enemy. With a treasure like that on the line, even disciplined cultivators start burning with greed and ambition before the contest has even begun. Doyle-shin dismisses the disciples to rest for the night, because the tournament begins at dawn. After the disciples and elders are sent out, Doyle-shin lets the warmth drop and keeps only the 7 house heads behind for a private talk. He opens with the subject no one could ignore, telling the others that he has personally examined Master Spirit. Meanwhile outside, the disciples pass the pond again still nervous, and this time the giant guardian is peacefully asleep as if nothing ever happened. Back across Rainbow Bridge in the Cloud Sea Square, Bei parts ways with Zhang Xiaofan and rejoins Dragon Head Peak. As Xavian starts explaining lodging plans, Zhang Xiaofan suddenly realizes the gray monkey is missing and panics. Everyone searches the square with him, because if Ash wandered into Peak of Widow's huge forests, he might be impossible to find again. Hidi finally spots the little thief, and the missing monkey is happily riding Big Yellow while the dog trots along with a bone in its mouth. Relieved and annoyed at once, Zhang Xiaofan takes the monkey back onto his shoulder and demands to know where that bone came from. The monkey points the way, and an embarrassed Xavian admits the bone was stolen from Peak of Widow's dining hall. The whole group breaks into laughter, and the tension from the day's disasters finally loosens for a moment. On the way to the dormitory, Xavian tells Hidi she will stay with the Bamboo Height women instead, and she immediately turns it into another chance to tease him about Bako. Xavian goes red and pretends not to hear her, while Zhang Xiaofan turns around and warns his monkey not to keep acting like a thief. The monkey only laughs it off, and Zhang Xiaofan has to bark at lazy old Big Yellow too before the whole messy little family finally catches up. Back in the private meeting, Doyle-shin admits the worst part of the water current incident is that he found nothing wrong with the beast at all. The masters throw out theories, but none of them can explain why the guardian attacked the disciples and then stopped after a single strike. Doyle-shin even tried using a secret art to communicate with Master Spirit, but by then the beast was already asleep again and impossible to question. Since the water Kirin mystery has to wait, Doyle-shin shifts to a second crisis and asks whether they know Kong Sang Mountain and the Cave of Fangs. He reveals the cave was once a major evil stronghold, and Incense Valley has reported fresh signs of dark activity there. So half a year ago he secretly sent his own disciple Ikai to investigate Kong Sang Mountain ahead of everyone else. Ikai's letter confirmed that evil followers are active around the Cave of Fangs, and Doyle Shin warns their purpose is more alarming than anyone expected. According to his interrogation, the Old Blood Forger faction may be trying to reclaim a hidden cave full of lost evil treasures and forbidden scrolls. And if that hidden cave is real, Doyle Shin warns it may contain the one thing none of them can afford to let resurface: the sinister orb. He explains that Incense Valley and Sky Song Temple are already sending their best disciples, so Jadian cannot afford to sit back and watch. So Doyle Shin makes his decision. After the Seven Peaks tournament, Jadian will send its top 4 disciples to Kong Sang Mountain for real experience and a real fight. The other house heads agree, and with that, the mission is set in motion before the tournament has even started. Doyle Shin dismisses the meeting and sends the 6 heads to their prepared rooms, ending the night with both a tournament and a hidden war now looming ahead. Peak of Widows is packed for the Seven Peaks tournament, so 7 Bamboo Peak disciples get shoved into one overcrowded room instead of their usual comfort. Amanda starts griping about the stingy room arrangements, but the others immediately warn him not to badmouth the main house where anyone might hear. When Amanda demands a bed instead of the freezing floor, every brother he tries to guilt conveniently answers with fake snoring until he runs out of targets. The room gets even more ridiculous when the noise shakes the wall and an angry disciple next door yells that Bamboo Peak snores too loudly. Amanda tries one last time to complain, only for Zhang Xiaofan to point out that a dog and monkey are literally fighting over his sleeping space, so he is the one being squeezed worst of all. At last the whole room snaps and tells Amanda to shut up, and the noisy Bamboo Peak guest room finally settles into uneasy sleep. Late that night, Zhang Xiaofan wakes up and realizes Big Yella and the gray monkey have slipped out of the room together. He remembers the kitchen lies in that direction, guesses the pair are sneaking off to steal food again, and almost decides to ignore it. But the thought of Bamboo Peak's animals getting caught stealing at the main house is too embarrassing, so Zhang Xiaofan rushes after them in secret. By the time he reaches the Cloud Sea, the dog and monkey are gone, and the mountain feels cold and strangely empty under the moon. As he turns toward the kitchen, Zhang Xiaofan suddenly spots a lone slim figure crossing the clouds toward Rainbow Bridge. Even from far away he instantly knows it is Hidi, and his heart sinks because he already fears why she would come out alone this late. He tries to force himself toward the kitchen instead, telling himself not to meddle in someone else's business. After only a few lonely steps, he stops under the cold moon, gives up on pretending, and turns back to chase after Hidi. He runs straight across Rainbow Bridge, no longer caring about the missing animals at all. At the far end, he finds Hidi by the pond and hides himself in a small grove so she will not see him. From the shadows, Zhang Xiaofan watches Hidi waiting alone in the wind, and his feelings only deepen as he wishes this fragile moment could last forever. Then Kevin calls out to her from Rainbow Bridge, and Hidi turns with open happiness the moment she hears him. That single smile shatters Zhang Xiaofan, and all he can hear in his empty chest is Hidi greeting Kevin as Chi Chi Xiang. Kevin apologizes for keeping her waiting because his fellow disciples stayed up fooling around, and Hidi's little bit of anger melts away as soon as she sees him. Hidi nervously asks why they had to meet here, still uneasy after Water Kirin's earlier outburst. Kevin brushes the danger aside and uses the quiet night to draw closer, setting a much more intimate mood than the daytime chaos allowed. When Hidi blushes and worries that secretly meeting like this might be wrong, Kevin finally confesses he has been unable to stop thinking about her since they first met 2 years ago. Hidi does not reject him at all. Instead, she shyly tells him he can call her Ling'er, the private name only her parents use. Then Hidi gathers all her courage and takes out the refresh bead she has kept with her for 2 years, offering a quiet answer to his feelings. After a long look, the two finally step into each other's arms, making Zhang Xiaofan's hidden heartbreak final and undeniable. They stay together whispering sweetly until Kevin notices the hour and says they should return before anyone discovers them. Hand in hand, Hidi and Kevin walk away across Rainbow Bridge together, leaving the night even colder behind them. Only after they vanish does Zhang Xiaofan step out from the bushes and stare at the pond, too broken to cry even though it feels like his whole world has reopened an old wound. He clenches his teeth and swallows the pain in silence, remembering the same helpless loss he felt years ago when his old life disappeared. A low roar suddenly snaps him out of it, and he turns to find the giant Water Kirin standing terrifyingly close behind him. He falls backward in panic, and the hidden black fire stick slips out of his clothes onto the ground between him and the beast. Instead of attacking, Water Kirin stares at the fire stick in puzzlement and cautiously reaches out with one claw to test it. The moment it touches the stick, Water Kirin jerks back as if unsettled, which leaves Zhang Xiaofan terrified but also stunned by the strange reaction. The sacred beast keeps inspecting the ugly stick with suspicious sniffs and side glances, acting so oddly that Zhang Xiaofan has the absurd thought it looks almost like Big Yella. At last Water Kirin gives up, shoots Zhang Xiaofan one more intimidating glare, and dives back into the pond. Shaking with sweat, Zhang Xiaofan scrambles up, grabs the fire stick, and can barely believe he survived. When water suddenly erupts behind him again, Zhang Xiaofan panics, shoves the fire stick back into his robe, and sprints for Rainbow Bridge without daring to look back. Only after he reaches the far end of the bridge does Zhang Xiaofan stop, breathing hard beneath the same cold moon that now feels lonelier than ever. By morning, the crowded room is full of fresh complaints again as Amanda groans that one night on the floor has wrecked his back before the contest. Ledaxon and Xavion dismiss Amanda's complaining, and then Amanda spots Zhang Xiaofan's bloodshot eyes and realizes he looks far worse than just sleepy. Zhang Xiaofan startles badly when Amanda slaps his shoulder, making it obvious his mind is still stuck somewhere far away. He tries to deny anything is wrong, but he dodgy cuts the talk short and reminds Amanda to worry about his own duel instead. That instantly turns the room chaotic again as Amanda lunges for a wash basin and starts bickering with Ledaxon over getting ready on time. Fed up with the noise, Zhang Xiaofan slips out for air, and the gray monkey hops onto his shoulder, while Big Yella trails after him. Xavion calls after him with a practical reminder to eat breakfast, still treating him like the youngest brother even when he looks half dead. Without meaning to, Zhang Xiaofan wanders back to the Cloud Sea, where the cool early wind only drags last night's pain right back into him. Now 16 and carrying 5 years of buried love for Hidi, he can barely keep himself together after seeing her with Kevin the night before. He drifts there in a daze until a surprise voice behind him breaks the spell. A young Jadian disciple holding a golden fan has walked up behind him, and the disciple is not looking at Zhang Xiaofan at all but at the gray monkey on his shoulder. While Zhang Xiaofan is with the gray monkey, a curious disciple leans in too close and nearly gets his face raked when the little beast snaps at him. Zhang Xiaofan apologizes, but the disciple just laughs it off and casually reveals that this is no ordinary monkey at all. When Zhang Xiaofan blankly asks what a monkey phantasm even is, the disciple is so shocked he can barely believe this rare creature simply followed Zhang Xiaofan home. The disciple hurries after him, introduces himself as Xing Shushu from Peak of Wind, and Zhang Xiaofan almost mistakes his name for uncle, which turns the awkward meeting into a joke. Xing Shushu explains his ridiculous name came from his father changing the strong name his mother chose, and the story finally gets Zhang Xiaofan to laugh. Once the mood eases, Xing Shushu proudly admits he loves books about strange creatures, then comes right back to the monkey because he cannot get over what Zhang Xiaofan is carrying around. As if offended by the conversation, the gray monkey yanks Zhang Xiaofan's hair hard enough to make him yelp, and Xing Shushu is even more impressed by how clever it is. Xing Shushu points out a tiny hidden line between the monkey's eyes and says that is the unopened third eye of a monkey phantasm. He explains that when it matures, the creature can wield elemental magic and see across vast distances, the source of the legendary gift of clairvoyance. Zhang Xiaofan still cannot match that grand legend to the fat little troublemaker in his hands, so he finally tosses it toward Big Yella to get some peace. The monkey instantly starts bothering Big Yella instead, and Xing Shushu keeps staring at it like he has found a priceless treasure. When they compare tournament numbers, Xing Shushu says he drew 33, and Zhang Xiaofan shyly admits he is the lucky disciple who got number 1 and skipped the first round. Xing Shushu realizes that means they would only meet in the final, jokes that this is a problem, and the two laugh over how little confidence either of them claims to have. Their chat ends when Xavion calls Zhang Xiaofan to breakfast, and Zhang Xiaofan parts from Xing Shushu on unexpectedly good terms. When Zhang Xiaofan casually says he was talking to Xing Shushu from Peak of Wind, Xavion is startled and reveals that he is Peak Head Xing Shu Chang's gifted only son, one of the tournament favorites. After breakfast, the disciples gather at Cloud Sea, where 8 stages now stand in a Bagua layout, and the great red matchup list towers beside the main platform. Zhang Xiaofan finds his own name at the far right of the list with no opponent attached, while his Bamboo Peak brothers grin and Amanda loudly complains about the unfair luck. A sharp voice cuts off the complaining as Tianbelis, Surin, and Hidi arrive, and the Bamboo Peak disciples immediately straighten up and salute. Surin tells them to bring honor to Bamboo Peak, but Zhang Xiaofan barely hears it because all he can see is Hidi looking especially radiant and happy today. That smile hits Zhang Xiaofan like a knife, and he lowers his head so quickly that Surin notices something is wrong. Surin gently checks on him, and Zhang Xiaofan forces out that he is fine even though he clearly is not. Surin reminds him that a lucky buy is not enough and tells him to watch his senior brother's matches carefully, because that is how he can still learn something useful today. The opening bell echoes across Cloud Sea, and the giant square suddenly falls silent. Master Doilshin and Master Vasp Kalo appear on the central platform, and Doilshin formally declares the 7 Peaks tournament open. Even during the opening words, Zhang Xiaofan keeps sneaking looks at Hidi's excited smile and misses almost everything else. By the time the next bell snaps him back, the first round has already started and Hidi is Bamboo Peak's only fighter in the opening group. Bamboo Peak hurries to the westernly platform, where Hidi's first opponent, Munsa of Sunrise Peak, is already being loudly cheered by his own side. The lead platform is so packed with Sunrise Peak disciples that even Tianbelis and Surin end up hemmed in by the crowd, facing Shang Jingliang across a sea of rival robes. Before going up, Hidi cheerfully tells her parents to wait for good news, showing not a trace of nerves. With a sharp command, Hidi sends Phoenix Soul under her feet and rises to the stage in a flash of red light that immediately steals the crowd's attention. Her elegant entrance makes Munsa's plain leap look crude by comparison, and the mostly male crowd erupts so loudly that people at other stages turn to look. Surin quietly notes that Heety's cultivation has improved, and even Tianbelis cannot hide that he is pleased. On the platform, Heety politely greets her Sunrise Peak opponent, and he answers with equal courtesy while eyeing Phoenix Soul with caution. Her opponent summons a brown glowing sword, and Surin immediately realizes the problem. Both fighters are using earth-aligned espers, so this match will come down to raw cultivation. The bell rings, and Heety attacks first without hesitation, driving Phoenix Soul straight at her opponent like a red bolt. Her opponent barely gets his sword up in time, and red light crashes into brown light hard enough to shake both fighters. When the clash holds to a draw, Tianbelis and Surin both realize Heety's opponent is stronger than they expected, and Sunrise Peak roars in approval. Amanda mutters that this is supposed to be a contest, not a screaming match, while on stage Heety's opponent starts setting up his next attack. Her opponent sends his sword soaring overhead and drops it down from the sky in a crushing earth-powered strike. Heety does not retreat at all and simply snaps Phoenix Soul wide above her, turning the silk into a red shield that catches the blow. Surin exhales in relief and calls her daughter silly and arrogant under her breath, while Tianbelis can only snort and watch. The moment Munsa's strike rebounds, Heety reshapes Phoenix Soul again, this time into a glowing red staff in her hand. As Heety brings that staff down, Munsa tears open the stage itself and raises a wall of huge stone slabs to block her. The staff crashes into the stone hard enough to jolt Heety, but the barrier still holds, and both Surin and Tianbelis turn grim, while Shang Jingliang gives a small approving nod. Munsa refuses to pause, climbs onto the stone, and drives his sword into it to trigger a new attack from beneath Heety's feet. The floor under Heety suddenly explodes into splinters as rock spikes burst upward, and Zhang Xiaofan blurts out a panicked cry from below before falling silent. Sunrise Peak starts cheering too early, but a burst of red light rips through the dust, and Heety rises out of it untouched with Phoenix Soul circling her waist. Still in the air, Heety sends Phoenix Soul diving into the ground, forcing Munsa to flee the spot just before the silk erupts beneath him like a red dragon. Then Heety uses the same silk technique Bamboo Peak saw against Bei before, stretching Phoenix Soul wider and wider until it loops around Munsa from every direction. The giant red cocoon keeps tightening around Munsa layer by layer, and the crowd falls into tense silence because everyone knows what happens if it crushes shut. Heety keeps forcing it smaller even as her face flushes and her hands begin to shake from the strain. Munsa finally tears through the silk, but when he comes out, his face is deathly pale and it is obvious the escape has drained him badly. His side cheers on instinct, yet the real masters already see the result, with Shang Jingliang sighing while Tianbelis and Surin exchange knowing smiles. Heety ends it immediately, snapping Phoenix Soul into Munsa's back and knocking him clean off the platform. The cheers die at once as Shang Jingliang orders his disciples to help Munsa, confirming the match is over. After landing lightly, Heety thanks Munsa for going easy on her, and he answers with a bitter smile that her talent deserves admiration. Shang Jingliang formally praises Heety's talent to Tianbelis and Surin, and Tianbelis accepts the compliment with unmistakable pride. The moment she returns, Bamboo Peak swarms Heety with praise, and Zhang Xiaofan is happier than anyone there to see her win. Heety grabs Surin's arm and proudly asks if she was impressive, and Surin finally laughs and gives her the answer she wants. Relieved by that strong start, Tianbelis tells the rest of Bamboo Peak to fight hard too, because Heety has just proved they can stand against the other houses. Everyone answers together and heads off toward the next matches, while Surin reminds Zhang Xiaofan one more time to pay attention and learn from what he sees. Left standing alone for a moment, Zhang Xiaofan decides he wants to find Heety and watch the others with her. But when he spots her, Heety is already walking quickly toward Kevern, and Zhang Xiaofan's heart drops on the spot. He can only watch as Heety talks with Kevern, laughs, and settles beside him to watch another match, leaving Zhang Xiaofan rooted in place and quietly crushed. Xing Shushu suddenly thumps Zhang Xiaofan on the shoulder, snapping him out of his brooding over Heety and back into the tournament noise. Ash instantly makes a face at Xing Shushu, hops onto Big Yella, and the two dash off together before Zhang can stop them. When Zhang sees their route lead straight toward the kitchen, he realizes the two thieves are hunting food again and can only groan in frustration. Xing Shushu casually reveals he has already finished his own match, and even won, leaving Zhang genuinely surprised by how easy he makes it sound. Xing Shushu brushes off any idea that he is strong, insisting he would rather read books and raise strange animals, and jokes that he only advanced because someone even weaker drew him. Then Xing Shushu reveals what he really wants by trying to trade for Ash, eagerly listing the bizarre creatures he keeps on Peak of Wind. Zhang refuses flatly, saying his bond with Ash matters more than any rare pet, no matter how exotic Xing Shushu makes them sound. Still not giving up, Xing Shushu drags Zhang away from the crowd, looks around guiltily, and produces a thick blue book as if he is unveiling a priceless treasure. Zhang first mistakes it for some valuable cultivation text, but the moment he opens it and sees the explicit drawings, he turns bright red and blurts out in shock. Xing Shushu panics at Zhang's loud reaction, snatches the book back under his robe, and hisses for him to keep his voice down before anyone notices. Instead of feeling ashamed, Sing Shushu proudly swears the book can win any woman's heart and offers it as a final trade for Ash. Zhang rejects even that without hesitation, and Sing Shushu can only grumble that this junior brother is hopelessly wooden. Even as Sing Shushu complains, Shang's gaze drifts back toward the clouds, showing he is still thinking about Hidi and has not settled down at all. Then another bell rings, and Sing Shushu instantly brightens and drags Zhang off to see what he calls the hottest attraction in all of Jadian. Zhang darkens when he guesses Sing Shushu means Kevin, but Sing Shushu says no, this time the whole sect is talking about someone else. Sing Shushu keeps the answer mysterious and pulls him all the way to the largest Jian platform, where an enormous crowd has already packed in tight. As they approach, the crowd's chatter makes the answer obvious. Everyone is here to see Bamboo Heights' famous beauty Ainen. An older white-bearded elder scolds the young disciples for gawking at women, then quickly lowers his voice when they whisper that Shueyu is sitting nearby. Sing Shushu confirms the star is a Bamboo Heights senior sister, and Zhang's curiosity only grows when he sees just how impossible it is to get close. Sing Shushu complains he should have camped here overnight for a good spot, then suddenly spots fellow Peak of Wind disciples and sees a way in. Thanks to that connection, the two finally squeeze through to the front and get a clear look at the stage and the masters seated beside it. From the front, Zhang recognizes Headmaster Doilshin, Master Vasp Kalo, Master Shueyu, and the line of Bamboo Height women behind them, including Bako and the cold blue-dressed beauty from yesterday. Sing Shushu finally points her out by name, and he is so dazzled by Ainen's beauty that Zhang can only mock his drooling face. Looking around, Zhang realizes nearly every young disciple here is staring at Bamboo Heights women, while Ainen ignores them all like frost given human form. Sing Shushu shamelessly tries to turn the moment into a conversation about which girl has the best figure, and Zhang silently decides the word pervert fits him perfectly. The noise drops at once when Ainen steps forward, salutes Shueyu, and receives a simple order to go. Instead of leaping onto the stage, Ainen calmly gathers white mist under her feet and rises on a cloud, turning her entrance into something almost unreal. Her cloud-born ascent stuns the square into thunderous applause, and even Zhang can only stare as she seems almost unreal. An almost unnoticed young man named Aiko finally climbs onto the platform, already so flustered by facing Ainen that he starts with awkward, overeager greetings. The audience answers Aiko's attempt at polite flirting with loud boos, while Ainen coolly gives her name and treats the match as pure business. Watching Ainen poised in the air, Zhang is suddenly reminded of Hidi, and the comparison quietly drags his mood down again. Only when the bell finally rings does Aiko stop talking, summon a silver-white sword, and prepare to fight under Ainen's freezing stare. Zhang notices Aiko's weapon resembles Kevin's eye sword style, and Sing Shushu mutters that Dragon Head Peak disciples love copying that famous example. The mention of that style makes Zhang instinctively search the crowd for Kevin, but not seeing him only stirs the hurt he was trying to ignore. On the stage, Aiko channels cold energy until frost spreads around him, but Ainen still does not attack and simply watches from above. That calm reveals another difference too. Ainen's sky blue sword stays visible on her back because some overwhelmingly spiritual weapons are too heavy to merge into the body at all. Pressed by her cold gaze and the crowd's attention, Aiko finally rushes first and sends his silver sword flying straight at her. His courteous warning only makes the crowd laugh harder, and Vasp Kalo is left visibly humiliated by how love-struck his own disciple looks. The embarrassment spills into the judges' row when Vasp Kalo sarcastically blames Bamboo Heights' beauty, and Shueyu fires back that Jadian is simply full of lechers and trash. Before the quarrel can get uglier, Doilshin raises a hand and quietly reminds both masters they are far too old to be bickering in public. Back in the fight, Ainen lets Aiko's sword come almost all the way in before casually blocking it with her own weapon still inside its sheath. That single clash knocks Aiko's sword back and shocks both him and his master, because Ainen has just stopped his attack without even unsheathing her blade. Ainen immediately releases her sword into the air, forms a hand seal, and the whole platform floods with fierce blue light from the awakened weapon. Aiko, now rattled and angry, hurriedly throws up 3 layers of ice wall, trying to prove he can still stop her. With her hair and dress streaming in the wind, Ainen finishes the incantation, and her sword answers with a beast-like roar that strips the clouds away around her. Then the blue sword shoots down like judgment, and Aiko finally understands too late that he has badly underestimated both Ainen and her weapon. The blue strike rips through all 3 ice walls as if they were nothing, and the disciples around the platform can only stare at the impossible display. Cornered at the last second, Aiko forces his silver sword into a white shield and tries to stop Ainen's strike head-on. Blue and white power collide, and the shockwave blows the surrounding disciples backward, instantly clearing a wider ring around the stage. When the light clears, Ainen is already standing calmly on the platform with her sword back in hand, while Aiko's face has gone deathly pale. Aiko barely manages to point at her before a cracking sound reveals the truth. His own sword has split open from the clash. In total silence from the crowd, Aiko's sword breaks in half, and everyone understands just how overwhelming Ainen's power really is. The loss hits Aiko like a mortal wound, and he spits blood, clutches his chest, and collapses unconscious on the platform. Right after Ainen's brutal win, Dragon Head Peak disciples rush up to carry off the injured Aiko, glaring at her over his shattered sword. Vasp Kalo snaps at Shuiyu, accusing Ainen of going too far by breaking an opponent's esper with a divine weapon. Shuiyu brushes it off coldly, saying Ainen simply lacks full control of Yahello Infirmus yet. Before the argument can erupt, Headmaster Doyleshan steps in with one hand on Vasp Kalo's shoulder and forces him to swallow his rage. Vasp Kalo storms off, and Doyleshan can only watch with a bitter smile as the elders break apart. Shuiyu leaves as well, and when Ainen steps down to her, the master only gives a small approving smile before Ainen follows in silence. Watching them go, Zhang Xiaofan is struck by how master and disciple feel almost identical, both beautiful and cold as ice. Xing Shushu suddenly sighs that even Yahello Infirmus has appeared again, and Zhang Xiaofan asks what that sword really is. As they walk away from the platform, Xing Shushu explains that Yahello Infirmus was a legendary divine sword from 1,000 years ago, once famous for helping wound the evil Elder Blackheart. He adds that the sword was once said to restrain the sinister orb itself, which is why Ainen suddenly looks even more impossible to beat. Xing Shushu admits that with a weapon like that in Ainen's hands, he has no hope left in this tournament. Zhang Xiaofan is not bothered for himself, but he teases Xing Shushu for pretending he never cared about the tournament in the first place. Flustered and blushing, Xing Shushu confesses that reaching the final stage would still look very impressive. The two end up laughing together, and the tension from Ainen's match finally breaks. By the end of the day, Bamboo Peak posts its best tournament record in centuries with 5 disciples advancing, and Tian Belize is thrilled. The next morning, the second round begins at Cloud Sea under fresh dawn light and a much shorter red matchup list. At Bamboo Peak's gathering spot, Zhang Xiaofan finds his new opponent listed as Zhi Yuang of Sunrise Peak. Even before breakfast settles, Zhang Xiaofan is so nervous about his first real match that he can barely eat. He quietly asks Xavian if Zhi Yuang is strong, hoping his senior knows what kind of fight is waiting for him. Xavian admits he has never heard of the man either, but he still tries to calm Zhang Xiaofan down by saying first-time nerves are normal. That support lasts about a second before Amanda strolls over and suggests gambling on whether Zhang Xiaofan loses. The others pile on immediately, betting against Zhang Xiaofan so openly that it stings. Xavian scolds them for kicking Zhang Xiaofan while he is already scared, and Xiaofan starts to feel genuinely grateful. Then Xavian joins the bet himself with 5 shares, proving this whole group is impossible. Tian Belize and Surin arrive, and the Bamboo Peak disciples snap back into order. Tian Belize praises yesterday's results, but warns that from this round on they are facing Jadian's real elites. Surin goes straight to Zhang Xiaofan and quietly reminds him that this is his first battle, so he must be extra careful. Her concern warms him immediately, and he answers with quiet sincerity. The opening bell cuts off Surin's concern, and Tian Belize sends everyone to their assigned platforms while he and Surin plan to watch the main Bamboo Peak matches. Before they split up, Hidi steps over, studies Zhang Xiaofan's face up close, and laughs that he is sweating from nerves. Xavian jokes that maybe only Hidi can calm him down now, and the others laugh again. Hidi tells Zhang Xiaofan she has her own battle and cannot stay to cheer for him, but she still urges him to be careful and do his best. Zhang Xiaofan can only nod, too flustered to say much back. Soon everyone heads off to their own matches, and when no one comes with him, Zhang Xiaofan realizes he has been left to face his first battle alone. That quiet abandonment hits harder than he expected, and he stands there with a dull ache he cannot name. He checks the list again and sees that his match is assigned to the farthest Jin platform. On the walk to Jin, he hears crowds talking about yesterday's stars, especially Ainen and her divine sword, while his own small match draws no attention at all. He also hears that Dragon Head Peak has another standout besides Kevern, and he guesses they must mean Bei. The talk of Ainen drags his mind back to her cold face, but before he can linger on it, someone calls out to him. It is Bei, already preparing for his own fight at the nearby platform, and Zhang Xiaofan brightens immediately at seeing an old friend. The two trade quick encouragement before their matches, each telling the other to be careful. Then Bei notices that Zhang Xiaofan has no elders or senior brothers coming with him, and the question lands right on his sore spot. Zhang Xiaofan forces a smile and explains that Bamboo Peak has too few people, and his master and Shenyang are watching the stronger disciples instead. Bei can only sigh and pat his shoulder, a small gesture that says he sees how alone Zhang Xiaofan really is. Trying to keep the mood up, Zhang Xiaofan tells Bei to fight hard and not let anyone from Grass Temple Village look useless. When Bei's bell rings, he hurries off with a promise to come find Zhang Xiaofan afterward if he can. Left behind again, Zhang Xiaofan jokes to himself that surviving long enough for Bei to arrive would already be a miracle. At the remote Jin platform, the contrast is obvious. Only a handful of spectators wait there, mostly Sunrise Peak disciples. The only elder on site is the same white-bearded old man Zhang Xiaofan remembers from yesterday, the one who loudly complained during Ainen's match. Zhang Xiaofan bows and reports in for the match, only to be curtly waved toward the stage even though his opponent still has not arrived. So Zhang Xiaofan climbs up alone, painfully aware that the Sunrise Peak disciples below are already whispering about him. With nothing else to do but wait, he looks east and gets lost for a moment in the quiet beauty of sunrise over Peak of Widows. The view hits him strangely hard because 5 years ago he was just a village child who could never have imagined standing here at all. He slips a hand into his robe and touches the hidden fire stick, thinking back to the secret he has told no one. A month ago he discovered he could finally control it. That should mean he has touched the 4th level of pure essence at last, the navigate object stage every new disciple dreams about. But the hope never felt solid, because no other object would move for him, only that ugly stick, leaving him confused and ashamed to speak of it. A bell snaps him out of his thoughts, and when Zhang Xiaofan looks up, Chu Wang is suddenly standing opposite him with an easy smile. Zhang Xiaofan hurries to salute him properly, but Chu Wang mistakes his blank waiting posture for impressive calm under pressure. Zhang Xiaofan blurts out the truth that he had actually been daydreaming, and the whole Sunrise Peak side nearly falls over laughing. Trying to restore order, Chu Wang summons his sword Xiaoyang, a fine weapon glowing with warm yellow light. Zhang Xiaofan swallows his nerves and finally pulls out his own weapon, the ugly black fire stick he has been hiding in his robe. For a beat the whole stage goes dead quiet as everyone stares at the ridiculous thing in his hand. Then the laughter explodes, with Sunrise Peak mocking Bamboo Peak for producing yet another bizarre esper. Even his opponent can barely stop laughing as he asks whether that ugly thing is really Zhang Xiaofan's esper. Zhang Xiaofan says nothing, because this is exactly what he feared when he chose to bring it anyway. The mockery cuts even deeper because it sounds just like the casual laughter he has already endured from his own people. He closes his eyes, and the familiar cold hidden inside him starts answering that loneliness again. Before anyone else notices the shift, his opponent attacks first and drives Xiaoyang's blazing yellow light straight at Zhang Xiaofan. As the heat slams into him, Zhang Xiaofan's mind flashes back to the blood-soaked morning when he found Grass Temple Village destroyed. Then the pain twists again into the fresh wound from the moonlit pond, where he saw Heidi in someone else's arms. He bites his lip so hard that blood spills onto the fire stick, and that tiny drop changes everything. From outside, all anyone sees is Zhang Xiaofan swallowed by the brilliant attack while Sunrise Peak cheers and Xing Shushu watches in alarm. Xing Shushu has come to watch after all, and unlike the others he can only stare and worry, feeling helpless under the tournament rules. Inside the glare, Zhang Xiaofan's opponent starts enjoying himself, already imagining this easy win carrying him toward the title. But the next instant that confidence collapses when he sees Zhang Xiaofan lift his head inside the light with blood-red eyes. The fire stick comes alive under Zhang Xiaofan's blood, leaking black vapor while its orb burns with an eerie green glow that terrifies his opponent. A brutal icy force suddenly spreads from Zhang Xiaofan and wraps around his opponent, turning that confident attack into panic before he can react. Then the opponent roars, Xiaoyang flies upward out of control, and the blazing light over the stage vanishes all at once. When everyone can finally see the stage again, Zhang Xiaofan is still standing while his opponent stumbles backward like he has been catastrophically injured. Blood suddenly pours from the opponent's nose, ears, eyes, and mouth, and he can only point at Zhang Xiaofan without managing a single word. A heartbeat later, Chu Wang crashes unconscious onto the Jin platform, and even the few people watching can only stare in stunned silence. On the quiet Jin platform, the white-bearded elder checks Chu Wang and confirms the damage came from an esper strike, not poison. Even though the ending made no sense to anyone watching, the elder declares Zhang Xiaofan the winner. Issa rushes up laughing and congratulates him, convinced Zhang Xiaofan had been hiding his real strength the whole time. But when Zhang Xiaofan turns toward him, his eyes are so cold and dark that Issa is instantly rattled. Issa calling him Xiaofan snaps him back, and the strange aura vanishes into confusion like he barely knows what just happened. When Issa says he already won, Zhang Xiaofan reacts with honest shock, as if he never realized the match was over. Issa jokes that the fire might have burned his brain, but Zhang Xiaofan can only watch Sunrise Peak disciples carry Chu Wang away under angry glares. Left alone with his thoughts, Zhang Xiaofan stares at the fire stick and feels the ugly weapon turn frighteningly unfamiliar again, just like the nightmare from the ancient valley. Issa breaks the mood with a smack from his fan, and Zhang Xiaofan hides the fire stick back inside his robe. Issa admits he came because his own match had not started yet, though his disappointment over missing Ash makes it obvious he also hoped to see the monkey. A sudden roar rises from the crowded center of Cloud Sea, and Issa realizes with horror that Ainan's match is happening right now. He drags Zhang Xiaofan into a run, cursing himself for getting so focused on Xiaofan's fight that he forgot the main event. As they run, Zhang Xiaofan quietly thanks Issa for being the only one who came to watch his lonely match, and that simple kindness hits him hard. Issa almost turns the moment into another joke about Ash, but Zhang Xiaofan suddenly becomes the one urging them to hurry. By the time they reach the Qian platform, the crowd is already spilling away and the scarred stage shows that Ainan's match ended fast and violently. Issa pushes through to a group of Peak of Wind disciples and demands the result he was too late to see. They tell him Ainan beat Doan with overwhelming force, and one disciple says Peak of Widow's standout was no match for her at all. When Zhang Xiaofan asks if Doan was really that strong, Issa grimly explains that many people thought Doan could even win the whole tournament. Then the real shock lands when a tall Peak of Wind disciple says Ainan never even drew Yola Infirmis from its sheath before Doan lost. Issa blurts out that the tournament feels pointless now, because he cannot imagine who could stand against her. Gao makes it worse by repeating what Isa's own father said: Ainin may already be at level 8 of pure essence, or even level 9. A bell summons the Peak of Wind disciples away, and Isa is left staring after them with his hopes plainly crushed. Isa wakes from the shock, forces a smile, says it is over and they have no hope now, then asks where Zhang Xiaofan is heading next. Zhang Xiaofan says he is heading back to report his lucky win to Tian Belize and Surin, and Isa tells him to come find him later. On the way west, Zhang Xiaofan hears everyone still talking about Ainin's crushing victory before he finally reaches the Bamboo Peak group. He finds the Bamboo Peak group already in bad shape. Tian Belize is visibly angry, Surin and the others look downcast, and only Xavion is missing because his match is still ahead. Amanda quietly fills him in. Except for Xavion, everyone is already out, and only Hidi managed to win her round. When Surin gently asks about his result, Zhang Xiaofan timidly says that he won, and she almost answers as if comforting a loss before the words finally register. This time Zhang Xiaofan says it clearly to everyone, and for once he can feel proud under the full weight of their attention, especially Hidi's shocked stare. A little later at the Kun platform, Bamboo Peak watches Xavion dominate his match as the 10 Tigers' sword roars like a pack of beasts. Even while the fight goes on, the others keep grilling Zhang Xiaofan because none of them can believe his story about Chu Yuang suddenly bleeding and fainting at the edge of victory. When Amanda asks the exact same question again, Zhang Xiaofan can only groan that this is already the 23rd time. Hidi finally defends him and says Xiao Dan would not lie, though even she admits his luck sounds almost too absurd to believe. Watching the argument, Surin asks Tian Belize what he thinks, and he bluntly answers that no one would believe Zhang Xiaofan had won by pure skill. Surin just smiles and says this disciple's luck is nothing like ordinary luck, and Tian Belize can only snort at that. Then Xavion ends the match in one huge burst, blasting his opponent backward in blood and finally giving Tian Belize a reason to smile. Xavion comes down joking about his own easy win and assumes Zhang Xiaofan must have lost, only to notice the entire group looking at him strangely. After Hidi explains, Xavion turns on Zhang Xiaofan with the same unbelieving question as everyone else, and Xiao Fan collapses in total hopelessness. By the end of the day, only 16 disciples remain in the tournament, and Bamboo Peak stunningly still has 3 of them in the 3rd round. Tian Belize stays pleased for the rest of the day, and the Bamboo Peak disciples whisper with relief that Xavion, Hidi, and even Zhang Xiaofan have finally let their branch hold its head up again. The Bamboo Peak disciples celebrate Xavion and Hidi for finally lifting their master's spirits, and Hidaji ruefully admits that even the younger Hidi has already outpaced him. When Jingdali reminds them that Zhang Xiaofan also made the 3rd round, Amanda immediately perks up and proposes another bet on whether his absurd luck can keep saving him. The others instantly bet on him losing, and when Amanda looks around for Xavion, Zhang Xiaofan, and Hidi, he realizes all 3 have vanished. Hidaji guesses exactly where Xavion went, and the whole group blurts out the same answer together: Bako. Sure enough, Xavion is with Bako near Bamboo Height, and he suddenly shivers for no reason as if he somehow sensed the teasing from afar. Bako eyes him sharply and accuses him of feeling guilty, especially after sneaking into the Bamboo Height girl's room. The nearby Bamboo Height disciples laugh at his embarrassment, so Xavion scrambles to change the subject and asks where Hidi went. Bako playfully says Hidi is pretty and warm-hearted enough that someone has probably already asked her out, and Xavion jolts in immediate alarm. But instead of naming who took Hidi away, Bako turns serious and warns Xavion to tell her to be careful tomorrow. Xavion says Hidi knows she has to face Ainin, but he tries to reassure himself that with the 2 masters close to each other, a tournament match should stay harmless. Bako bluntly corrects him. Surin may get along with her master, but Shueyu still resents Tian Belize for taking Surin away. Then Bako gives the real warning. Her master cares deeply about Hidi, so once Hidi steps onto the stage tomorrow, nobody can be sure how that match will turn out. Zhang Xiaofan drags Issa to the Peak of Widow's kitchen because he guesses Ash and Big Yella slipped off there looking for food again. Issa insists a monkey phantasm is too lofty to steal like some common pest, right before Zhang Xiaofan catches Ash hiding behind a jar. Big Yella starts barking until Zhang Xiaofan hisses at him to shut up before someone catches them all in this mess. The rescue almost works, but Big Yella stops on the way out just long enough to steal a bone from the jar anyway. Once they sneak far enough away, Zhang Xiaofan finally catches his breath and congratulates Issa for making it through another tournament round. Issa barely cares about the win, because he is too horrified to learn Zhang Xiaofan has never once bathed Ash. To change the subject, Zhang Xiaofan brings up tomorrow's big match and nervously asks about Ainin facing his senior sister Hidi. Issa agrees Ainin is dangerous, but he tells Zhang Xiaofan to stop fretting over Hidi and worry about his own life instead. Issa warns that Zhang Xiaofan's next opponent is Devi of Peak of Wind, a much stronger swordsman whose flame-red sword Wugo was forged from 1000-year flame copper. When Zhang Xiaofan admits he envies people who can truly use a proper esper, Issa explains that a weapon starts answering its owner after long use. That answer jolts Zhang Xiaofan, and he quietly asks whether an esper's response can feel like a cold current moving through the body. Issa goes further and says the deepest bond comes from blood-forged espers, weapons fused with their owner's blood and usually condemned as evil. Zhang Xiaofan stops dead on the path, because Isa's description sounds far too much like his own hidden fire stick. Misreading his silence as fear of tomorrow's match, Isa cheerfully says he already asked Devi not to make him lose too miserably. The awkward walk breaks when Ash finally snaps, claws Isa's face, and leaps free from his arms. Instead of running back to Zhang Xiaofan, Ash leaps to Hidi, and Zhang freezes when he sees Kevin standing beside her. Hidi greets Zhang Xiaofan warmly, but he answers with a flat voice that already gives away how badly this sight hurt him. Kevin and Isa exchange respectful greetings, and Hidi realizes the two men already know each other. When Zhang Xiaofan urges Hidi to be careful against Ainin, Hidi smiles and says Kevin brought her out to warn her what to watch for in tomorrow's fight. Zhang Xiaofan says he cannot even come cheer for her because of his own match, and Hidi casually adds that Kevin will be there instead. Hidi blushes and laughs with Kevin, and Isa notices Zhang Xiaofan's eyes go dark even though he says nothing. That night, Zhang Xiaofan wanders alone back across Rainbow Bridge to the quiet pond, too heartsick to notice the beauty around him. He stares at the water, then turns into the dark woods beside the bridge as if hiding his pain from the world. From hiding, Zhang Xiaofan overhears the 6 peak leaders passing by and learns they were summoned because something may have disturbed the water Kirin. After the elders leave, Zhang Xiaofan pulls out the fire stick and finally confronts the ugly truth Isa planted in his mind. Looking at the thin red veins running through the weapon, he realizes they really do look like his own blood trapped inside it. He bitterly mocks himself for clinging to an evil thing he never even learned to use, and the fire stick answers with a cold current like eerie comfort. When he closes his eyes, the cold floods through him and drags up a terrifying inner roar of blood, bones, screams, and grief. Then he forms an incantation, and for the first time the fire stick lifts from his palm and hangs in the air under his control. The weapon immediately proves how sinister it is by draining a healthy tree dry until it withers where it stands. Zhang Xiaofan feels the fire stick almost like part of his own body, and then the pond behind him suddenly stirs as if something there was startled. Panicked, he snatches the fire stick and runs across Rainbow Bridge without daring to look back. By the time he reaches Cloud Sea, the fire stick lies quiet in his hand again, as if none of that nightmare ever happened. The next morning the 7 Peaks tournament enters round 3, with Zhang Xiaofan sent to Kim platform while Ainin and Hidi draw the biggest stage at Qian. Before the matches, Tian Belis warns Xavian that his opponent Debaku is a tough defensive cultivator, while Zhang Xiaofan stands by listening in unusual silence. When Tian Belis turns to Zhang Xiaofan, all he can offer is a sober warning not to get hurt, because no one really expects him to win. On the way out, Xavian tries to comfort him, but Zhang Xiaofan only hears it as proof that even his own side has already given up on him. At the Kim platform, friendly smiles from Peak of Wind disciples only make Zhang Xiaofan feel smaller, as if the whole stage is waiting to watch him fail. The opening bells ring, and Zhang Xiaofan's first instinct is not his own fight at all but fear for Hidi on the distant main stage. He spirals into jealous thoughts about Kevin hurrying to watch Hidi, and only snaps back when his opponent has to call his name again and again. The giant Peak of Wind disciple introduces himself as Devi with surprising courtesy, while Zhang Xiaofan flushes under the audience's laughter. Devi starts to mention Isa's request, but Zhang Xiaofan cuts him off and asks for no mercy at all. Taking him seriously, Devi summons Wu Go, and the red sword erupts with blazing heat like a fire god waking up on the stage. Zhang Xiaofan answers by pulling out his ugly black fire stick in full public view, and laughter breaks out below the platform. Devi does not laugh, and that only makes the duel feel harsher as the two weapons hang facing each other in midair. Devi pours real power into Wu Go until the flames swell across most of the platform and even his fellow Peak of Wind disciples realize he is going all out. The heat scorches Zhang Xiaofan's clothes and hair, but he still refuses to retreat, with fear and anger burning together in his eyes. At last the fire surges forward like a dragon and swallows Zhang Xiaofan and the fire stick whole, leaving the crowd below staring in dread. At the packed Qian platform, Hidi and Ainin have fought for 2 full hours, and the crowd is still roaring because either beauty has broken first. Even while watching the dazzling duel, Surin stays tense for Hidi, and Tian Belis quietly tells her to relax because their daughter is still holding on. That brief calm shatters when Tian Belis turns and sees Zhang Xiaofan forcing his way through the crowd in scorched, smoking clothes, barely able to stay on his feet. Tian Belis steps down at once, and for the first time his fury is plainly for this neglected disciple who has been hurt far too badly. Facing his furious master, Zhang Xiaofan still looks toward the stage first, then quietly says the impossible: he won. The words shock Bamboo Peak more than the burns do, and a heartbeat later Zhang Xiaofan blacks out and collapses at Tian Belis's feet. After checking that the injuries are mostly burns and exhaustion, Tian Belis lifts Zhang Xiaofan and decides to carry him back himself. When Doyle Shen asks what happened, Tian Belis hides the truth and dismisses it as a light injury before taking his disciple away. Most of the crowd drifts back to the glamorous duel, but off to one side a pale cluster of Peak of Wind disciples gathers around the platform where Devi fought Zhang Xiaofan. Unconscious, Zhang Xiaofan falls into a nightmare where a peaceful village turns back into the blood-soaked ruin that destroyed his childhood. He jolts awake from the nightmare to the first voice he wants to hear most, and sees Hidi leaning over him in red with anxious relief in her eyes. For one fragile moment, Zhang Xiaofan just stares at Hidi, wishing the sight of her could last forever. Once he notices the whole room gathered around his bed, Tian Belize checks his pulse and confirms he is finally out of danger. Hidi reminds him that he fainted right after his match with Devi, and the room makes it clear his brutal wind scared everyone badly. Tian Belize explains that the burns only scarred the surface, and his own medicine and treatment pulled Zhang Xiaofan back before the damage got worse. When Zhang Xiaofan quietly thanks him, Tian Belize snaps back that the real shock is this: Bamboo Peak's last surviving disciple in the tournament is him. Zhang Xiaofan tries to deny it, but one glance around the room shows the cost of the day, especially in Xavion's exhausted, nearly collapsing face. Surin has Lidaxin bring Xavion a chair, which tells Zhang Xiaofan just how hard the others were beaten in the earlier rounds. Hidaji finally says it outright: the tournament has reached the 4th round, and every Bamboo Peak disciple is out except Zhang Xiaofan. Zhang Xiaofan turns to Hidi in shock, and she admits with lowered eyes that even she lost. That quiet grief lasts only a moment before Tian Belize changes the room again by demanding to know where Zhang Xiaofan's sudden cultivation really came from. Under that pressure, Zhang Xiaofan almost blurts out the truth about secretly practicing another sex art, but fear and loyalty lock his mouth shut. He settles on a weak half-truth, saying he only recently found himself able to control objects and did not dare report it. Tian Belize tears that excuse apart at once, pointing out that Zhang Xiaofan was only taught level 2 and should not be able to skip straight to object control. With no answer left, Zhang Xiaofan climbs out of bed, drops to his knees in front of everyone, and asks only for punishment. Surin tries to give him one last chance to explain, but Zhang Xiaofan refuses to betray the secret even now. Tian Belize's anger spikes as he names the sect law plainly. Secret training behind a master's back can mean decades of imprisonment, or losing all cultivation and expulsion. Even after hearing that, Zhang Xiaofan lowers his head again and stubbornly repeats that his master should punish him. That answer finally detonates the room, and Tian Belize lashes out with one blow that hurls Zhang Xiaofan into the wall and makes him spit blood. Xavion and the others drop to their knees at once, begging their master to spare Zhang Xiaofan and trying to shoulder the blame themselves. Hidi is the only one who cannot move, just staring at the blood-covered Zhang Xiaofan in stunned silence. Still furious, Tian Belize leaves the room, and Surin follows after telling the others to look after Zhang Xiaofan. Once the room quiets, Hidi finally goes to him, lifts the bleeding Zhang Xiaofan into her arms, and lets a tear fall onto his face as he smiles anyway. Later that night, under the cold moon above the cloud sea, Tian Belize stands alone until Surin comes to join him. Surin gently exposes him at once. That violent strike was not pure anger, because he aimed it to force the blood-clogging Zhang Xiaofan's chest back out. Tian Belize grumbles that Zhang Xiaofan made him look like a cruel master, but Surin sees straight through that bluster. She goes further and points out the real secret they both already suspect. Hidi must have slipped Zhang Xiaofan the level 3 teaching in private. Even knowing that, Tian Belize is still angry that Zhang Xiaofan protected Hidi instead of answering him, which only proves how stubborn they both are. Surin teases him with a mock sentence of 30 or 50 years in confinement, but Tian Belize rejects that completely and decides Zhang Xiaofan will keep fighting tomorrow no matter what. Once the anger fully fades, the two slip into old marital banter, with Surin teasing him about sneaking to see her during an earlier 7 Peaks tournament. Their teasing wanders through old grudges and old love until Tian Belize suddenly remembers he never even examined the strange fire stick Zhang Xiaofan used as an esper. Surin says Zhang Xiaofan probably still does not understand esper control and ought to be taught, but Tian Belize immediately shifts to the sect's more troubling news. He reveals that after using psychic art to question Master Spirit, the sect still could not find the evil presence behind the sacred beast's strange behavior. Since even Master Spirit found nothing, Tian Belize ends the tense talk with a rude joke that the ancient beast might just be going senile, leaving Surin speechless. The next morning at Cloud Sea, the tournament grounds have shrunk from 8 stages to 4, making the top 8 round feel much tighter and more serious. Zhang Xiaofan walks with Bamboo Peak looking mostly healed, but the way everyone suddenly pays attention to him leaves him awkward and off balance. When Zhang Xiaofan asks about their senior brother's condition, Amanda explains that the brutal all-out fight with Debaka may have damaged his cultivation. That news rattles Zhang Xiaofan, because if even their strongest senior lost this badly, his own match against Debaka suddenly sounds hopeless. Amanda dryly reminds him that common sense stopped mattering the moment all his senior brothers bet on him losing, and he kept winning anyway. They pass the packed northern platform for Ainan's match, and Tian Belize clearly still resents the woman who defeated his daughter. On the way west, Zhang Xiaofan suddenly notices Peak of Wind approaching behind Elder Xing Shuchang, with Isa at his side and no sign of the badly injured Devi. As the two groups pass shoulder to shoulder, a young Peak of Wind disciple quietly tells Zhang Xiaofan that Devi stayed behind to rest, but the cold look that comes with it feels more hostile than helpful. Xing Shuchang's gaze lands on Zhang Xiaofan so sharply that he feels like the old man can see straight through him. Xing Shuchang greets Tian Belize with open sarcasm, calling Zhang Xiaofan a prodigy who nearly killed his disciple Devi. Zhang Xiaofan blurts out genuine shock that Devi was hurt that badly, but Peak of Wind immediately takes it as fake innocence and a fresh insult. Tian Belize catches the insult hidden in Sing Shu Chang's words and answers with a smile of his own, trying to force a formal greeting, but Sing Shu Chang cuts it off and leaves. As Peak of Wind starts to leave, the young disciple beside their elder looks back and says he told Devi to go easy on Zhang Xiaofan, never expecting that kindness to backfire so badly. Zhang Xiaofan tries to deny it, but Isa is already gone, and the icy looks from Peak of Wind make the misunderstanding feel complete. Only one small sign softens the moment, when one departing Peak of Wind disciple glances back and gives Zhang Xiaofan a quick wink before vanishing into the crowd. Tian Belize watches Peak of Wind go with a cold smile and leads Bamboo Peak to the western platform, where the crowd is almost as big as Ainan's. Seeing that crowd, Zhang Xiaofan assumes they came for mighty Debaku, only for Hidaji to laugh and tell him most people are here to stare at the tournament's strangest surprise. Hidaji bluntly calls Zhang Xiaofan the biggest black horse left in the tournament, leaving him speechless all over again. Up close, the western platform is full of main house disciples because Debaku is fighting, but almost none of the sect's top elders bothered to come. Tian Belize quietly confirms with Surin that Debaku is the main house's last remaining disciple, which makes the missing senior elders feel even stranger. At the seats below the stage, Zhang Xiaofan recognizes the lone white-bearded elder as the same judge who watched his fight against Zhu Yuang. The old judge greets Tian Belize warmly and praises Bamboo Peak for producing such an unexpected talent, even while his eyes linger on Zhang Xiaofan. When the bell rings, Tian Belize sends Zhang Xiaofan up, and all at once hundreds of eyes pin the nervous boy to the stage. Before he goes, Surin catches him and gently asks whether his body still hurts after yesterday's battle. Zhang Xiaofan says Tian Belize already treated him and the outside wounds are mostly healed, but Surin warns that internal injuries are harder to judge. Surin tells him plainly that Debaku is far beyond an ordinary opponent, and if he cannot hold out, he must surrender instead of wrecking himself. Zhang Xiaofan hesitates because he thinks his master will be angry if he gives up. Surin smiles and reveals the truth he never noticed. Tian Belize worries about him more than he shows. That one sentence shakes Zhang Xiaofan harder than the coming fight, because earning Tian Belize's approval has always meant everything to him. He finally walks onto the stage still carrying those words in his head, but something quickly feels wrong because his opponent never appears. The main house disciples start anxiously scanning the area, and the mood in the crowd turns from anticipation to confusion. A rushing messenger reaches the white-bearded judge and whispers urgent news into his ear. The judge asks if it is really true, and when the messenger nods, the old man's face goes pale. After a stunned pause, the judge announces that Debaku is withdrawing because of yesterday's injuries. For one heartbeat the whole place goes silent, too shocked to react. Then the platform explodes into uproar, with angry shouting from the crowd and only bitter looks from Bamboo Peak instead of celebration. Surin quietly says she knew Zhang Xiaofan's luck was not normal, and even Tian Belize can only answer with a helpless smile. By pure fortune, Zhang Xiaofan is pushed straight into the semi-final alongside Kevern, Ainan, and Isa. Kevern and Ainan are expected names, but Isa's rise surprises most of Jadian and makes Peak of Wind's hidden strength impossible to ignore. Zhang Xiaofan is the odd one out among the four, and nearly everyone can feel it just by looking at the stage. Before a huge gathering of disciples and elders, Doilshin steps forward to address the crowd with a cheerful face despite the main house being wiped out. As Surin watches, she notices Zhang Xiaofan is so nervous on stage that he barely knows what to do with himself. Doilshin tries to praise the top four as Jadian's future, but someone laughs at the wrong moment, and the crowd immediately follows. The solemn ceremony starts turning ridiculous until Vasp Kalo steps forward and kills the noise with one hard sweep of his eyes. With the square silent again, Vasp Kalo formally announces the semi-final pairings, Kevern against Isa, and Ainan against Zhang Xiaofan. As everyone focuses on the announcement, Zhang Xiaofan finally gets a second to breathe. Then Isa quietly asks why he is sweating so much, speaking as if their cold exchange from earlier never happened. Zhang Xiaofan is caught off guard, because he had already started thinking of Isa as a friend and thought that friendship was gone. Without changing his smile for the audience, Isa tells him not to turn his head and grumbles that his father almost scolded him to death over yesterday. Zhang Xiaofan hurriedly apologizes and asks if Devi is really alright. Isa says Devi was badly hurt but not seriously enough to cripple him, and if it were worse, he would have come for payback instead of chatting. He also makes it clear that Devi himself said he did not hold back, which means even Isa has to admit Zhang Xiaofan won with real strength. The real reason Isa got scolded, he explains, is that loose-tongued fellow disciples told his father he had asked Devi to go easy on Zhang Xiaofan. Zhang Xiaofan apologizes again, but Isa brushes it off and warns him to survive tomorrow's match against Bamboo Heights' Icy Beauty and her Aeolian Firmus. Zhang Xiaofan starts to say it would have been nicer to face Isa instead, but the words die halfway out of his mouth. Both boys feel the same icy pressure and turn just enough to realize Ainan is staring at them with frozen hostility. After that stare, both of them instantly stop talking and pretend to listen to the rest of Vasp Kalo's instructions. When the ceremony ends and they come down from the stage, Zhang Xiaofan and Isa can still feel Ainan's stare freezing their backs. Just as Zhang Xiaofan expects a normal goodbye, Isa spots his father watching and instantly switches back to a contemptuous act before walking away. Zhang Xiaofan can only give a bitter smile and turn back to Bamboo Peak, where Tianbelis simply tells the group it is time to return. Before they leave, Tianbelis calls Hidi over and says he and Surin want to speak with her privately. Hidi agrees and gives Zhang Xiaofan a small smile before going with her parents. Back at the dormitory, Bamboo Peak finally lets itself celebrate Zhang Xiaofan stumbling into the semi-final after Debaku withdrew with his injuries. Wu Dei rushes to tell Xavion the news. Lidaxin hoists Zhang Xiaofan up laughing, and only Amanda keeps grumbling that heaven must be blind. Late that night, Zhang Xiaofan still cannot sleep, and even Ash stays awake watching him in the moonlit room. Thinking about tomorrow's fight with Anan, he slips out into the silent corridor with Ash in his arms, too tense to stay in bed. A moving shadow catches Ash's attention, and Zhang Xiaofan spots a figure hurrying through the dark as if trying not to be seen. He follows and realizes the crying figure is Hidi, which hits him hard the moment he recognizes her. At the empty cloud sea by the central platform, Hidi finally collapses and breaks into open sobs. Zhang Xiaofan approaches in alarm, but the instant Hidi sees him, she throws herself against him and cries on his shoulder. He stands frozen, overwhelmed by the closeness he has secretly wanted, yet too stunned and shy to hold her back. When Hidi finally pulls back and apologizes, Zhang Xiaofan gently asks what happened to make her this miserable. Holding Ash in the moonlight, Hidi blurts out that her parents have never scolded her like this before. She says the whole mess is because of Kevin, and Zhang Xiaofan goes visibly pale before she even explains more. Hidi confesses that she and Kevin love each other, and that she told her parents herself, never noticing how each word cuts Zhang Xiaofan deeper. She says Tianbelis called her ignorant, and even Surin sided against her, leaving her hurt and furious. Trying to stay calm, Zhang Xiaofan lowers his head and asks how their secret was exposed. Hidi reveals that Bako told Shuiyu, and Shuiyu passed it on to Surin despite Hidi begging her to keep quiet. He can only tell her that her parents must think they are protecting her, even though the words clearly hurt him to say. Hidi explodes back that her parents only care about house status, Kevern's standing, and losing face in Jadian, not about her happiness. Looking at her wild, frightened eyes, Zhang Xiaofan feels completely defeated by a pain he cannot ease. Hidi declares that she must stay with Kevern no matter how fiercely her parents oppose it, treating the vow like the one truth she cannot let go. Under the moon, she swears that even if the sea dries and stones rot, she and Kevern will stay together, while Zhang Xiaofan is left like a dead shadow at her side. By dawn, Zhang Xiaofan is already on the semi-final stage, but the sunlight does nothing to lift the numb look on his face. Across from him stands Anan, cold and radiant with Eolian firmness glowing behind her, while the crowd openly treats him as the lucky weakling who should lose fast. Most elders gather below this stage, but Surin is distractedly searching for Hidi, afraid her daughter ran off to watch Kevern instead. When Zhang Xiaofan glances down, he immediately notices Hidi is not there, and the quiet realization hits him harder than Anan's pressure does. Surin murmurs that Zhang Xiaofan looks half dead today, but Tianbelis brushes it off as stage fright. Anan catches him staring her way, then realizes with surprise that he is not focused on her at all. The bell rings, Anan steadies herself for the chance to move one step closer to her dream, and the whole square falls quiet. Anan formally asks for guidance, but Zhang Xiaofan's first response is to search the crowd one more time for Hidi instead of answering her. That public snub shocks the crowd and irritates Anan, while Tianbelis and Surin finally realize something is badly wrong with him. At last Zhang Xiaofan gives his name and tells Anan not to hold back, sounding so flat and odd that even she cannot tell what he means by it. Anan stops talking and raises Eolian firmness, while Zhang Xiaofan watches the blue glow spread over him like he has been waiting for this blow. He answers by pulling out his ugly black fire stick, and the crowd bursts into laughter at the miserable-looking weapon. But in Zhang Xiaofan's hands, the fire stick suddenly feels alive, surging with cold energy and straining toward Eolian firmness like an old enemy. Anan also feels Eolian firmness behaving strangely, but with nothing visibly wrong. Both fighters hesitate for a tense heartbeat and simply stare. Ignoring the unease, Anan sends Eolian firmness forward first, still sheathed but packed with crushing force. For the first time in front of everyone, Zhang Xiaofan actually casts with his fire stick, and even Bamboo Peak disciples are stunned to see it obey him. The two espers crash in midair, but Zhang Xiaofan is blown backward at once and slams into a pillar under Anan's overwhelming first strike. He spits blood onto the fallen fire stick, and unnoticed by the crowd, the weapon drinks it in. Anan presses the attack without mercy, but black vapor erupts from the fire stick as Zhang Xiaofan rises again with blood-red eyes and a savage expression. Now the fire stick meets Eolian firmness head-on, and the shock from that clash slams through both fighters at once. The duel explodes into a storm of blue and green power so violent that the whole wooden platform is torn apart beneath them. With the stage gone, Anan and Zhang Xiaofan keep fighting suspended in midair over the wreckage. Anan fights in perfect form, but Zhang Xiaofan looks unnervingly strange, guiding the fire stick with rough gestures instead of the usual incantation signs. Inside, Zhang Xiaofan is barely surviving each impact, because every collision with Eolian firmness batters his channels hard enough to kill a weaker body. Anan is shocked too, because the fire stick is not just matching her sword's force, it is also draining her vigor every time they meet. Realizing she cannot drag this out, Ainin hardens her resolve after another clash slows Zhang Xiaofan and the fire stick for an instant. She calls Yahello Infirmus back into her hand, and the moment her fingers close on it, the blue light swallows her whole as sword and wielder surge upward together. By then Zhang Xiaofan has lost all sense of the crowd below, hearing only the fire stick's savage excitement rising inside him. He roars at the sky, and the response is terrifying as black gas and green light climb upward, wind screaming and clouds starting to whirl. From above, Ainin's gathered power condenses into a giant blue pillar that crashes down like it could split the mountain itself. Bleeding from his eyes, nose, ears, and mouth, Zhang Xiaofan still grips the fire stick and meets that killing strike head-on without a trace of fear. The collision blasts the sky with thunder, and when the light recoils, even Ainin appears wounded with blood slipping from her lips. Below, Surin panics at the sight of blood-soaked Zhang Xiaofan and begs Tian Belis to make him surrender, but Tian Belis can only stand there and refuse. Half-blind and numb with pain, Zhang Xiaofan's mind slips to one last thought: if he dies here, will Heidi ever remember him at all? Ainin is suffering too, because the violent energy from the fire stick is trying to tear through her channels and drag her blood toward that monstrous green aura. At that life and death edge, Ainin stops retreating, lifts her head into the storm, and commits to one final answer. Then everything seems to freeze for a breath as Ainin finally draws the divine sword Yahello Infirmus from its sheath. The whole peak of Widows falls silent, because the sword everyone waited to see has finally been unsheathed. Ainin steps the 7-star pattern in midair, and begins the incantation to call down heavenly thunder through her sword. The clear day turns dark at once as thunder rolls, lightning flickers in fresh storm clouds, and everyone below realizes Ainin has reached a terrifying level. Even the elders stand in disbelief, and Tian Belis admits Shuyu has raised an extraordinary disciple. They recognize the art as Thunderblade, but Ainin's trembling body makes it clear she is forcing herself to the limit just to cast it. Below the gathering storm, Zhang Xiaofan feels the fire stick answer the unsheathed sword with fierce hunger, as if it has waited 1,000 years for this exact moment. Above Peak of Widows, the sky twists into a giant black vortex as Ainin forces Thunderblade to its limit, and Zhang Xiaofan flies straight at her through the storm. Even with Yahello Infirmus helping her, Ainin can barely endure the heavenly force pouring into her body, and her master's warning about Thunderblade risking her life comes back to her. A thunderclap shakes Peak of Widows, and the horrified crowd realizes Zhang Xiaofan will be wiped out if Ainin finishes Thunderblade. Zhang Xiaofan charges to within 20 feet, then slams into Thunderblade's invisible barrier, and can go no farther. His fire stick is fierce enough to challenge Aeolian, but his cultivation is too shallow to break a supreme Jadian art powered by heaven itself. Right before Thunderblade completes, Ainin's body jolts, and she spits blood from the backlash. Ainin forces herself steady again, but the barrier weakens for one fatal moment as the lightning in the vortex starts descending toward her sword. Zhang Xiaofan instantly seizes that opening and becomes a green streak aimed straight at her. Facing the oncoming strike, Ainin opens her eyes and looks at Zhang Xiaofan with sorrow and panic instead of hatred. That look hits Zhang Xiaofan like Heidi's heartbreak from the night before, and his desperate attack suddenly falters. He gives a bleak little smile, and the fire stick's glow dims just as it enters Yahello Infirmus's light. Then the sky answers, and a giant lightning strike slams into Yahello Infirmus. The reflected force crashes back at Zhang Xiaofan, and the fire stick rises in front of him to take the blow. When the storm finally breaks, the crowd sees Zhang Xiaofan's scarred body dropping from the sky with the fire stick still in his hand. Tian Belis flashes in beneath him, catches him before he hits the ground, and immediately forces healing pills into his mouth. Without waiting for anyone, Tian Belis carries his disciple away toward Bamboo Peak, and the rest of Bamboo Peak rushes after them. Ainin lands safely to cheers from the Bamboo Height disciples, but she says nothing and only watches the red light carrying Zhang Xiaofan away. In darkness, Zhang Xiaofan drifts through a long half-dream of anger and loneliness, swearing to seize even a little light no matter the cost. He wakes at last in his room on Bamboo Peak, sweating and in pain, with the afternoon light coming through the open windows. The room is empty, and even Big Yella and Ash are gone, which briefly lets him smile to himself. Surin rushes in, stops Zhang Xiaofan from trying to rise, and scolds him for worrying about manners when he almost died. After checking him, Surin says his outer wounds are nearly healed but his internal damage is still serious, and he needs real rest. When he apologizes for disgracing them, Surin cuts him off and tells him he actually made Tian Belis proud with a tournament run no Bamboo Peak disciple had matched in centuries. Zhang Xiaofan asks about the final, and Surin tells him Kevin won the whole tournament instead of Ainin. Surin also reveals how close he came to death, saying Thunderblade should have killed him if his strange weapon had not blocked the strike. That makes Zhang Xiaofan look for the fire stick, and Surin tells him Tian Belis took it away. He learns he was unconscious for 5 days, and Tian Belis is now on Peak of Widows after being summoned there this morning. Surin leaves him to rest, but before she goes, Zhang Xiaofan awkwardly asks about Bei and learns he reached the top 8 before losing to Kevin too. Left alone again, Zhang Xiaofan lies staring at the ceiling, quiet and troubled. Elsewhere in Crystal Hall, the 7 peak heads gather in private around Zhang Xiaofan's black fire stick, and the sect leader asks Tian Belize what he thinks it is. Tian Belize insists Zhang Xiaofan did not bring the weapon into Jadian and probably found it by chance later. Other peak heads press the darker point instead, saying the weapon showed obvious evil energy in the semi-final. Tian Belize snaps back with sarcasm, refusing to let them brand his disciple's weapon evil just because it looks ugly, and gives off dark smoke. The sect leader reins the hall back in and explains the real issue. Zhang Xiaofan's unknown weapon may affect whether he can be trusted on the dangerous mission to Kongsang Mountain. He points out the strangest part of all: none of them can control the stick, yet a mere pure essence level 4 disciple can. The sect leader finally says the word no one wanted to say. He believes the fire stick is a blood-smelted item. That revelation chills the hall, because blood-smelted weapons are dangerous, bound to the maker's blood, and linked to old devil methods. Tian Beli stands and argues that Zhang Xiaofan is only 16, has never left the mountain, and could not possibly have learned such a forbidden art on his own. An opposing peak head pushes the accusation further and openly suggests Zhang Xiaofan may be a Falcon spy planted inside Jadian. Tian Beli fires back that a real spy would never expose himself so publicly, then angrily drags Bei into the argument too. The argument turns personal fast, with Tian Beli mocking Bei's result and Master Vasp Kalo sneering that Zhang Xiaofan only got this far through luck and nearly died for it. Both men are one step from drawing swords when Master Doilshan slams the table and roars them into silence. With the hall under control again, Master Doilshan states the hard line plainly: if the weapon is truly Falcon-linked, Jadian cannot keep Zhang Xiaofan. He orders Tian Beli to wait until Zhang Xiaofan recovers, question him thoroughly, and bring him back to Crystal Hall for further judgment. Tian Beli leaves in angry silence, too furious to argue anymore. Xing Shuchang tries to smooth things over by reminding everyone that Tian Beli is only upset because Bamboo Peak finally produced a rare talent, and now that disciple is under suspicion. Master Doilshan says he understands Tian Beli and still trusts him. He then checks on Anan, but Shueyu coldly says her disciple would never have lost to Kevern if Zhang Xiaofan and his strange weapon had not drained her so badly first. Another argument is ready to start, so Master Doilshan cuts it off, while the ugly black fire stick lies on the table as the hall's quiet, unresolved threat. Still recovering in Bamboo Peak, Zhang Xiaofan snaps at the smug gray monkey while Big Yella sprawls on the floor and his room feels far too quiet. He assumes Amandla is bringing another meal, but the door opens and Tian Beli walks in instead, instantly turning the room tense. Zhang Xiaofan hurries to get up and salute, and Tian Beli cuts him off with a curt order that sounds calm but clearly is not. When Tian Beli unexpectedly tells him to sit, Zhang Xiaofan just stares until his master barks at him and restores the usual fear. After a brief question about his health, Tian Beli reveals why he came at all and asks the one thing Zhang Xiaofan has been dreading for more than a month. Zhang Xiaofan freezes, because if the truth comes out, both the blood-drinking weapon and Posey's forbidden teaching could destroy him. Under Tian Beli's pressure, he drops to his knees and starts with the safest version he can manage, saying he found the black stick in the back mountain's ancient valley. That answer jolts Tian Beli, because it links the old mystery of Hidi collapsing in that valley to the strange weapon now in his disciple's hands. Forced to keep talking, Zhang Xiaofan lies by omission and says the black stick itself drank his blood before he passed out, carefully hiding the sinister orb. Tian Beli believes enough of the story to name the result. The fire stick is blood-bonded to Zhang Xiaofan, a blood-smelted item with a deeply troubling reputation. Then Tian Beli cuts to the real danger, pointing out that Zhang Xiaofan should not be able to control that weapon unless someone taught him pure essence level 4. Hidi's face flashes through Zhang Xiaofan's mind, and all the small memories tied to Bamboo Peak make him choose silence instead of betrayal. He answers with a hard kowtow and nothing else, staking his life on refusal. After a long look, Tian Beli sighs and orders him to come to Peak of Widows, warning that whether he returns alive will depend on what happens next. The scene shifts to Crystal Hall on Peak of Widows, where the 7 peak heads sit in judgment and Zhang Xiaofan kneels alone under all their eyes. When judgment is called for in Crystal Hall, Wu Fangzi immediately says Zhang Xiaofan cannot be trusted and pushes to kill him as a devil spy. Tian Beli fires back that a planted spy would never expose a forbidden weapon in front of the entire tournament crowd, showing he is openly protecting his disciple. Wu Fangzi doubles down anyway, and the argument only hardens until Shueyu coldly steps in and asks the question nobody else wants to face. Shueyu points out that nobody there actually understands blood smelting well enough to call it evil on sight, and she says killing a 16-year-old on guesswork would be madness. When Wu Fangzi needles her motives, Shueyu lashes back that he just wants a rival talent removed before it threatens his own standing. He dodgy cuts the quarrel off and asks the rest for their positions, turning the fight into a formal decision. Xing Shuchang sides with Shueyu, arguing that Zhang Xiaofan's clean background makes a lucky discovery more believable than a conspiracy. Tian Yun backs Wu Fangzi instead, keeping the hall split and Zhang Xiaofan's fate hanging by a thread. The deciding voice comes from Shang Jingliang, and he also chooses Shueyu's side, finally easing Tian Beli's fear. With the room leaning his way, he dodgy says Zhang Xiaofan does not look like a devil follower, and that the fire stick's force feels strange but not openly bloodthirsty. Wu Fangzi still blurts out that it is better to kill the wrong person than let one slip away, and Hidaji slams the brakes on him at once. Hidaji rebukes him hard, saying that kind of thinking belongs to devil heretics, while the righteous path must risk letting guilt escape rather than slaughter the innocent. The hall yields to Hidaji's judgment, and Zhang Xiaofan, nearly choking on relief, hurriedly thanks the elders and his master. Hidaji tosses the fire stick back to him, and the familiar cold pulse in his hand feels like the weapon itself is quietly rejoicing. But the matter is not over, because Hidaji claps for attendance to bring in the tournament's top 4 disciples. A moment later, Kevin and Ainen are led into Crystal Hall with another young finalist between them, putting Zhang Xiaofan face to face with the other 3 top disciples at the end of his ordeal. At Crystal Hall, the 4 finalists are summoned again, and even Ainen's cold eyes linger on Zhang Xiaofan for a strange quiet moment. Master Doyleson tells them they are leaving the mountain on an important mission to investigate Kong Sang Mountain's Cave of Fangs. The head warns them that Falcon heretics are ruthless, so this trip is both an honor and a real danger. He adds that disciples from Incense Valley and Sky Song Temple are involved too, and orders them to protect Jadian's reputation and consult Ina Shao if they find him first. Then the mood shifts when Master Doyleson singles Kevin out and openly praises him as Dragon Head Peak's worthy successor. Master Doyleson gives Kevin the Union Mirror, a major sect treasure, and Kevin drops to his knees in shock and gratitude. The others are sent outside so Kevin can be taught the mirror's incantation in private. Outside, Tian Belis tells Zhang Xiaofan he will leave with the others immediately, and will not be returning to Bamboo Peak first. Tian Belis tests him on the basic blade arts Surin taught during his recovery, and Zhang Xiaofan answers that he memorized them all. His master still sounds harsh, but the message is almost fatherly now. Your talent may be poor, but you are Bamboo Peak's disciple, so do not shame me outside. After a quiet sigh, Tian Belis says nothing more and leaves on his sword, which only makes the moment hit Zhang Xiaofan harder. Issa snaps Zhang Xiaofan out of it with a grin and jokes that he was worried this trial would finish him. Zhang Xiaofan laughs weakly and admits he really was scared half to death. Issa asks why he did not bring Ash, and Zhang Xiaofan can only complain that he was dragged here with no warning and no luggage at all. Issa offers to lend him clothes anyway, already enjoying the freedom of the trip before it even starts. Then Issa drops the real reason for his good mood and whispers that a beauty is traveling with him. Zhang Xiaofan glances toward Ainen, but her cold stare from across the space is enough to make him instantly look away. Their banter breaks when Zhang Xiaofan suddenly spots a muttering middle-aged man coming down the steps, and all his attention locks onto him. He walks toward the muttering man as if pulled back into the past and softly calls him Uncle Bozo. But the muttering man does not recognize Zhang Xiaofan at all and wanders past, still lost inside his broken rambling. When Issa asks who that was, Zhang Xiaofan can only stare after him and answer with a pained little truth: a man. Kevin comes back out looking delighted, and the 4 decide to head first for Sunstream City before continuing to Kong Sang Mountain. Issa immediately asks about the Union Mirror, and Kevin confirms it is a true Jadian treasure, though he is not sure his cultivation is enough to use it well. Since ordinary disciples cannot fly from the summit itself, Kevin leads them on foot toward the Cloud Sea before they depart the mountain. Once they finally leave Jadian behind, the others fly smoothly, but Zhang Xiaofan runs straight into trouble with his first real long-distance skyblade journey. Surin had only taught him the basics while he recovered, and nobody realized the boy who fought so fiercely in the tournament barely knew how to fly at all. He nearly loses control several times in midair, forcing the others to stay close and quietly keep him from falling to his death. By sunset they reach Sunstream City soaked, tired, and very deliberately land outside town so Zhang Xiaofan will not disgrace Jadian in front of a crowd. After resting, they enter Sunstream in ordinary clothes, and Kevin and Ainen both keep giving Zhang Xiaofan doubtful looks over what they just saw in the sky. Issa alone pretends nothing happened and cheerfully starts introducing Sunstream as the biggest and busiest city for 100 miles around. Zhang Xiaofan is impressed until Issa smugly admits he already sneaked here many times while practicing flight. As night approaches, Kevin decides they will stay in Sunstream for one night before moving on tomorrow. They have hidden their Jadian identities well enough, but Ainen's beauty still turns heads everywhere they walk. Zhang Xiaofan briefly fears she might draw Yolin and level half the city, but Ainen keeps her temper under control as they enter Shanghai Yuan. Kevin handles the inn smoothly and gets them the best rooms in the West Garden, making it obvious he knows this place well. After a short rest, Kevin calls everyone out again for dinner at the inn's tea house. On the way up, Zhang Xiaofan is dazzled by the third-floor hall, which is far more elegant and cultivated looking than anything he has ever seen. At the table by the window, Issa asks the obvious question, and Kevin confirms this is Sunstream's best tea house, and that Jadian's name earns them special treatment. When a famous braised May fish is served, Zhang Xiaofan instantly forgets himself and starts analyzing the ingredients and cooking method like a serious expert. The waiter is openly impressed, and even Ainen gives Zhang Xiaofan an odd look as he names every flavor almost perfectly. When Zhang Xiaofan asks where the fish comes from, a young girl at the next table cuts in sharply and accuses the inn of lying. The girl in green is striking enough to catch everyone off guard, and for a beat even she and Anan end up staring at each other's beauty. The waiter explains that May fish were brought here long ago by Master Doyleshin himself, turning the challenge into a little piece of Jadian prestige. After dinner, the four return to the West Garden, and Kevin sets the plan for an early departure to Kongsang Mountain the next morning. Anan answers with silence and shuts herself in her room, and Zhang Xiaofan, suddenly tired, gives Kevin nothing and heads inside as well. That night, on his first time away from Jadian in 5 years, Zhang Xiaofan cannot sleep for a long while. When sleep finally comes, it turns ugly as he dreams of himself standing in blood with a savage face and a terrifying hunger to kill. He jolts awake drenched in sweat, shaken because this time the nightmare felt like he was seeing through the killer's own eyes. Reaching for the cold fire stick beside his pillow only deepens the unease, because the dream feels too close to the sinister force hanging around that weapon. To steady himself, he sits cross-legged in the dark and enters meditation, and a faint golden Buddhist light slowly spreads over him. By the time the light fades, his heart has calmed again, and as always the peace brings him back to the memory of the kindly Posey monk. Still unable to sleep, he slips out of the West Garden alone while the others remain behind their dark closed doors. He wanders into the inn's central garden, where the moonlit paths, flowers, and cool breeze pull him into lonely reflection. When he pauses over a delicate white flower trembling with dew, the moment turns uncanny and intimate in the silence. Then a soft feminine hand reaches out from the darkness and plucks the flower right in front of him. Zhang Xiaofan whirls around in a flash of dark hatred and finds the girl in green standing there, calmly lifting the flower to her nose beneath the moon. In Shanhai Yuan's moonlit garden, Zhang Xiaofan realizes the girl by the flowers is the same green-dressed beauty who argued over the May fish at dinner. When Zhang Xiaofan asks why she picked the flower, the girl casually declares that being chosen by her is the flower's good fortune. Zhang Xiaofan fires back that the flower lost its life the moment she plucked it, so it can hardly be happy. She twists his logic right back at him, and the petty argument turns oddly intense. Desperate to win, Zhang Xiaofan points at the dew and insists the flower is crying from pain. That line finally breaks her composure, and Baila bursts into laughter right in his face. Humiliated and unable to answer back, Zhang Xiaofan gives up and storms off down the path. Baila calls after him, but Zhang Xiaofan snaps that his name is not He. Her smile drops for a second at being talked to that way, then she smoothly asks for his name instead. Zhang Xiaofan starts to answer, catches himself, and refuses to tell her anything. Instead of getting angry, Baila laughs again, and the old innocence in that laugh catches him completely off guard. Baila notices him staring and boldly asks if she looks pretty. Flustered beyond saving, Zhang Xiaofan blurts out that yes, she is pretty. Baila accepts the compliment like a simple fact and says men have always reacted that way to her. Her figure suddenly reminds Zhang Xiaofan of his senior sister by the green pond, and his mood drops at once. He turns away again, trying to end the encounter before it unsettles him any further. This time Baila stops him more seriously and asks for his name again. Faced with her unexpectedly gentle eyes, Zhang Xiaofan finally gives in and tells her his name. The moment he says it, Zhang Xiaofan escapes almost like he is running away from the whole strange conversation. At the next turn, he nearly crashes into the masked woman from dinner standing alone in the dark. The woman's silent, eerie presence unnerves him so badly that he mutters an apology and leaves at once. Nigar watches his back in silence, then turns deeper into the garden once he is gone. She finds the green-dressed girl still playing with the flower, and the girl greets her calmly as Aunt Nigar. Aunt Nigar reports that the 4 guests are Jadian disciples, led by Kevin, though she could not identify the other 3. With a faint smile, the girl reveals she already learned one name, Zhang Xiaofan. When Aunt Nigar remarks that Baila has not admired flowers in a long time, Baila's smile returns with a strangely loaded pause. Still smiling, Baila slowly crushes the flower to pieces in her hand. The next morning, Kevin gathers the 4 disciples and says it is time to leave Sunstream for Kongsang Mountain. As they check out, Zhang Xiaofan glances around for the green-dressed girl one last time, but she is nowhere to be seen. After 10 days of flying east, Zhang Xiaofan finally grows steadier in the air and starts to enjoy the journey instead of just surviving it. At last they reach Kongsang Mountain and find a dead-looking wasteland of rocks with almost no plants or people anywhere. With night coming and no shelter in sight, Kevin decides they have to climb now and search both for the Cave of Fangs and a place to rest. Anan silently takes the lead up the mountain, and the others follow her into the rough, dangerous paths. By the time they reach a flat ledge halfway up, full darkness has settled over Kongsang Mountain. Kevin suddenly brings out the Union Mirror and activates its protective yellow aura around all 4 of them. He warns them that this mountain once belonged to the old heretics, so they should expect hidden dangers. A thunder of wings rolls in from behind the mountain, and a huge black cloud starts moving toward the only light in the night. As the wind beats close in, Xing Shuchang blurts out what Kevin is relying on, and Kevin snaps an order for everyone to stay inside the mirror's aura. A moment later the black cloud slams down on them, and the 4 disciples finally see it is made of countless giant blood-mouthed bats. The Union Mirror holds firm, and every bat that touches the aura burns, falls, and dies outside the light. But there are far too many of them, and the swarm keeps piling into the barrier until dead bats start building a wall around the group. The sight is so savage that even inside the barrier Zhang Xiaofan is shaken, and Anan has gone visibly pale too. For one brief second, Zhang Xiaofan and Anan look at each other through the chaos, and she quickly turns away. Just when Xing Shuchang thinks it might be ending, the swarm rises high and comes back down like a black hailstorm. They smash themselves apart on the barrier in a frenzy, spraying blood and pieces until the ground turns into a butchered mound. The nightmare drags on for hours, and by the time the bats finally stop rushing in, Zhang Xiaofan is soaked in cold sweat. Even after the attacks stop, the black swarm keeps circling outside the weakened light and waits them out until dawn. At the first sunlight, the entire swarm suddenly obeys the morning and withdraws back the way it came. After making sure the danger is really gone, Kevin drops the Union Mirror's aura at last. The instant the shield disappears, the stacked bat corpses collapse inward and bury the group in a disgusting wave. In the panic, Anan screams and grabs Zhang Xiaofan's arms so hard her nails bite through his clothes. Seeing Anan, that terrified knocks the fear out of Zhang Xiaofan, and he moves in front of her without hesitation. Anan slowly calms, loosens her grip, and looks at Zhang Xiaofan in a long quiet moment she does not put into words. After clawing their way out of the pile of dead bats, the 4 Jadian disciples stagger onto bare rock drenched in sticky blood and reeking filth. The 3 men give up trying to scrub off the sticky blood, but Anan keeps rubbing at her ruined clothes with icy fury. Their miserable silence breaks when 4 lights drop from the sky and land in front of them. The newcomers reveal themselves as Sky Song Temple's monks Fezan and Fashion, along with Incense Valley's Li Su and Yanan. Kevin warmly greets Fezan, and the young monk answers with careful humility instead of showing off. When Kevin introduces his side, Zhang Xiaofan notices Fezan suddenly paying special attention to him. Li Su cuts in with open contempt, mocking Jadian for showing up in such a filthy state. Anan's eyes turn even colder, and most of that frost lands on Yanan as much as Li Su. Kevin starts explaining that they were hit by a massive bat swarm, but Xing Shuchang cuts in and shamelessly turns it into an all-night heroic slaughter. Li Su clearly does not believe a word of it, while Fashion looks genuinely impressed. Fezan smoothly pulls the group back to the mission, proposing that all 3 factions rest today and investigate the Cave of Fangs together tomorrow. Li Su still sneers that someone might look for excuses once they enter the cave, and Kevin instantly fires back. The argument nearly becomes a duel until Anan steps out and coldly offers to test Incense Valley herself. Li Su freezes for a beat, stunned by Anan's blood-smeared but striking beauty instead of answering her challenge. Fezan steps in again and reminds everyone their masters sent them here to face heretics, not each other, which finally cools the fight. Kevin takes the opening to stand down, and Anan retreats with one last chilling glance that leaves Zhang Xiaofan tense for no clear reason. The 8 disciples move to a spring on a nearby hill, where everyone finally washes off the bat gore and changes into clean clothes. When Anan comes back last from changing, even Xing Shuchang, Li Su, and the usually quiet Yanan cannot help looking up at her. Around the spring, Fezan explains that the giant bats are leftovers raised by the old Falcon sect, and their hunting turned the whole region barren. He also reveals the bats fear sunlight, which means entering the mountain by day should be much safer than last night's disaster. Xing Shuchang presses the real question, and Fezan admits he only suspects the bats stay still in the morning, which does not reassure anyone. Zhang Xiaofan speaks up about the risk, and Fezan answers that they have orders to investigate anyway and can only retreat if things go wrong. Kevin uses the calmer moment to ask about the missing Jadian disciple Inu Xiao, but Fezan says none of them have seen him. At dawn the next morning, the 8 disciples return to Kongsang Mountain and head straight for the known entrance to the Cave of Fangs. The cave mouth greets them with freezing wind, ghost-like sounds, and a darkness so deep it swallows the light after a few steps. They draw their espers before entering, and Zhang Xiaofan's ugly black fire stick earns another round of startled looks. Anan cuts off the awkward moment with a single cold command and leads the group into the cave. Just before the dark swallows them, Fezan quietly moves close and tells Zhang Xiaofan to stay near him on the dangerous road ahead. A few steps in, the floor turns into a thick layer of bat droppings, and the whole group has to wade through the stench ankle-deep. Kevin halts the group when the passage opens into a vast chamber packed with giant bats hanging from the ceiling like a living black roof. The bats shift uneasily under the light but do not attack, proving Fezan's guess was right and letting the party push deeper inside. As the cave march drags on, Zhang Xiaofan notices Fezan still keeping close ahead of him, and the white-robed back suddenly reminds him of Posey. When Kevin suddenly gasps ahead, the floor changes at once from foul sludge to clean hard stone. Fezan releases the Orb of Luck, and a solemn flood of golden light turns the cave bright as day and calms everyone's nerves. Even Li Su drops some of his arrogance when he recognizes the sacred Orb of Luck and realizes how strong Fezan really is. Under the orb's light, they discover a blood-red line running through the cave wall, and every bat has stopped at that border instead of crossing it. Relieved to be off the filth for once, the group hurriedly straightens their clothes before moving again. They press on into a deeper tunnel that grows narrower, wetter, and more twisted as it descends underground. Kevin stops the column again when the tunnel splits in two around a huge stone tablet standing like a warning in the dark. The red words "Heaven on my side" on the monument instantly confirm they have reached Old Falcon ground. Li Su bristles at the heretics claiming heaven, but Yanan is the one who spots the thin repaired crack running down the monument's center. Kevin reads the repair as proof that Falcon heretics are active here right now, not just ancient history. With 2 unknown paths ahead, Kevin proposes splitting the teams so they can search both sides and signal with whistles if they meet enemies. Fezan knows splitting up is dangerous, but after checking the others he agrees, and his eyes linger on Zhang Xiaofan again before the groups part ways. Kevin leads the 4 Jadian disciples down the left path with the Union Mirror raised overhead, its soft yellow aura covering them as they enter the narrowing tunnel. The passage keeps tightening around them until ghostly shrieks suddenly explode from the dark on all sides. Hidden enemies launch multiple espers at once, slamming them into the Union Mirror and forcing Kevin to pour everything into holding the barrier. Before the group can recover, the ground itself erupts from below and blows the formation apart, cracking the Jadian defense wide open. Zhang Xiaofan is thrown forward alone, and 3 enemy espers rush him out of the darkness before he can even find their owners. He throws up the fire stick just in time and blocks the first strike, but the force still smashes him hard into the cave wall. Even bruised and half-buried in shattered stone, Zhang Xiaofan forces himself back up because stopping here means dying. The red trident, yellow sword, and gray fang attack in waves, and Zhang Xiaofan barely keeps pace with the fire stick as the hidden heretics press him from every angle. When the fire stick cracks the gray fang, a scream from the dark proves he has actually wounded one of the ambushers. A crushing pincer from above and below nearly breaks his defense, and although the enemy weapons come away dimmer, Zhang Xiaofan's protection also collapses. In that tiny opening, the small dark red trident slips through and punches straight through Zhang Xiaofan's shoulder. The wound goes numb almost at once, and Zhang Xiaofan realizes too late that the trident is poisoned. Then the real horror appears when the trident's owner rises out of the blood-dark weapon as a withered heretic and clamps itself onto Zhang Xiaofan's back. The hidden attacker bites into Zhang Xiaofan's neck and starts drinking his blood while laughing that a fresh Jadian body is his prize. As his blood and strength drain away, Zhang Xiaofan drops into the same nightmare terror that ancient valley awakened in him before. The fallen fire stick glows at his feet like a summons, and Zhang Xiaofan grabs it with the last of his strength. Cornered and half-conscious, Zhang Xiaofan drives the blunt fire stick backward into the blood-drinking heretic anyway. The blood-drinking heretic freezes in disbelief as the embedded fire stick starts beating in Zhang Xiaofan's hand like something alive. In the next instant, the heretic's flesh shrivels and mummifies right in front of Zhang Xiaofan's eyes. Darkness closes around him, but the fire stick pours a surge of stolen power into Zhang Xiaofan and even stops the bleeding in his shoulder. When his awareness clears, Zhang Xiaofan is left staring in shock at what he has just done. In the cave's sudden lull, Zhang Xiaofan is left standing alone with Jiang Lao San's corpse on his back while fighting still rages behind him. 2 heretics step out of the dark in disbelief, because they just watched the vampire cultivator die as if his own blood had been drained away. Zhang Xiaofan braces for a fight, but he cannot hide his shock when he gets a clear look at Cynical Dialection's bizarre dog-like face. Cynical Dialectian snaps at him to explain how the vampire died, and Zhang Xiaofan only gets more confused when they call the corpse a vampire disciple. When they point out the body on his back, Zhang Xiaofan jolts in horror and throws the corpse to the ground. The 2 heretics study the dried corpse and realize this death should have been impossible, because even vampire masters are not supposed to drain a victim like this in reverse. Cynical Dialectian bluntly asks if Zhang Xiaofan is the vampire elder's disciple, and that wild guess only makes him more baffled. A dying heretic suddenly crashes out of the darkness behind them, reminding Zhang Xiaofan that his allies are still in the middle of the real fight. Zhang Xiaofan tries to rush back into battle, but the trident still lodged in his shoulder tears the wound open and drops him to one knee. Seeing him crippled, Cynical Dialectian and Lu Gao immediately move in to finish him. Before they can strike, Anan bursts into view above the battlefield and Eolin Firmus floods the cave with fierce blue light. Anan's giant blue sword sweep tears through the heretics, smashing men into the cave wall and breaking the ambush apart in one terrifying strike. Kevin and Xing Shuchang follow the opening hard, freezing and cutting down the scattered heretics from both sides. Cynical Dialectian and Lu Gao abandon Zhang Xiaofan and throw themselves into blocking Kevin and Xing Shuchang instead. The 2 heretics prove stronger than the others, but the fight makes it clear their careful ambush has already started falling apart. They had planned to isolate the weakest Jadian disciple first, but Jiang Lao San's impossible death ruined the whole setup. Once Anan starts turning her attention their way, Cynical Dialectian makes the only smart call left and yells for everyone to run. The 2 leaders flee deeper into the cave, and the rest of the heretics break in panic and scatter after them. Kevin reacts instantly and orders the group to chase the 2 leaders instead of wasting time on the rest. Kevin and Xing Shuchang take off first, and Anan is just about to follow when she remembers Zhang Xiaofan and looks back. To her surprise, Zhang Xiaofan has already ripped out the trident and launched after them with blood still pouring down his shoulder. Anan hesitates for one beat at that reckless sight, then silently falls in behind him. The pursuit turns into a brutal sprint through twisting tunnels, with the 6 weapon lights whipping through sharp bends and narrow stone gaps. Even wounded, Zhang Xiaofan somehow keeps pace, pushing through the pain as if an endless current is surging through his body. That strange strength only chills him more, because the heretic's talk about vampires makes him fear something is wrong inside his own body. After a long chase, a bright opening finally appears ahead, and both sides pour everything into reaching it first. They burst out of the tunnel and find an enormous underground chamber lit by a single huge glowing stone above a bottomless darkness. Waiting by the glowing stone are 3 more heretics, and the place itself announces its name in carved characters, Forsaken Abyss. The bearded giant immediately mocks cynical Dialectian and Lu Gao for getting pushed around by a few Jadian juniors and dragging trouble back here. The young woman asks where Jiang Lao-san is, and the mood shifts sharply when cynical Dialectian answers that he died at the Jadian's hands. That news rattles the heretics, because they know the vampire elder will not take Jiang Lao-san's death lightly. The bearded giant calmly decides the fix is simple: capture the 4 Jadian disciples alive and hand them over as compensation. Kevin quietly warns his team that these newcomers feel like the real leaders of the cave and are probably much stronger than the pair they just chased down. As the warning sinks in, Zhang Xiaofan catches Ainan's eyes flicking across his still bleeding shoulder before she looks away again. The bearded giant offers them one last chance to surrender, promising a less painful capture if they stop resisting now. Ainan answers with icy contempt, and her fearless reply instantly hardens the whole standoff. The bearded giant's face goes cold, and Zhang Xiaofan suddenly notices his right eye swelling into something monstrous. A red beam fires from the giant eye, and Kevin throws up layered ice walls to protect the group. The beam melts straight through the ice in an instant, forcing Kevin to block it himself with frozen ice. Kevin stops the attack, but when the light clears he sees a dark red stain eating into his prized white sword. The giant eye keeps firing beam after beam, and Kevin is forced to stand there absorbing them while the corruption on frozen ice spreads. Seeing Kevin pinned down, Xing Shuchang tries to attack from the side with Xian Yuan and immediately gets intercepted by the same strange beam. Xian Yuan blocks the shot, yet it also comes away marked, and Xing Shuchang feels that evil force starting to creep in through his sword. By the end of the exchange, the bearded giant has both Kevin and Xing Shuchang trapped in place, their swords stained red and feeding that silent corruption back into their bodies. Seeing Kevin and Isa pinned down, Zhang Xiaofan rushes straight at the enemy even after watching the red beam tear through their swords. The red beam slams into Zhang Xiaofan's fire stick, but instead of breaking him, the black rod flashes green and takes the hit cleanly. When a second blast also fails, Zhang Xiaofan realizes his ugly little weapon is somehow tougher than the fine swords beside him and keeps advancing. Nian Boss stops treating him like the weakest one and starts sweating as Zhang Xiaofan keeps walking through every shot of the red devil eye. The real reason stays hidden from everyone there. The fire stick was forged with the sinister orb and an ancient black rod, so Nian Boss's evil eye simply cannot overpower it. At Nian Boss's side, the pale young heretic Lin Fang starts mocking him for failing against the Jadian disciples and even hints he should hand over the Archlord position. The young woman with them immediately objects, but Lin Fang only gets more smug when Nian Boss dares him to prove himself. Lin Fang finally tosses his golden fan into the air, and the cave itself starts acting like a stormy sky. From the fan's painting, a full mountain bursts into reality and drops straight toward the 4 Jadian disciples. Zhang Xiaofan nearly gets caught under the falling mountain, and Kevin yanks him out at the last second. When the mountain finally slams down and rattles the cave, Xing Shuchang recognizes the weapon at once as the earthen fan, the famous esper of Jiesher Mountain's old Fenghue. The mountain rises again for another crushing drop, and with the stone wall behind them, the 4 have nowhere left to run. Kevin is just about to gamble on the Union Mirror when Ainan flashes in front of them and draws Aeolian Firmus instead. Ainan meets the falling mountain head-on, and Aeolian Firmus erupts like a dragon in a wall of blue light. The impact blasts Ainan into the wall, but her strike still forces the mountain back into the fan. Lin Fang stares at his fan and realizes Ainan's blow has split the painted mountain with a jagged crack. Back with the Jadian group, Ainan slides down the wall coughing blood, and Zhang Xiaofan catches her before she collapses. That blood enrages Lin Fang, but farther back Nian Boss and the young woman are already focused on a more important prize, Ainan's 9 Skies weapon. They decide to let Lin Fang wear the Jadian disciples down in front, while they wait for a chance to steal Aeolian Firmus for themselves. Lin Fang's fan whips up slicing wind and rock, but now Kevin and Isa stabilize the front and start pushing back. Watching from behind with Ainan against him, Zhang Xiaofan can't help admiring how smoothly Kevin handles a real sword battle compared with his own clumsy training. After a short rest, Ainan slips out of Zhang Xiaofan's support, pale and stubbornly silent even when he asks if she is alright. Before either of them can settle, an enemy woman bursts from the stone behind them and lashes Ainan tight with the celestial rope. As the rope bites deeper into Ainan's skin, the huge red-eyed enemy lunges in to snatch Aeolian Firmus from her back. Zhang Xiaofan throws up the fire stick and forces the huge red-eyed attacker to stop, even if only for a heartbeat. He turns the fire stick on the ambusher next, but she yanks bound Ainan in front of her and makes Zhang Xiaofan freeze with the weapon inches from Ainan's face. That hesitation opens Zhang Xiaofan up, and cynical Dialectian and Lu Gao dive in from behind, while the huge red-eyed enemy closes from the front. Zhang Xiaofan somehow holds off 3 attackers at once, but the rope-wielding ambusher keeps swinging bound Ainan into every opening and turns the whole fight against him. Anan sees him getting cornered because of her, and the strain of the celestial rope makes her spit blood across her own dress. The second Zhang Xiaofan hears Anan coughing blood, he stops thinking about himself and fires the black stick straight at the woman holding her. Saving Anan leaves his back wide open, and the huge red-eyed enemy, cynical Dialectian, and Lu Gao slam their attacks into him at the same time. Zhang Xiaofan spits blood and drops, and that shock finally breaks the ropeholder's concentration for a crucial instant. With barely any room to move, Anan forms a hand seal and calls Eola Infirmus free to cut into the celestial rope. Afraid of losing her rope, the ambusher snatches it back, and Anan immediately throws herself after the wounded Zhang Xiaofan. Anan gets him for one fragile moment, but she is already shaking on empty, and the enemies close in again from all sides. Then the fight swings again when Lin Fang screams in rage and unleashes another power from the earthen fan, even with the huge red-eyed leader trying to stop him. The river vanishes from the earthen fan's painting, and the cave floor explodes with a roaring pillar of underground water. The flood scatters everyone, and Anan loses her grip just as Zhang Xiaofan's bloodied body drifts toward the black chasm marked Forsaken Abyss. Seeing him about to fall, Anan's guarded heart finally breaks open, and flashes of every moment they shared hit her at once. With rocks crashing down and almost no strength left, Anan forces herself through the chaos and reaches Zhang Xiaofan one last time. But she has nothing left to pull him back, and together they drift past the Forsaken Abyss marker and begin to fall. As darkness swallows them, Anan turns limp with a faint, peaceful look, and Zhang Xiaofan dimly realizes she came to save him. Just before he blacks out, Zhang Xiaofan hears a Buddhist chant and a sudden golden light flares in the abyss around them. Then even that light is gone, and the two of them vanish into the endless dark, still holding tightly to each other. In the freezing dark below the abyss, Zhang Xiaofan drifts back toward consciousness, too exhausted to fear death. A single white glow coils around him in the darkness, turning into a beautiful ghostly face that leans in to steal his warmth with a kiss. The fire stick suddenly flares green and drives the thing back, and Zhang Xiaofan jolts upright in horror as he recognizes it as another spirit. His shout echoes through the abyss, and all around him more white lights begin waking up in the dark. Soon countless nether spirits surround him, each forming different human faces, and the whole abyss turns into a cold ring of hungry ghosts. Zhang Xiaofan braces for a swarm, then realizes the spirits are keeping their distance because they fear the fire stick. Then he notices the spirits drifting toward his left side and realizes Anan is still beside him, unconscious and going cold. He checks her breathing, sees no obvious outer wounds, and clings to that small relief in the middle of the nightmare. Looking around at last, he sees they are stranded beside freezing underground water in a cavern so huge he cannot even tell whether it is a pond, a lake, or a hidden sea. Knowing the icy water will kill them if the ghosts do not, he forces his battered body upright and tries to get Anan to dry ground. The old wounds from the cave battle hit him hard, and as his strength falters the fire stick dims and the nether spirits surge closer with open desire. He grits his teeth, forces the fire stick bright again, and finally drags Anan onto hard ground before collapsing to catch his breath. While the spirits pace around them, Zhang Xiaofan remembers their fall into the abyss and the last second when Anan grabbed his hand. He also remembers a brief Buddhist chant before he blacked out and hopes the others survived above. His thoughts drift from the battle to Tian Linger, and in the silence he wonders with aching honesty whether she would mourn him if he died here. He even imagines himself becoming one of these lingering spirits, trapped by attachment, and waiting forever at his own grave. Then Anan finally stirs awake, and the first thing she sees in the abyss is Zhang Xiaofan's worried face in the pale light. Zhang Xiaofan is relieved she woke up, but Anan quickly regains her usual composure and then startles when she recognizes the ring of nether spirits around them. He quickly explains that the spirits seem afraid of his weapon, so for the moment the fire stick is the only thing keeping them alive. Anan stares at the crude black fire stick in disbelief and cannot understand how such an ugly esper could overpower the nether spirits. Embarrassed, Zhang Xiaofan admits he literally calls it the fire stick because he used it for cooking back on Bamboo Peak. That answer leaves Anan almost offended on principle, because after all her training and her treasured Eola Infirmus, she's still lost to something called a fire stick. Zhang Xiaofan hurriedly tries to comfort her by saying she really had won their duel, and only lost later because she had overexerted herself. One cold look from Anan is enough to stop him, and she instead turns the conversation to the more urgent mystery of how they survived the fall. Zhang Xiaofan can only guess that they landed in water and were carried to shore by the underground tide. Anan looks at her half-dried, freezing clothes and realizes he must have dragged her out before she froze to death, so she quietly thanks him. Her thanks catches him off guard, and the moment gets even more awkward when they both realize their hands are still clasped together. Anan gently pulls her hand back, and Zhang Xiaofan sits there flustered with nowhere to put his own. Once the awkwardness passes, Anan asks about the heavy hits he took from the heretics before they fell. He downplays the damage, but when she asks if he can still fly, he tests his energy and feels sharp pain stab through his body. He admits he cannot fly, and Anan says she cannot either, so waiting here is hopeless because the nether spirits will slowly drain them dry. Anan checks herself, finds no major outer wound, and is quietly relieved that Eola Infirmus is still safe on her back. Watching Zhang Xiaofan struggle to stand, Ainin finally asks the question that has been bothering her all along: what level is his pure essence really at? Zhang Xiaofan freezes instead of answering, because the truth behind his strength is tangled up with secrets he cannot expose. Ainin takes his silence as refusal, but she bluntly says she no longer believes his power comes from the Esper alone, because no weak cultivator could have survived what he took in that battle. He can only stay awkwardly quiet, carrying the hidden truth that his strength comes from more than Jadian's teaching. With no better option, Zhang Xiaofan recalls the fire stick to hand, spreads its green light around them, and follows Ainin deeper into the abyss away from the water. They keep walking and walking through a cavern with no end in sight, no living creature anywhere, and only the silent ghost light stalking them for blood. As the yin energy thickens, Zhang Xiaofan's old injuries and damaged channels catch up to him, and the walk starts breaking him down. Ainin asks if he is still alright, and Zhang Xiaofan forces a weak smile, and insists they keep moving even as he looks close to collapse. Before Ainin can even suggest resting, Zhang Xiaofan finally gives out and drops unconscious to the ground. Ainin catches him and realizes the real disaster at once. Without the fire stick's light, they have nothing left to hold back the nether spirits. The nether spirits sense the opening immediately, stop circling, and rush both of them like starving beasts in the dark. In the pitch-black abyss, Ainin suddenly steps in front of the unconscious Zhang Xiaofan and draws Aeola Infirmis with a sharp metallic ring. The blue sword light cuts through the first wave of nether spirits, but the swarm keeps pressing in from every side without fear. When a few spirits slip behind her and lunge at Zhang Xiaofan, Ainin twists back to shield him and knocks them away again. But the swarm is endless, and Ainin's injured body starts to give out until she drops beside him with the sword light fading. Staring at his unconscious face, Ainin grimly mutters that she cannot believe she is really going to die here with him. Even so, she plants Aeola Infirmis in the ground and forces up one last blue barrier around both of them. The nether spirits slam against that flimsy barrier again and again, and each hit makes Ainin shake as the shield shrinks lower. Just when the last stand is about to break, Ainin hears Zhang Xiaofan murmur in his sleep, and that tiny sound feels like sudden hope. Then the ground suddenly opens under Zhang Xiaofan, and in the hole below, a pair of huge red eyes flashes in the dark. Without hesitating, Ainin drops the barrier, grabs her sword, and jumps into the hole after him. A furious beast roars from below, and moments later Ainin hauls Zhang Xiaofan back out of the pit while blood stains her left side. Zhang Xiaofan finally opens his eyes, and under the sick green glow of the fire stick, the two of them stand there leaning on each other to stay up. The ghost swarm hangs back from the fire stick, and now they can finally see the creature below them clearly, a giant pig-headed Yahello glaring with red eyes. Ainin quietly tells Zhang Xiaofan they have to get away first, because there are too many spirits here and more horrors could appear at any moment. They start backing away together, but the nether spirits drift forward with them and the wounded Yahello stalks after them instead of giving up. After a long retreat through the endless dark, Zhang Xiaofan suddenly bumps into what he thinks is just a giant tree. Before he can finish reassuring Ainin, a branch whips around his neck and yanks him straight into the air. Ainin realizes too late that it is a tree spirit, and while she tries to save him, the pig-headed Yahello lunges in to pin her down. More branches bind Zhang Xiaofan's body, and the tree trunk splits open into a giant mouth ready to swallow him whole. With no way out, Zhang Xiaofan jams the fire stick straight into that mouth at the very last second. The tree spirit freezes, then withers at terrifying speed as the fire stick drains it dry, and cold power floods back into Zhang Xiaofan. Once the dead tree drops him, Zhang Xiaofan stares at the fire stick in horror, as its green glow and red lines make it look almost satisfied. That dread breaks instantly when Ainin screams, and Zhang Xiaofan sees her driven back by the pig-headed Yahello while the nether spirits swarm in again. He drops every other thought, snatches up the fire stick, and rushes straight back to her through the spirits. The pig-headed Yahello still dares to meet him head-on, so Zhang Xiaofan roars and finally drives the fire stick with his own cultivation. The beast swings one claw to knock the little black stick away, and the next instant the weapon punches clean through its palm and chest. The Yahello crashes down dead, and Zhang Xiaofan catches Ainin just as she goes limp in his arms. The life-draining power fills Zhang Xiaofan with strength again, but when he checks Ainin, he finds her left shoulder has already turned black with poison. When he looks up for the next attack, the nether spirits have suddenly vanished back into the darkness instead. He does not know the truth, that the sinister orb hidden in his fire stick once slaughtered so many lives that these spirits mistake its awakened aura for their old nightmare returning. For now, Zhang Xiaofan can only settle Ainin down, see that the black poison mist has eased from her face, and keep watch beside her in the dead quiet. Then soft footsteps break the silence, and Zhang Xiaofan snaps up with the fire stick in his hand, bracing for whatever is coming next. A moving light appears in the darkness, and the girl in the green dress from Shanghai Yuan steps into view again. In the pitch-black abyss, the girl with the glowing white flower spots Zhang Xiaofan and the unconscious Ainin and is genuinely startled to find living people down here. Then she recognizes him and smiles, greeting Zhang Xiaofan like an old acquaintance in the worst place possible. Zhang Xiaofan feels a flicker of relief at seeing another human face, but he still steps in front of Ainin because nobody normal would be walking around Forsaken Abyss alone. When Bila calls him a Jadian disciple by name, Zhang Xiaofan is caught off guard and realizes this stranger already knows exactly who he is. She presses him about Blood Drop Cave, and Zhang Xiaofan's confusion makes it clear he has never even heard of it. Bailu assumes he is lying and mocks the righteous sects as hypocrites who would only come this far for treasure. That accusation makes Zhang Xiaofan ask the real question, and Bailu openly reveals that she is one of the hated Falcon heretics. The answer hits Zhang Xiaofan with a brief, strange disappointment before his sect training snaps back into place and he treats her as an enemy. Bailu notices movement behind him just as Anan finally stirs awake on the ground. Zhang Xiaofan turns in relief, but Anan uses her first breath to warn him to be careful. Bailu strikes the moment Zhang Xiaofan is distracted, sending the white flower in front of him and bursting it into ghostly green-lit petals. Caught off guard, Zhang Xiaofan barely blocks the petal storm with the fire stick as a few slices slip past and nearly hit him. Then he realizes the attack was just a distraction, because Bailu is already diving straight toward the helpless Anan. Zhang Xiaofan urgently drives the fire stick after Bailu, forcing her to call the petals back into the flower and clash with the weapon in midair. The clash ends in a draw, but Bailu suddenly cries out when the heart-ending flower's fragrance fails to travel through the fire stick and even rebounds on her. Zhang Xiaofan snatches the fire stick back and retreats to Anan's side, determined not to let Bailu get another cheap shot at her. As Zhang Xiaofan angrily calls her shameless, Bailu's brief surprise turns into irritation, and she prepares to show him what a falcon cultivator can really do. Before that duel can start, the situation gets worse as another dark light appears and Aunt Nigar steps out of the abyss shadows. A heartbeat later, 5 yellow-clothed attendants appear too, and Zhang Xiaofan realizes he and the poisoned Anan are completely outnumbered. Anan quietly tells him to run because these enemies are too strong, but Zhang Xiaofan sees no fear in her face and refuses to abandon her. Across from them, Aunt Nigar studies the black fire stick and warns Bailu that the weapon carries a strange evil power she does not understand. She goes further and says the stick's power feels related to their own holy faction, as if something inside it is still sealed. Instead of killing them, Aunt Nigar decides they should capture both disciples and bring the mysterious weapon to Bailu's father. As the Falcon group keeps closing in, Zhang Xiaofan backs away with Anan until cold water sounds at their heels and they reach the shore again. Bailu suddenly realizes this is the legendary Heartless Sea, the place her father said lies near Blood Drop Cave. Aunt Nigar confirms it with a heavy, almost sorrowful tone, but Bailu is too excited by finally being near Blood Drop Cave to notice. Bailu orders the capture anyway, and her men move in while Zhang Xiaofan and Anan are trapped between them and the endless sea. Anan feels the poison and the freezing wind biting at her, and she knows that if Zhang Xiaofan stays because of her, they will both die here. She softly calls him, and without even turning fully back, Zhang Xiaofan blurts out that he is not leaving her behind. His voice is shaky and scared, but the one thing that does not waver is his refusal to retreat. Before either side can strike, the Heartless Sea suddenly turns violent, and a huge wave rises out of the darkness. Aunt Nigar instantly orders Bailu to retreat, and the Falcon group obeys before the water even crashes down. Zhang Xiaofan and Anan are too close to escape, so the freezing surge slams over them and leaves them soaked and numb at the edge of the sea. Then 2 giant green lights appear above the raging water, and the shore falls silent as everyone stares at them. Aunt Nigar recognizes the nightmare first, and shaken, names it the Abyssal Viper. Bailu is stunned, because that ancient demon was supposed to have died long ago at the hands of the Golden Bird. Aunt Nigar warns that almost nothing in the world can kill it, and now escape matters more than capturing anyone. Even then, Bailu hesitates for a moment, and glances toward Zhang Xiaofan instead of running immediately. For Zhang Xiaofan and Anan at the shoreline, the truth becomes clear as the green lights resolve into the eyes of something far too huge to comprehend. The Abyssal Viper finally rises from Heartless Sea, a colossal black serpent with a pale belly and blazing green eyes that leaves every human on the shore looking like ants. No one moves, because the impossible beast in front of them is so vast that even legendary monsters they once feared now feel small by comparison. The Black Sea finally settles, but the real terror is right in front of them now. The Abyssal Viper sits above the shore like an ancient demon and stares at the survivors without moving. Anan is the first to recover enough to think clearly, and she quietly tells Zhang Xiaofan they need to back away before the monster reacts. They start retreating together, but Bailu suddenly shouts for them not to move. Bailu is one heartbeat too late, because the Abyssal Viper's green eyes flare and its roar hits the cavern hard enough to make everyone's ears ring. Then the serpent whips its tail through the sea and drives a mountain-sized wall of black water straight at them. Zhang Xiaofan grabs Anan and tries to fly for it with the fire stick, but the wave is faster than he is. He barely gets off the ground before the flood catches them, engulfs them, and tears Anan out of his arm. Zhang Xiaofan desperately tries to get back to her, but the current throws them farther apart until Anan vanishes completely in the dark water. Before he can recover, Zhang Xiaofan spots the Abyssal Viper's tail cutting through the wave toward him like a second execution. At the last instant, the fire stick bursts with eerie green light and yanks him upward above the wave. That escape only half works, because the tail's leftover force still slams Zhang Xiaofan from below and hurls him broken and half blind into the abyss. As he is blown away, Zhang Xiaofan gets one terrible look back and sees the same giant wave swallowing Bailu, and Nigar, and the scattered yellow-robed men too. Bailu fights back with her white flower, splitting it into a glowing six-petal wheel that briefly braces against the flood. The defense lasts only a second before the abyssal viper's tail smashes through it like it was nothing. And Nigar flashes back into the water just in time, uses a soft yellow round object to shove Bailu out of the strike path, and is swallowed by the wave herself. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaofan keeps flying helplessly through the dark until the serpent's force finally starts to fade. He thinks he might survive if he only hits the ground, but then a cliff wall suddenly rises out of the dark right in front of him. The collision is brutal, and even with his cultivation protecting him, Zhang Xiaofan coughs blood and ricochets down the cliff in agony. On the way down, he spots what looks like an old tree growing from the cliff and grabs for it as his only chance. He catches the trunk, but the half-rooted tree cannot hold his weight and tears loose with him. The pause slows his fall just enough for him to survive the final crash, but the impact knocks him unconscious. After a long while, Zhang Xiaofan wakes up in terrible pain and realizes he is alive inside a narrow, damp cave. He takes in the cave properly and sees bad news on both ends. One side is choked shut by fallen rock, and the other only bends deeper into the mountain. When he tries to stand, a cold voice answers from the darkness first, and Bailu steps out from deeper inside the cave. Zhang Xiaofan instantly raises the fire stick at his old enemy, but Bailu only mocks him for acting fierce when several of his bones are already broken. Her calm makes it obvious she is not attacking, so Zhang Xiaofan lowers his guard and the pain crashes back into him at once. Bailu laughs at his stubborn pride, but the laugh fades fast when she mutters that neither of them is likely to live long in this place. When he presses her, Bailu points at the cave-in and explains the truth. The only exit is buried solid, so they are trapped alive. Zhang Xiaofan then asks the question that matters to him most, and Bailu reveals she was the one who dragged his unconscious body into the cave. She explains that she hid in the opening where he tore the old tree loose. Then the abyssal viper smashed the cliff in rage and collapsed the mountain over them. When Zhang Xiaofan still looks suspicious, Bailu loses her temper and hurls a rock at him for doubting the person who saved him. The stone smashes into Zhang Xiaofan's injured left arm, and the pain is so vicious he nearly blacks out again. Bailu first thinks he is exaggerating, but when she comes over and checks the arm herself, she realizes the bone is really broken. He stubbornly insists the injury was not her fault, and Bailu steps back again, watching with that same prickly attitude instead of apologizing properly. Zhang Xiaofan forces himself to inspect his injuries and realizes the worst damage is concentrated in that broken arm. He wants to set the bone but cannot find anything straight enough to use as a splint until Bailu dryly points out the obvious: his own fire stick. Too proud to thank her, Zhang Xiaofan uses torn cloth and the fire stick to bind his left arm in place. The moment his arm is secured, his mind jumps back to Anan, and Bailu can only admit she never saw what happened to her in the chaos. That answer hits him hard, because Anan was already poisoned before she disappeared into the heartless sea. With no way out behind them, Zhang Xiaofan decides the only thing left is to search deeper into the cave instead of waiting to die at the collapse. Bailu scoffs, but in a cave this dead and silent she still follows, because even enemies feel safer with company. Past the first bend, they enter a longer corridor lit by the same strange glowing stones, with only Bailu's earlier footprints cutting through the dust. A faint sound of water reaches them at the far end, and Bailu casually calls him by name, which startles him all over again. Bailu reminds him he told her his name back in Sunstream City, then impatiently says the water ahead leads nowhere either. They reach the end and find a beautiful little waterfall spilling into a clear pool, the kind of scene that would be peaceful anywhere else. But when Zhang Xiaofan checks behind the water, the beauty turns cruel, because there is nothing there except solid rock. They exchange one silent look and both understand the same thing: this cave really is a dead end. The pressure finally settles over them, and Bailu quietly tells him to sit and rest while they think of some other way to survive. In that trapped silence, even their sect hatred eases a little, because dying together in the dark leaves no room for the old lines between them. As his mind drifts through failure, pain, and worry, Zhang Xiaofan tries to make idle talk about strange red marks on the wet wall that look like blood under the water. That casual remark jolts Bailu upright at once, and her sudden alarm shows the blood-like stains mean something far more serious than he realizes. When Zhang Xiaofan points out a few strange red stones near the cave ceiling, Bailu jolts with sudden excitement and rushes over to inspect them. The 7 stones form a crooked hook shape, and every drop that slides past them turns fresh blood red for an instant before falling clear again. Murmuring "Blood Drop Cave" to herself, Bailu suddenly realizes what this place might be and smacks Zhang Xiaofan in pure excitement without even noticing his pain. Bailu blurts out that Elder Blackheart hid Blood Drop Cave so well that the Falcon failed to find it for 800 years, and Zhang Xiaofan bitterly realizes he has helped a heretic uncover it. For Bailu, finding Blood Drop Cave means reaching the lost Bloodforger cache that Falcon factions have hunted for 800 years. Too excited to care that they are trapped, Bailu climbs in and starts testing every red stone by touch, taps, pulls, and pushes, hoping one of them will trigger the secret. Nothing happens, and Zhang Xiaofan cannot resist mocking her guess when the precious clue still refuses to open anything. Hours pass with Bila circling the chamber and trying new ideas, but Blood Drop Cave stays shut. While Bila obsesses over the puzzle, hunger hits Zhang Xiaofan hard, and he realizes his food is gone. With no food, no fish, and no escape, he can only drink from the pond and grimly imagine starving to death in this cave. As evening-like exhaustion settles in, Zhang Xiaofan finally warns that if they do not find a way out, the cave will kill them before any secret helps. Bila suddenly asks if he is hungry, and his proud denial is ruined instantly by the loud rumble of his own stomach. Laughing at him, Bila offers him a bag of food and tells him to help open Blood Drop Cave. Zhang Xiaofan snaps that one bag of food will not bribe him, trying to protect his pride even when he is obviously desperate. Bila calmly explains that opening Blood Drop Cave is their best chance to find an exit, so helping her is really the only way either of them survives. Her logic wins, and Zhang Xiaofan gets up to study the 7 stones himself even though he still refuses to take the food. They keep staring until pure exhaustion takes over, and Zhang Xiaofan eventually lies flat on the cave floor and dozes off under the puzzle itself. When he wakes, Bailu is still staring at the ceiling, and Zhang Xiaofan cannot help admiring how relentless she is. His stomach growls again in the silent cave, and the sound is so loud that Bailu immediately looks over. Mortified, Zhang Xiaofan hurries to the pond for more water, but it only makes the hunger worse. Then, while staring into the water, he notices several red marks in his reflection and realizes he is seeing the stones overhead mirrored in the pond. In the reflection, the crooked hook becomes something else entirely, a palm-shaped pattern instead of a hook. Zhang Xiaofan calls Bailu over, and even their usual bickering pauses while he tries to show her what he found. He asks her name, she finally tells him she is Bailu, and that tiny moment of trust slips in before he points her to the water. Bailu bends over the pond, sees the palm-shaped reflection for herself, and instantly knows they have to test it. Without hesitating, Bailu steps straight into the pond and waits for the ripples to settle so the reflected hand will appear clearly again. For a moment Zhang Xiaofan just watches her standing in the water, so beautiful and still that the cave itself seems to go quiet around her. When the reflected hand returns, Bailu presses where the 5 fingers should be and feels 5 raised stones hidden under the sand. She presses those first 5 hidden stones, lifts her head, and gets nothing. Instead of giving up, Bailu quickly searches for the last 2 points and realizes the full switch needs both hands at once. She presses all 7 hidden stones together, and this time both of them hold their breath in the silence that follows. At last a heavy click sounds out, and the solid stone behind the falling water slowly sinks inward to reveal a hidden entrance. Faced with the long-lost secret of Blood Drop Cave, Zhang Xiaofan feels excitement, fear, and curiosity all at once. Bailu steps back out of the pond smiling, and when Zhang Xiaofan quietly congratulates her, the mood between them softens for a beat. When Bailu thanks him for noticing the reflection, Zhang Xiaofan gets flustered enough to pull back from her on instinct. Bailu teases that he seems afraid of her, and his panic denial only makes the moment more obvious. She invites him to go inside together, and after one last protest about this being a Falcon place, he remembers they still need an exit and agrees. Bailu enters first through the water curtain, and Zhang Xiaofan follows her into the hidden tunnel of Blood Drop Cave. Inside, the tunnel is darker and more cramped than the outer cave, so both of them move carefully in case the old Bloodforger masters left deadly traps. But the hidden path stays quiet all the way up, until Bailu stops and whispers that they have arrived. The tunnel opens into a circular shrine chamber with another passage deeper inside, proving this secret place is much larger than they expected. On one side stand 2 huge statues, one gentle and almost bodhisattva-like, the other monstrous with black face, horns, foreheads, and 8 arms streaked with blood at the mouth. A dusty altar, old incense, and scattered futons show this chamber was once used for worship, even if no one has come here for centuries. Zhang Xiaofan is left puzzled by the chamber, but Bailu immediately turns solemn and begins treating it like a sacred place. She cleans off a futon, lights incense with her own flint, and kneels before the 2 statues. In the smoky silence, Bailu prays as the holy faction's 43rd disciple, begging Nether Mother and Heaven Vidyaraja to let Falcon rise again. Hearing her prayer, Zhang Xiaofan realizes the statues are Falcon gods, and he turns away with cold contempt. After bowing 3 times to the sinister statues, Bailu quietly tells Zhang Xiaofan to move on, but his attitude has turned cold again as sect hatred creeps back in. Deeper in, they reach a limestone cavern dominated by a huge stone tablet carved with the line "Heaven and earth are not benevolent. They treat all things as straw dogs." When Zhang Xiaofan stares at the inscription, the writing hits him so hard he suddenly reels back in dizziness. Past the tablet, the pair find a smooth stone wall between 2 tunnels, and before it a seated skeleton rests calmly on a bluestone platform. At that same moment, the orb on Zhang Xiaofan's fire stick glows with a soft green light toward the skeleton, as if the weapon recognizes an old connection. Bailu guesses the dead figure might be the infamous Elder Blackheart, but Zhang Xiaofan cuts her off and pushes to keep searching for a way out. Irritated, Bailu snaps that he can search by himself, and Zhang Xiaofan stubbornly turns into the left tunnel alone. As he walks off, Zhang Xiaofan knows he lost his temper too easily, yet he keeps going and feels an awkward flicker of disappointment when Bailu does not follow. Far ahead, a soft light appears at the end of the tunnel, pulling Zhang Xiaofan toward it. Back at the fork, Bila fumes after being ignored, but her pride will not let her chase after him, so she turns into the right tunnel instead. The right passage is shorter and darker, and it leads Bila into a storage chamber lined with shelves and a heap of broken weapons. Reading the shelf labels, Bila realizes this room once stored top Falcon treasures, but the famous weapons themselves are all gone. At the very end, she finds one last clue, a small heavy steel box left in an unlabeled slot. Not trusting Elder Blackheart's hiding place, Bila summons her heart-ending flower and opens the box under its white protective light. The moment the lid opens, ancient corpse poison bursts out as black gas, but the heart-ending flower traps it and absorbs it before it can escape. When the poison is gone, Bila sees the cost. Her once white flower has turned dark purple and black, and she curses Elder Blackheart for it. Inside the box, all that deadly poison was guarding a single object, a tiny golden bell. Bila lifts the bell, and its clear ringing instantly charms her even though she still cannot tell what makes it special. Deciding to keep it, Bila ties the bell at her waist, where it gives off a bright series of pleasant chimes when she moves. After searching the room and finding no exit, Bila finally gives up on the chamber and goes to check on Zhang Xiaofan. At the end of the left tunnel, Bila arrives in a larger empty chamber, and is quietly relieved to find Zhang Xiaofan alive, still staring at a wall covered in writing. When Bila sees the title Libris on the wall, she blurts out in shock that this is the sacred scripture of her holy faction. She explains that all holy faction divine arts come from this text, while Zhang Xiaofan can only stare in disbelief and mutter that it should be impossible. As he reads on, Zhang Xiaofan realizes the scripture contains ideas that overlap with both Jadian and Tianyin teachings, and the discovery rattles him to the core. The deeper meaning hits even harder when he senses a buried secret behind the three schools, and one terrifying question starts tearing at him. Which path is truly right? Bila grows annoyed again when Zhang Xiaofan ignores her completely, but instead of forcing a fight, she storms out on her own. Back in the limestone cave, Bila vents her anger at Elder Blackheart's scattered remains and at the poison that ruined her flower. She lashes out with the heart-ending flower, smashing the old skeleton apart in a burst of cracking bones. Once the bones fall away, hidden writing appears on the wall behind them, and Bila freezes as she reads the 4-line verse left there. Bila studies the newly exposed verse behind the shattered skeleton and realizes the handwriting is different from the Libris on the nearby wall, like a bitter message from a heartbroken woman. Before she can make sense of it, Bila turns and finds Zhang Xiaofan standing behind her with a twisted, grief-stricken expression that looks almost frightening. Her startled step makes the golden bell chime, and that clear sound snaps Zhang Xiaofan out of the strange trance, pulling him toward the dead man. He understands only fragments of what happened. The Libris chamber stirred his fire stick awake, icy power ran through him, and he somehow walked here without meaning to. The green glow on the fire stick seems to mourn the fallen skeleton, and Zhang Xiaofan feels the same impossible sadness and familiarity. When Zhang Xiaofan steps forward, Bila blocks him at once and warns that even if she hated Elder Blackheart, she will not let an outsider dishonor a dead disciple of her faction. Zhang Xiaofan fires back that the body is already in pieces because of her, but Bila stubbornly says she will repent later and still refuses to let him touch it. Then he quietly says he has no intention of harming the remains, and Bila hesitates just long enough for him to walk past. In front of the shattered bones, Zhang Xiaofan feels as if the skull is still watching him, yet instead of fear he feels the ease of meeting an old friend. He kneels and carefully gathers the scattered bones back into a proper pile, as if this simple act is something he was meant to do. When he finishes, a second hidden carving appears beneath where the skeleton had been sitting. The new verse reads like a dying confession of regret, ending weakly in midline as if the writer collapsed before finishing. Standing between the two messages, they both feel the outline of an old tragedy, a woman left heartbroken and a man who regretted everything too late. Bila suddenly catches the phrase golden bell, and the clue hits her hard enough to make her light up on the spot. She excitedly explains that Lady Jingling was a legendary woman of the Holy Faction, a genius who mastered Libris and founded the Lupin branch. Zhang Xiaofan immediately loses interest once he hears this famous woman also founded a demonic branch, and his face hardens again. As Zhang Xiaofan quietly puts the bones back in place, he finds himself absurdly thinking the dead man must have loved that woman enough to die for her. Bila happily decides the story is simple. Elder Blackheart betrayed Lady Jingling, so he deserved a miserable end. Zhang Xiaofan snaps back with a sharp no-nonsense, startling even himself when he realizes he is defending a dead enemy from the demonic path. Before that strange reaction can be explained, Bila grabs the bell at her waist, checks it closely, and realizes it really is Lady Jingling's Lupin bell. She nearly laughs herself sick over finding such a treasure by chance, while Zhang Xiaofan coldly asks the question that matters more to him: did she find an exit or not? When Bila admits she found nothing, Zhang Xiaofan bitterly tells her she can die in the cave hugging that bell. That jolts Bila back to reality, and the two of them start combing through every chamber, crack, and wall in Blood-Drop Cave for a hidden way out. Zhang Xiaofan even ignores Bila's objections and searches around the statues of Nether Mother and Heaven Vidiraja, but the cave gives them nothing back. When they meet again by the skeleton, One look at each other's faces tells them the search has failed. Bila finally asks if they are really going to die here, and the silence that follows makes the threat feel horribly real. After a long oppressive pause, Zhang Xiaofan suddenly jumps up and declares he will search again because he refuses to die trapped in this place. What really drives him is the thought he cannot say aloud. He still has to see his Shiji again, even if only to die back at Bamboo Peak. Bila stays on the platform and watches him throw himself into the search again and again, too stubborn to stop even after repeated failure. At last his legs give out, and Zhang Xiaofan stumbles back to Bila's side and collapses unconscious from exhaustion, hunger, thirst, and injury. Bila checks him and realizes he is not dying yet, which leaves her oddly relieved in a way she did not expect. Looking at his cracked lips and worn-out face, Bila admits to herself that if they are going to die here, she does not want to be left alone first. She goes to the cave entrance pool for water and comes back to try feeding him, but in his state he can only swallow a little water and stays unconscious. Exhausted herself, Bila finally falls asleep beside him after making sure he seems stable. When she wakes, her first instinct is to check him, and she even mutters an irritated little insult after seeing he is still there sleeping. That brief relief vanishes when she touches his forehead and finds him burning with a high fever. His battered body finally gives in, and with no doctor or herbs in the cave, Bila can do almost nothing but try uselessly to cool him with water. As the fever drags on for days, Bila grows more anxious because even his delirious muttering feels better than the thought of being left alone in the cave. One day he curls up in terror and babbles about ghosts and murdered parents, exposing the childhood massacre that still haunts him. Bila hurriedly tells him there are no ghosts here and holds him until the nightmare panic starts to fade. Then he turns heartbreakingly soft and begs his Shiji not to abandon him. Moved by that desperation, Bila gently answers in Shiji's place that she will never abandon him. A peaceful smile appears on Zhang Xiaofan's face at once, and that tiny happiness cuts into Bila more deeply than she expects. Bila remembers the beautiful Jadian woman with the blue sword from the abyss and suspects that might be the Shiji he loves so fiercely. Over the following days, his fevered rambling tells her about Grass Temple Village, the massacre there, and the Shiji from Bamboo Peak who fills his heart. Without noticing when it happened, Bila starts looking at his sleeping face as the one steady thing that breaks the cave's dead emptiness. Sometimes Bila goes back to Lady Jingling's warning on the wall and quietly insists that Zhang Xiaofan is different, because even half-conscious he stays fiercely devoted to one person. Each time she turns away, the Lupin bell rings softly in the empty cave, as if some gentle lingering presence is still watching the two of them. After days of fever in Blood Drop Cave, Zhang Xiaofan finally starts waking up, still weak and stuck resting on the stone floor. With nothing else to do, Bila drifts back to Lady Jingling's carved message and sighs over the old heartbreak it describes. When Zhang Xiaofan asks why she is sighing, Bila snaps that a brilliant woman like Lady Jingling ruined her life over a stinking man like him. As she rereads the final line, Bila notices one carved character is deeper than the rest and suddenly realizes it might be a hidden lock. She quickly compares the recess to the golden Lupin bell at her waist and sees the size matches exactly. Bila lights up and tells Zhang Xiaofan this hidden mechanism might finally save them. She slots the bell into the wall and twists it until the hidden stone mechanism finally groans to life. A layer of stone crashes away, but instead of an exit it only reveals another secret wall covered in ancient writing. Zhang Xiaofan's brief hope dies immediately when he sees there is still no way out. Bila ignores the disappointment and studies the hidden text until she quietly recognizes it as the holy sex-forbidden spell, Infatuation. The opening lines read like a brutal blood sacrifice, and Zhang Xiaofan instantly dismisses it as evil magic. When he asks whether the hidden text gives any clue to escape, Bila has to admit it does not. Bila explains that infatuation is an ancient women-only technique that turns all of a woman's blood into a terrifying spell. Zhang Xiaofan cuts her off and says a spell like that should be called a bloody curse, not something dressed up as love. That harsh answer lands harder than he expects, and Bila quietly admits that even Lady Jingling never used it in the end. More days crawl by in the sealed cave, with Zhang Xiaofan passing time on the Libuous writing while Bila keeps returning to the hidden infatuation text. He can grasp parts of the Libuous theory, but every attempt to combine its two cultivation paths at once makes his blood surge painfully and fail. Then the real deadline arrives. After rationing everything they had, the last of Bila's food runs out too. Bila sits beside the old skeleton on the platform, thinner and visibly drained, while the cheerful bell at her waist now feels painfully out of place. Watching her in silence, Zhang Xiaofan cannot stop thinking about one thing. This so-called heretic girl gave him most of the remaining food while he was sick. When Bila catches him staring, she blushes and snaps at him, and he awkwardly jerks his gaze away. But instead of picking a fight, Bila sighs that since they are both about to die here, there is no point clinging to so many rules anymore. Zhang Xiaofan finally says she should not have given him so much food, because it only shortened her own life. Bila cuts off his idea of rescue and says she would rather die than be left alone in this cave with only a skeleton and a rotting corpse for company. Zhang Xiaofan shivers at the image, and Bila notices he is scared even if he tries to deny it. Then Bila asks him for one promise, speaking so softly that the mood in the cave turns serious at once. She reminds him they have only water left, and will likely starve within days. What she asks next horrifies him. If she breaks first, she wants him to kill her before starvation does. She pushes even further and tells him to eat her flesh afterward if that is what it takes to stay alive until rescue comes. Zhang Xiaofan explodes, calling her sect insane and shameless because he can barely even force the words out. Bila does not argue back. She only says the choice is his. But if it comes to that, he must kill her first. He refuses again and says he would rather repay the food with his own life than accept a deal like that. When Bila quietly says she is afraid, the whole conversation changes, and Zhang Xiaofan stops short in confusion. Bila asks if he knows what it feels like to wait alone for death, and the fear in her voice makes Zhang Xiaofan listen. Bila's memory opens on childhood horror. At 6 years old, she and her mother are trapped underground when righteous attackers destroy 6 foxes' cave and bury them alive with her grandmother. In the buried dark, her grandmother dies first, and little Bila survives only because her mother keeps holding her and promising that her father will come. But the rescue never comes, and hunger slowly turns their prison into a nightmare. Then one day her mother finds strips of flesh, and the starving child eats without understanding what she is being fed. The food keeps coming for a while, but her mother's voice grows weaker until one day it stops completely. Left alone beside her mother's decaying body, the little girl waits in total darkness for death to come next. At last the cave opens, and Bila hears her father calling as light finally breaks into the tomb. But when her father sees the scene inside, he freezes in horror instead of rushing straight to her. Even as a child, Bila understood from his face that for one awful instant he wanted to kill his own daughter. He carries her out anyway, and over his shoulder she catches one last glimpse of her mother's partly buried arm before the memory breaks her. Back in the present cave, Bila turns deathly pale mid-story and suddenly collapses unconscious into Zhang Xiaofan's arms. Still recovering himself, Zhang Xiaofan struggles to lower her onto the stone platform and realizes he is shaking and drenched in sweat. As time passes, Bila stays unconscious and cries out for her mother and father from inside the nightmare she just reopened. In her panic, Bila grabs hold of Zhang Xiaofan like he is the only solid thing left, and he stays there enduring the pain because he cannot bring himself to pull away. In the cave, Bila's buried memories hit her all at once, and with hunger and weakness already wearing her down, she finally faints while still clinging to Zhang Xiaofan. Zhang Xiaofan wants to rest too, but seeing how miserable she looks, he cannot bring himself to pull away and leave her alone. He endures the numb pain of her iron grip for hours, and eventually exhaustion drags him to sleep right there beside her. When Zhang Xiaofan wakes later, Bila is gone, and the empty cave suddenly feels like a grave. He searches the script chamber and the treasure room first, but when he still cannot find her, he hurries out to the statue hall. There he finds Bila kneeling before the falcon statues, her shoulders shaking as she tries and fails to hold back her tears. Zhang Xiaofan awkwardly tries to comfort her, but the moment he speaks, Bila's barely controlled grief breaks open completely. In the middle of her breakdown, Bila blurts out the wound she has carried for years. She believes she killed her own mother. Zhang Xiaofan immediately denies it and gently tells her that a child could never be blamed for something like that. Bila admits she always felt her father hated her for that death, but Zhang Xiaofan points out that he still came to save her and never truly abandoned her. His words finally reach her, and after a long silence Bila looks up and tells him, very quietly, that he is kind. Zhang Xiaofan brushes it off and jokes bitterly that he is only comforting her because they are both going to die here anyway. That makes Bila ask a dangerous question. If he dies here with her, does he regret it? He answers honestly that of course he regrets it, because his heart is still fixed on Bamboo Peak and the life he cannot return to. Bila bristles at his answer, but he keeps going and admits that if he could at least be buried back on Bamboo Peak, he would have no further regret. Then Bila suddenly brings up Linger, revealing that Zhang Xiaofan called for her in his feverish sleep. The reminder crushes him, because once he dies in this cave, even the faint hope of seeing his senior sister again is gone. After he leaves, Bila stays before the statues and starts praying for him, not for herself. While praying, Bila suddenly realizes something is wrong with the Heaven Vidyaraja statue. Its right hand is empty when it should be holding the Genesis axe. That missing weapon gives her a desperate idea, because no falcon would dare leave such a sacred statue unfinished without a reason. Bila suddenly runs back in with a breakthrough and tells Zhang Xiaofan that if he wants to live, he needs to follow her right now. Bila leads him into the treasure room and struggles to drag out a huge steel axe from the heap of ruined weapons. The axe is so heavy that Zhang Xiaofan has to help, and even together they can barely move it. When Bila says the axe has to be placed in the evil god's hand, Zhang Xiaofan instantly loses enthusiasm, but he still cannot leave her to do it alone. In the end, they force the giant axe into Heaven Vidyaraja's empty right hand and collapse on the floor, nearly spent. Zhang Xiaofan gasps that if this does not work, Bila has just traded 3 days of life for 3 hours. Bila respectfully apologizes to the statue first, then tests the axe. But at first nothing happens. When Bila yanks harder, the statue's arm shifts with the axe, and a hidden mechanism suddenly roars to life inside the cave. Together they raise the axe and the statue's arm higher, and with a deafening boom the stone wall behind the gods slides open to reveal a hidden stairway. But the escape route also triggers the cave's self-destruction, and the whole blood drop cave starts collapsing around them. They sprint into the darkness with the mountain crashing behind them, surviving only by throwing their last strength into every step. After countless falls and near misses in the black passage, they finally spot daylight ahead. They tumble out beneath a hidden cliffside exit in the western forest just before the entrance collapses shut forever behind them. Lying on the grass in the open air, they finally realize they truly made it out alive. The pressure breaks all at once, and Byla laughs and cries under the blue sky as she shouts that they lived. After they calm down outside, Zhang Xiaofan catches a hare and roasts it over a small fire, while the smell nearly drives the starving Byla mad. Then Zhang Xiaofan finds that his little seasoning bag survived, and Byla is stunned that this righteous disciple has been carrying salt and spices around all along. He seasons the roasting hare like someone who has done this before, and Byla can only stare as the smell somehow gets even better. The second he says the hare is ready, Byla grabs too fast, burns her fingers, and yelps in frustration. Zhang Xiaofan lets it cool a little, tears off a hare leg, and offers it to Byla with easy kindness. That simple gesture catches Byla off guard, and she turns away blushing before she starts eating. A moment later she quietly admits it is delicious, and just as quietly says she already finished hers. Flustered, Zhang Xiaofan tries to offer her more food, but in his confusion he accidentally holds out the half-eaten piece from his own hand. Byla just watches him with soft amused eyes until he realizes the mistake and turns even redder. This time he gives her the rest of the rabbit properly, and Byla says with unusual sincerity that it is the most delicious thing she has ever eaten. After their first real meal since the cave, they wash by a nearby stream, and all the exhaustion they had been holding back finally crashes down on them. Byla falls asleep first on a patch of grass beside the stream, and Zhang Xiaofan lies down near her under the warm daylight. Even in her sleep, Byla reaches over by habit and grabs hold of Zhang Xiaofan again, this time with a faint peaceful smile. Zhang Xiaofan does not have the heart to move her hand away, and with the forest wind whispering around them, the two finally drift into real sleep together. In the middle of the night by the stream, Zhang Xiaofan wakes first and finds Byla still asleep, clutching his clothes like a frightened child. Listening to the wind in the trees, Zhang Xiaofan drifts into thoughts of Bamboo Peak and imagines returning alive to Tian Linger's happy welcome. He smiles to himself in the dark, not noticing that Byla has opened her eyes and is quietly watching him. Morning comes with birdsong, and at the stream Zhang Xiaofan unwraps his left arm and realizes the break has almost healed. Happy that the pain and swelling are gone, he ties the ugly black fire stick back at his waist and tests his arm. Byla comes up behind him, washes her face, and warns him not to push the arm too hard yet. Then Zhang Xiaofan awkwardly tells Byla that now they are safely out, they should part ways here. Byla repeats his words in a low hurt voice, and Zhang Xiaofan explains that righteous and falcon disciples are meant to become enemies, no matter what they survive together. He says he owes Byla his life and will repay that debt someday, as long as she never asks him to betray Jadian or his morals. Instead of accepting that, Byla stands and offers him a place in the holy faction, promising her father would value his talent far more than Bamboo Peak ever did. Zhang Xiaofan refuses at once, saying he would rather stay an unnoticed cook at Bamboo Peak than gain power among the falcon. That answer turns the argument bitter, and Byla snaps that the so-called righteous sects have slaughtered just as cruelly as the people they condemn. Zhang Xiaofan angrily throws the accusation back, and their argument lays bare the same second-hand hatred both sides learned from their elders. His anger softens first, and Zhang Xiaofan tries one last time to end things cleanly by saying Jadian forbids contact with Falcon and he cannot disobey his sect. He even tells her that if they meet again and she abandons the dark path, he would stake his life to help her enter the righteous side. Byla laughs that off with contempt, rejects his justice outright, and vows that if they meet again she will be the first to take his head. Zhang Xiaofan does not argue anymore. Feeling he still owes her too much, he simply salutes and says farewell. He walks into the woods without looking back once, leaving Byla staring after him until he disappears. Once he is gone, Byla sits back down beside the ashes of last night's roast rabbit and finally breaks into tears. While Byla cries by the ashes, the birdsong dies and a dark shadow falls over her. She whirls around, recognizes her father, and breaks down into his arms. A dark shadow stretches over Byla, and she turns to see a powerful figure standing behind her as the morning itself seems to darken. The moment Byla recognizes him, all her anger collapses and she throws herself into her father's arms, calling out to him through tears. Her father's stern surprise softens into obvious joy, because after everything, his daughter is alive. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaofan spends a full day walking out of Kongsang Mountain, choosing not to fly yet because he does not trust his healing arm. After another night outdoors, he reaches the main road, asks for directions north, and heads home toward Jadian. By hot noon he stops at a small tea stall in the shade, drinks a cup, and finally feels some of the road's heat leave his body. Resting there, he plans to start flying again later and feels his heart race at the thought of seeing Tian Linger soon. Then a gentle voice asks the keeper for tea, and Zhang Xiaofan turns to see a scholar whose calm presence immediately changes the whole stall. The man's appearance is simple but striking, with a refined scholar's robe, a rare purple jade ornament, and a quiet authority that makes the other customers fall silent. Even after the other customers leave one by one, the scholar sits there calmly until only he and Zhang Xiaofan remain under the tree. Just as Zhang Xiaofan gets ready to leave, the scholar warmly stops him and says he only wants to chat because the journey is dull. Zhang Xiaofan respectfully sits back down, and the stranger introduces himself as Wan Renwang. The more Zhang Xiaofan studies him, the more he feels that this gentle scholar carries the bearing of someone born to lead. Wan Renwang suddenly asks if Zhang Xiaofan is a cultivator, catching him off guard because he is dressed like an ordinary traveler. When Wan Renwang goes further and guesses he belongs to Jadian, Zhang Xiaofan is startled enough to rise from his seat. Wan Renwang explains it away as simple observation. Zhang Xiaofan looks spirited, road-worn, and focused on returning north where Jadian stands. Zhang Xiaofan is impressed by that sharp insight, but when Wan Renwang praises his future in Jadian, he can only call himself a useless piece of rotten wood. Asked about his own travels, Wan Renwang says he wanders the whole world, from mountains to ancient marshes, going wherever he pleases. Then Wan Renwang makes a polite request. Since he has always admired cultivators, he wants Zhang Xiaofan to show him his esprit just once. Embarrassed, Zhang Xiaofan warns him that his weapon is ugly and often mocked, but he still takes out the black fire stick and hands it over. The moment Wan Renwang sees it, a flicker of surprise crosses his face before he hides it, and begins examining the weapon with great care. As his fingers stroke and test the surface, his expression grows darker, and Zhang Xiaofan can tell this is no longer casual curiosity. Wan Renwang finally asks a strange question. Is there blood inside this esper? That question hits one of Zhang Xiaofan's deepest secrets, and he jolts upright in shock. Wan Renwang presses on and asks if the weapon is actually made by fusing two separate objects together. Zhang Xiaofan cannot answer, because the stranger has just named the secret he has never been able to explain even to himself. Seeing that reaction, Wan Renwang sighs and tells him the truth. The orb part of his weapon was once a holy relic of the Falcon. He names its origin even more clearly, saying the orb belonged to Elder Blackheart, the Falcon founder from 800 years ago. Then he gives the relic's name, the Sinister Orb, and the words hit Zhang Xiaofan like a hammer. Shaken to the core and fixated on the cave skeleton he once found, Zhang Xiaofan can only stare while Wan Renwang calmly asks if he also wants to hear the history of the black stick itself. At the roadside tea stall, Wan Renwang studies Zhang Xiaofan's black fire stick and says its evil aura is so dense that ordinary people would die before getting close. Zhang admits he felt sick and nearly fainted when he first touched it, and Wan Renwang quietly notes that Zhang surviving at all makes no sense. Wan Renwang finally names the weapon Death Wand, an ancient savage artifact outside the Falcon line, and says Zhang somehow carries two of the world's greatest treasures. As Wan Renwang describes Death Wand as a skyforged weapon that spent thousands of years absorbing ghostly power and stealing souls, Zhang loses his grip and drops it in horror. Zhang can barely accept it, muttering that he is a Jadian disciple, so how could he be wielding an evil thing all this time? Instead of comforting him, Wan Renwang presses harder and asks what evil really means. Zhang answers simply that anything which harms many lives is evil, but Wan Renwang immediately tears into that logic. Wan Renwang drags Zhang through a ruthless chain of questions about pigs, lions, tigers, goats, and rabbits until Zhang is forced to admit that his neat divide between good and evil only works for humans. With Zhang already off balance, Wan Renwang brings up Jadian's sacred ancient sword Regenesis and asks if Zhang remembers it. Then Wan Renwang strikes the real blow, saying Regenesis has killed more lives than almost any esper in history, so by Shang's own standard even Jadian's holy sword should be called evil. That argument cracks something deep inside Zhang, like the first fracture in a belief he had treated as untouchable. After a long silence, Zhang forces himself steady, picks the weapon back up, and demands to know who Wan Renwang really is. Wan Renwang dodges the question, asks whether the line between good and evil matters that much to him, and calmly taunts him for still using a Falcon object. This time Zhang answers from the heart. Even if the weapon is evil, using it to destroy evil makes his purpose righteous, just like Jadian's own sword. Wan Renwang is genuinely surprised, praises Zheng's resolve, and says that kind of thinking already surpasses most people in the world. Then Wan Renwang drops another revelation and says the Falcon are gathering at Billows Mountain by the East Sea, where Jadian and the other factions may soon face a huge battle. Zhang tries to press him for the truth, but in the time it takes to look up, Wan Renwang has vanished without a trace, along with the tea stall keeper. Still unsettled, Zhang finally leaves the tree shade and starts east on foot. A moment later, Wan Renwang, the disguised keeper, and Bila step out from behind the big tree, revealing the whole meeting had been staged around Zhang. Wan Renwang smiles after Zhang's disappearing back and says the young man has an unbending will very much like his own younger self. When the keeper asks why they did not simply seize the Falcon treasure, Wan Renwang explains that Zhang's blood has already bound the Sinister Orb and Death Wand, making them useless to anyone else. Bailu admits she sensed something strange about the stick back in the Forsaken Abyss, and now she finally knows why. Wan Renwang gently asks Bailu what she thinks of Zhang, and she blushes at once, exposing how personally invested she is. Wan Renwang says Zhang is promising but still deeply shaped by Jadian, so bringing him into their holy faction will be extremely hard. Then he reminds Bailu that Zhang already untied the knot in her heart and helped father and daughter reconcile, so they owe him something in return. When Bailu eagerly asks if he has a plan, Wanrunwang looks to the sky and says changing a person's nature is hard, but not impossible. The former keeper still doubts Zhang is worth so much effort, and Wanrunwang answers that anyone who can wield those terrifying treasures could become a major asset to his ambitions. Bailu says she had already tried to recruit Zhang before, but he would not listen because he was raised to hate their side. Wanrunwang coldly predicts that carrying those two monstrous artifacts will slowly poison Zhang's nature until the righteous side rejects him, and then a small push will leave him nowhere to go but the holy faction. Bailu is left staring east in silence, unable to tell whether she should feel relieved or afraid for the boy who has already disappeared down the road. Meanwhile, Zhang keeps walking east by himself, refusing to fly because he wants time to wrestle with everything Wanrunwang said. He keeps turning the argument over in his head, and when he finally stops to look up at the endless blue sky, the only thing he can ask is what a person is really living for. For 3 straight days he travels on foot, hunting small game, sleeping under trees, and brooding over a question he still cannot solve. He knows other Jadian disciples like Amandla or Xavion would have dismissed an enemy's words outright, but his own stubbornness will not let him stop thinking. On the 3rd day he notices more travelers on the road and spots a small town ahead, which finally lifts his spirits for a moment. At the entrance he sees a stone marker naming the place Laguna Collective and steps into a busy little world of homes, shops, and peddlers. The crowded street stirs old memories of village life, and for a brief moment Zhang almost smiles at how ordinary the mortal world feels. That calm breaks when a loud gong rings out from ahead and the whole town starts hurrying toward a public gathering. As Zhang follows the crowd, he overhears anxious talk that the chief, Marshal Li, and Scholar Fan have been discussing the town's latest devil trouble all night. Hundreds gather around a stone platform in the center of town, where 3 local leaders stand waiting to address them. The chief solemnly announces that a devil moved into Dark Drake Cave 3 months ago, has been stealing livestock every night, and just killed the Wang family when they tried to protect their last ox. Since ordinary people cannot stop it, the chief proposes hiring cultivators, and the desperate crowd quickly agrees to pool the money. Scholar Fan posts the formal notice on a wall, and Zhang pushes close enough to read that the target is a 3-tailed fox spirit with a reward of 500 silver. Zhang wants to help, but the notice makes him hesitate because the 3-tailed fox spirit sounds dangerous, and he knows his own skills may not be enough. Before he can decide, the crowd parts for an enormous young man who shoves through like a moving wall. The giant reads the notice, tears it off the wall, and declares that he is Onara, sole disciple of the Vajram Master Herald of Valor, here to do a righteous deed. The chief nervously warns that brute strength alone will not beat the devil, but Onara takes the doubt as a challenge. Onara tells everyone to move aside and prepares to prove himself on the wall itself. With fierce wind and a burst of golden light, Onara summons a colossal spiked club engraved with the name Shatterer. He slams the giant club down and obliterates the wall in one blow, stunning the crowd into instant cheers. Watching Onara's golden club and casting style, Zhang quietly realizes this giant likely has ties to Buddhist cultivation like the secret Fuwa practice Puji taught him. The chief eagerly thanks Onara, and when he awkwardly raises the matter of payment, Onara waves it off and asks only for a meal before the fight. That simple answer hits Zhang hard, because it sounds exactly like the righteous teaching his own master and mistress drilled into him, and his shame turns into resolve to step forward too. Just as Zhang is about to announce himself, an old man beside him blurts out that dark clouds over his head mean death is coming. The bizarre warning makes Zhang lose his rhythm for one fatal step, and he lands squarely in dog poop. He whirls around ready to be angry, but the old man looks so clean and immortal like that Zhang has to swallow the outburst. Instead of apologizing, the old man points at Shang's foot and solemnly insists this filthy step is a terrible omen. Zhang protests that he has heard people call that dog poop luck, but the old man dismisses the saying as nonsense and starts arguing with complete confidence. The old man asks whether anyone steps in dog poop on purpose, and by the time Zhang answers no, he is somehow getting talked into believing the logic. Now properly unnerved, Zhang asks the old man about the disaster on his face, and the old swindler tightens the tension by staring at him like the situation is truly serious. The old man declares Zhang is facing great calamity, and invites him over for a palm reading. When Zhang notices the Immortal's guidance banner, he realizes the old man is a fortune teller, but Jadian's own founder came from that trade, so he does not dare disrespect him. Since Onara will not face the fox spirit until after eating anyway, Zhang decides he still has time and agrees to let the old man take a look. As Zhang starts to follow, the little girl beside the old man finally calls out and stops him with a bright, innocent voice. Zhang bends down kindly to hear her, only for the mischievous girl to grin and tell him there is still dog poop stuck under his foot. Zhang goes red and starts hopping in panic to shake the mess off, while the little girl laughs and skips away after the old man. After scraping the sticky sugar off his foot, Zhang Xiaofan turns back and sees the little girl whispering to the old fortune teller, which immediately makes him feel like they are laughing at him. Still worried about the warning, Zhang Xiaofan asks the old man what he meant by saying danger is coming. The old man starts with easy truths, guessing from Zhang Xiaofan's face that he came from a poor farming family. When the old man correctly says his parents died early, Zhang Xiaofan's doubt drops fast and turns into real belief. The old man asks to read his palm, and Zhang Xiaofan obediently holds out his hand. Then the little girl suddenly grabs his hand, smears it with sticky sugar, and runs off laughing, leaving Zhang Xiaofan too stunned to even scold her. The old man smooths it over with a handkerchief and blames the prank on his naughty granddaughter, while Zhang Xiaofan notices the two whispering again. On the second try, Zhang Xiaofan keeps one eye on the girl, but this time the old man studies his palm for real. The old man's expression abruptly changes, and his sudden alarm makes Zhang Xiaofan brace for bad news. He points out Zhang Xiaofan's broken lifeline and says it marks a childhood disaster so terrible that most of his family and friends were dragged into it, including his parents. That hit lands hard, and Zhang Xiaofan finally treats the old man like the real thing. The old man adds one hopeful twist. A lucky mark cut through that disaster, and somehow gave Zhang Xiaofan a second chance at life. That makes Zhang Xiaofan think of Puji, and with that memory stinging in his chest, he presses the old man to explain the danger he warned about. Instead of answering, the old man awkwardly reminds him that proper divination requires payment first. The price is 10 silvers, but when Zhang Xiaofan admits he only has 4, the old man quickly decides fate will allow a discount. Zhang Xiaofan hands over the 4 silvers without much regret, and the old man pockets them before finally delivering the warning. Now the old man says Zhang Xiaofan's face is covered in bad signs, and if he keeps going east, danger will stack up around him. His entire paid answer is simply to turn back, which leaves Zhang Xiaofan staring in disbelief. Zhang Xiaofan protests that he has urgent business in the east, but the old man still urges him to value his life and leave it alone. The old man and Tani disappear into the crowd, leaving Zhang Xiaofan standing alone in the street, frowning and suddenly unsure which way to go. But around the corner, the old pair peek back to watch him, waiting to see whether their act actually worked. Once Zhang Xiaofan finally walks off, the old man's holy image collapses instantly, and he gleefully celebrates another easy 4 silvers. Tani calls him out again, and the old man proudly says she is the real talent because she can already read a person's past fortune at such a young age. Tani bluntly says the books were easy, and the old man cheerfully admits she learned what he never could from the old Jadian divination texts. When Tani asks whether Zhang Xiaofan is really in danger, the old man casually admits that part was a lie. Tani explains she can only read the fixed past clearly, while the shifting future is still beyond her, and the old man agrees that true future divination is the hardest part. What Tani did see was stranger. Zhang Xiaofan carries a rare chaos life, the kind of fate that is notoriously difficult to predict. The old man immediately decides that mysterious fate is none of their problem as long as the money is already in hand. When Tani blurts out why he never goes to Jadian and claims their ancestor openly, the old man nearly jumps out of his skin and rushes to shush her. He lowers his voice and explains that if they showed up at the world's top righteous sect with nothing but inherited divination scraps, they would probably be treated like frauds and locked up. Then he straightens up and grandly declares that he, Tanis Ka, is not the kind of man who flatters the powerful. That noble pose lasts one heartbeat before he spots another rich target and charges over to run the same Dark Cloud scam again. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaofan walks out of Laguna Collective by himself, and by the time he reaches the edge of town, the red light of dusk has turned the whole road lonely. He keeps replaying the choice in his head. Wan Renwang said the righteous factions are gathering in the East Sea, where his master is likely waiting, but the old fortune teller just told him not to go east at all. What he wants most is still to reunite with Tian Belize and prove he survived, but with everything that has happened since Kongsang Mountain, even that simple goal now feels tangled. Before he can settle on a direction, footsteps sound behind him, and Onara appears on the road leaving town. Onara barely pays him any mind and uses the sunset to get his bearings, muttering to himself until Zhang Xiaofan realizes he is heading north to Dark Drake Cave. That gives Zhang Xiaofan an instant alternative, and he calls out to ask if Onara is really going to the Demon's Cave. In a flash, Zhang Xiaofan decides that if he cannot head east, he can at least do something righteous and help destroy the devil instead. He tells Onara he is also a cultivator and asks to join the trip, presenting it as a chance to fight evil together. Onara warns that Dark Drake Cave is no game and asks what sect this young stranger belongs to. The moment Zhang Xiaofan says he is a Jadian disciple under Tian Belize, Onara's caution flips into open respect. Embarrassed but pleased, Zhang Xiaofan accepts the sudden praise, and the two agree to enter the cave side by side. As night gathers on the road north, the two talk more freely, and their easy, honest temperaments make the partnership settle in quickly. Zhang Xiaofan brings up the golden spiked club Onara used in town and guesses from its solemn aura and incantation that it must have roots in Fua teachings. Onara is impressed that Zhang Xiaofan recognized that much, and he explains that his tiny Vajra line does have ancient ties to Fua, even if the inheritance is now far removed. He goes on to say his master, Herald of Valor, found him in a remote village and taught him that cultivators should do good and wipe out devils when they can. Zhang Xiaofan praises that righteous teaching, but the words immediately turn inward and leave him uneasy about the evil weapon he carries. As he walks, Zhang Xiaofan silently wonders whether Jadian elders, or even Onara's master, would brand him evil just for using that weapon. He falls quiet after that, and Onara mistakes the silence for battle focus as they close in on the forest. By the time the first stars appear, they reach the edge of the woods where Dark Drake Cave lies hidden somewhere inside. Onara repeats what he heard in town. The cave runs unpredictably deep, and locals once mined blackstone there before the place became too dangerous. Zhang Xiaofan steels himself, thinking no cave here can be worse than the abyss he already survived in Kongsang Mountain. Just as the two are about to step into the woods, a panicked cry cuts through the night from nearby. To Zhang Xiaofan's surprise, the ones running toward them are the same old swindler and little girl from town, and this time they look genuinely terrified. Tana's cough finally stops long enough to catch his breath, and Tani immediately exposes the problem by complaining that her greedy grandpa tried to scam one sharp young woman too. Tana's cough snaps back that if Tani had warned him sooner, he would not have gotten slapped and forced to run for his life. Then a furious woman's voice rings down from the night sky, and everyone looks up as the chase catches them. A beam of white light instantly dives at Tana's and because the old scammer has no real cultivation to meet it, Zhang Xiaofan throws out his fire stick to block the strike. The collision bursts with a loud crash, and when the white light clears, the attacker lands in front of them as Bailu. When the light clears, Zhang Xiaofan freezes, because the woman in the watery green dress with the golden bell at her waist is Bailu. Instead of Tana's Bailu looks straight at Zhang Xiaofan and greets him like fate just delivered him to her at the perfect moment. Zhang Xiaofan freezes when Bailu suddenly appears again, and his awkward smile says he never expected to meet her this soon. When Onara asks who she is, Zhang Xiaofan almost answers but pulls back, knowing Bailu's identity could drag them both into trouble. Bailu smoothly covers for him, saying they barely know each other, and Onara immediately starts teasing Zhang Xiaofan like he just got caught liking her. Zhang Xiaofan panics and denies any connection, and Bailu's mood flips on the spot as she coldly calls him shameless and dirty. Everyone nearby reads the exchange as a lover's spat, and Zhang Xiaofan is left standing there red-faced while they smile at him. Onara tries to get them moving before it gets worse, but Bailu suddenly spots the old fortune teller and the girl trying to slip away. Bailu calls the old scammer out and raises her heart-ending flower again, making Zhang Xiaofan stop and ask how they offended her. Still angry, Bailu snaps that it is none of his business, and the old fortune teller instantly begs Zhang Xiaofan to save him. The old man claims he only gave Bailu a fortune reading and she turned violent when she did not like the result, and Bailu angrily calls him a liar and a cheat. Bailu finally attacks, and her white flower explodes into a sky full of brilliant petals that make the moonlight itself look dim. Seeing the strike coming, the old fortune teller grabs the little girl and runs, yanking out a small yellow talisman in panic. Knowing how dangerous Bailu's weapon is, Zhang Xiaofan steps in front of the two non-cultivators and raises his fire stick to block the attack. Bailu sees Zhang Xiaofan shielding them and stops the petals right in front of him, then coldly asks what he is doing. He quietly asks her to spare two non-cultivators, and Bailu snorts, pulls the petals back into one white flower, and tells him to ask the old man what really happened. As Zhang Xiaofan questions him and Bailu keeps cutting in, the scam unravels. The old fortune teller tried to cheat Bailu after swindling a rich woman, and his story fell apart under pressure. The rest comes out too. The old man escaped with a clumsy earth-sinking trick that dropped him near Zhang Xiaofan and Onara, and Bailu tracked him down almost immediately. Zhang Xiaofan suddenly realizes the old man's warning about his dangerous future was fake too, and Bailu laughs at him for falling for such an obvious trick. Ashamed that he helped a fraud, Zhang Xiaofan straightens his face and walks off toward the forest, with Onara quickly reminding him their real task still matters. At the forest edge, Bailu asks why they are going into a place so heavy with evil energy, and Zhang Xiaofan calmly answers that they are there to kill the devil inside. Zhang Xiaofan pulls Onara into the trees at once, and Bailu stays behind in the clearing, watching their backs with a troubled new thought. Bailu turns back toward the old fortune teller, and to his surprise she does not attack at all. Instead, Bailu asks what exactly is inside that forest, and the old man tells her a three-tailed fox spirit has taken over Dark Drake Cave. Hearing that, Bailu looks toward the woods and quietly doubts that Zhang Xiaofan's current cultivation is enough for this fight. The old man seizes the chance to slip away with the girl again, but this time Bailu lets them go without even looking back. Left alone under the moon, Bailu keeps staring at the dark forest, clearly unable to put Zhang Xiaofan out of her mind. Inside the forest, Zhang Xiaofan and Onara move carefully through deep darkness, tall trees, and thin mist that make the whole place feel wrong. As the yin energy thickens, a soft woman's voice suddenly sings through the fog, full of old sorrow and longing. Realizing this has to be the spirit they came for, the two men push deeper into the fog toward the voice. A moment later, Bailu reaches the same spot, hesitates at the strange mist, and follows them in. Then a soft sigh comes from ahead, and the forest goes so quiet that even Onara grabs Zhang Xiaofan's shoulder to make him listen. Under a shaft of moonlight, a white-clad woman slowly emerges from the darkness, so beautiful and sad that both men stop breathing for a second. She gently asks if they have come to kill her, and Onara forces himself to ask if she is the three-tailed fox spirit. After one long look at them and the moon, she quietly admits that she is the one they seek. Onara readies Shatter to strike, but the fox spirit only drifts aside and reveals an ancient moss-covered well hidden in the brush. Standing beside the old well, she says it is 3,000 years old and should grant sincere wishes under a full moon, yet it still could not heal the man she loves. For a moment her grief makes her seem more like a lovesick woman than a monster, but Onara refuses to be fooled and calls her a shameless devil. Instead of answering Onara, the fox spirit looks straight at Zhang Xiaofan and softly asks if there's a girl he deeply misses, telling him to come look into the well. Her words catch him off guard, and Zhang Xiaofan takes a step toward the well as if pulled by something inside his own heart. Onara attacks at once, swinging Shatter down with crushing force, but the fox spirit floats back like a leaf and avoids the blow completely. As she floats up into the air, devil energy surges, and countless huge eyes open in the darkness behind her just before her hidden beasts rush out. Black shadow beasts burst out of the dark and rush Onara with claws and fangs, while the fox spirit keeps all her attention on the entranced Zhang Xiaofan. Bailu suddenly arrives from behind and shouts for Zhang Xiaofan not to look, breaking the spell just enough to make the fox spirit's face tighten. But even after Bailu's warning, Zhang Xiaofan still leans over and looks into the old well for himself. At the same time, Onara drives Shatter into the ground and unleashes its true power, sinking the earth and blasting the shadow beasts apart with devil-killing light, while the well area stays untouched. The fox spirit recognizes the weapon at once and goes pale, naming it as the Shatterer's staff that turns earth and tree essence into devil-destroying force. When the attack ends, both Onara and Bailu turn to Zhang Xiaofan, and he lifts his head looking oddly calm, as if whatever was in the well did not break him. Zhang Xiaofan steps back to Onara's side, and the fox spirit stares at him in disbelief before quietly asking the question that matters most to her: what did he see? Deep in the dark forest, Tanis Ka drags Tani back to the danger zone because he wants to let other people open the devil cave first, and then steal whatever treasure turns up. When Tani points out that this could just get them killed, Tanis Ka proudly boasts about his escape arts, and even treats that as proof he will be fine. Tanis Ka gets even more ridiculous by praising Tani's fortune reading and declaring that his lucky forehead means tonight is his big payday. His greed vanishes the moment Zhang Xiaofan rushes the fox spirit with pure essence, because Tanis Ka instantly realizes this young fighter is a Jadian disciple. Tanis Ka studies Zhang Xiaofan more carefully, and concludes the boy is already around Yuqing level 5, which makes no sense for someone of only above-average talent. In the clearing, Onara's gold light beats back the monsters while Zhang Xiaofan flies straight at the fox spirit again. The fox spirit blocks the fire stick with a sleeve and pulls close enough to drown Zhang Xiaofan in her beauty and perfume. She softly asks what he saw in the well, and the question nearly drags his mind under her hexing curse. A flash of gold snaps Zhang Xiaofan back to himself, and he drops beside Onara as the monk warns him that the fox spirit's enchantment is no joke. Watching from the trees, Tanis Ka is impressed that a Jadian disciple can stay conscious under a 500-year fox spirit's seduction spell. When Tani points out that Onara resisted too, Tanis Ka explains that fewer cultivators are naturally better against seductive curses, so Zhang Xiaofan's steadiness is the truly rare part. The fox spirit lands and quietly realizes the fight is turning bad, because all three young opponents are tougher than she expected and her best charm attack barely worked. At the edge of the clearing, Bailu is ready to intervene, but once she sees Zhang Xiaofan recover she holds back and keeps watching in silence. With a lonely, wounded calm, the fox spirit asks why they insist on killing her when she did nothing to them personally. Onara answers like a hammer, calling her a devil who brought harm and unrest to Laguna Collective and deserves to die for it. She turns to Zhang Xiaofan and presses him harder, asking if his reason is simply that she is a devil and therefore someone he was taught must be killed. Zhang Xiaofan fires back with the righteous creed his masters taught him, and the fox spirit calmly pushes at it by asking what he would do if those words were wrong. Her question hits the crack already left by Wanren Wang, and for one dangerous second Zhang Xiaofan freezes on the thought that what he knows may not be the truth. The fox spirit exploits that hesitation at once, lunging straight for Zhang Xiaofan while new monsters erupt from the darkness to pin Onara down. Her claws crash into Zhang Xiaofan's black fire stick, and the contact reveals a far darker evil force than she expected, turning her face deathly pale with shock. She tears herself free with a pained scream, shoots upward, and lands farther away glaring at Zhang Xiaofan and his terrifying weapon. Tani is stunned by the weapon, and even Tanis Ka can only mutter that a Jadian disciple should not be carrying something this monstrously evil. Tani notices something else too. Bailu is not watching the battle as a whole, she is watching Zhang Xiaofan with a messy mix of relief, worry, and hesitation. Tanis Ka bluntly says Bailu is clearly interested in Zhang Xiaofan, which only makes Tani bristle at being told not to stare. Seeing the fox spirit flinch, Zhang Xiaofan presses the advantage and drives straight at her with the fire stick. Cornered, the fox spirit slices a hand through the air and unleashes another screaming tide of monsters to swallow him. Instead of being buried, Zhang Xiaofan blasts through the monster swarm, because the evil force inside his weapon terrifies the lesser creatures even more than the fox spirit does. As he forces his way forward, Zhang Xiaofan bitterly realizes Wanren Wang may have been right about the true nature of this death wand. At the same time, Onara slams Shatterer into the ground with full force, blasting golden demon breaking light across the clearing and wiping out the monsters surrounding him. The technique leaves Onara breathing hard, but he barely pauses before charging to back Zhang Xiaofan up. The fox spirit tries to retreat into the darkness, but Bila finally moves and cuts off her escape with a white wave of flying flowers. Bila's attack folds back into a delicate flower in her fingers, making it clear she has joined the trap on purpose. With the monsters gone and every exit sealed, the fox spirit is left alone at the center of a triangle formed by Zhang Xiaofan, Onara, and Bila. Even surrounded, she still does not attack first and only asks Zhang Xiaofan once more what he saw inside the ancient well. Onara immediately warns Zhang Xiaofan not to fall for another trick, so Zhang Xiaofan keeps silent and raises his hand to strike again. The fox spirit lets out a soft sigh, lowers her eyes, and chooses something entirely unexpected instead of another desperate attack. From inside her clothes, she draws out a strange round artifact ringed in green jade with a red center carved in a fire pattern. The sight hits Tanis Ka so hard he can barely speak, because he recognizes the artifact at once as Incense Valley's supreme divine treasure, the Inferno Mirror. Tanis Ka can only gape at the upside-down madness of it all. Zhang Xiaofan carries a deeply evil weapon, while a fox spirit is holding one of the world's most righteous treasures. Tani shrugs off his old good and evil labels as outdated nonsense, leaving Tanis Ka briefly speechless while the impossible scene unfolds ahead. Cornered in the moonlit clearing, the three-tails fox spirit calmly raises the Inferno Mirror instead of retreating, and even Onara's charge suddenly looks reckless. Moonlight hits the mirror, the fire totem inside turns bright crimson, and a terrifying wave of invisible heat scorches the plants around her feet. Onara swings Shatter down with full force, but the fox spirit only hooks the red slings with her fingers and aims the mirror straight at him. The Inferno Mirror answers with a fire dragon, exploding out in a blast that lights the whole forest like day. Even before the clash, the dragon's heat singes Onara's hair, showing just how badly outmatched he is at close range. Onara still refuses to back down and slams Shatterer into the dragon's head. The fire dragon bites onto Shatter itself, and the weapon grows so hot that Onara nearly loses his grip trying to wrench it free. A giant pillar of fire blasts at Onara next, forcing him to throw up a wall of golden light just to avoid being swallowed whole. Seeing Onara in trouble, Zhang Xiaofan sends his fire stick at the dragon, but the beast instantly turns and blasts him too. Zhang Xiaofan grits his teeth and barely blocks the flames with the green glow of his own weapon. While both men are pinned by the fire dragon, the fox spirit laughs and rushes in herself with the Inferno Mirror blazing in her hand. Bila finally moves, sending the heart-ending flower's petals slicing at the fox spirit from behind, while her other hand quietly grips the golden bell at her waist. The fox spirit knows better than to take that attack head-on, so she dodges away, and Bila chooses not to chase her alone. Bila flies to Zhang Xiaofan's side, and one awkward glance between them lands right in the middle of the battle. Then the fox spirit abruptly recalls the Inferno Mirror, turns into a streak of white light, and vanishes deeper into the forest. Watching from hiding, the old fortune teller exhales in relief and judges that the fox spirit can only scare people with the mirror so far because her cultivation is still not enough. He warns that the true Inferno Mirror is an ancient divine treasure that could summon the wasteland dragon and burn everything away. The little girl points out that if the fox spirit really cannot use the mirror fully, then the others still have every reason to chase her. Sure enough, Zhang Xiaofan, Bailu, and Onara decide to pursue the fox spirit into the forest. Zhang Xiaofan notices Bailu hanging back and turns as if to speak, but he gets flustered before he can get the words out. Bailu smiles, quietly teases him for it, and keeps moving, leaving him to follow after her in embarrassment. The old fortune teller calls them fools for chasing a fox spirit with the Inferno Mirror, but the little girl throws his own argument right back at him. Trying to recover his dignity, the old man suddenly declares that they should go too and claims it is time to slay the devil. The little girl mocks him for always talking big and running away, and he can only mumble about knowing his limits. Then the old man's attention snaps back to the ancient well, now sitting alone in the cold moonlight after everyone else has gone. Curious why the fox spirit kept asking Zhang Xiaofan what he saw, the old man walks up to inspect the well himself despite the girl's nervous warning. When he looks in, his face flickers from surprise to delight to confusion, and he finally admits he saw huge piles of gold. The little girl checks too, yelps, and matter-of-factly says she saw giant piles of lollipops, which drops the old man flat to the ground. As they head deeper into the forest, the old man decides this must be the legendary lunar well that shows each viewer the thing they love most. That realization leaves him even more curious about one thing: what Zhang Xiaofan saw down there that mattered so much to the fox spirit. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaofan, Bailu, and Onara keep chasing the fox spirit's white trail through a forest that feels much larger and darker once they are inside it. The trail vanishes at a low hill with a black-ringed cave mouth, and all three immediately understand they have found Dark Drake Cave. Bailu warns that the cave is full of unknown danger and reminds them the fox spirit's mirror is far too powerful to treat lightly. Onara answers that they cannot let the fox spirit escape and return to harm people later, and Zhang Xiaofan sides with him at once. Zhang Xiaofan tries to tell Bailu to stay out of it for her own safety, awkwardly stressing that he and Onara have a duty here. Bila hears the concern under his clumsy words, feels secretly warmed by it, and still snaps back that he has no right to stop her. Before either man can argue again, Bila snorts and steps into Dark Drake Cave first. Inside, the heart-tending flower lights the narrow descent, revealing ink-black stone walls as cold and hard as iron. The cave's straight plunge underground reminds Zhang Xiaofan of old horrors, especially the days he and Bila were trapped in Blood Drop Cave under Forsaken Abyss. Bila suddenly stops with a soft cry at the end of the tunnel, and Zhang Xiaofan rushes to her side expecting danger ahead. Instead of enemies, the path simply ends at a pitch-black drop, a deep shaft glittering with faint ghostly lights far below. The sight jolts Zhang Xiaofan with a flash of Forsaken Abyss, but this shaft is smaller, and Onara quickly decides they have no choice except to descend. Onara rides Shattered down first, and Zhang Xiaofan follows on his fire stick after exchanging a brief warning with him. Zhang Xiaofan chooses not to lecture Bila this time, and her quiet smile shows she notices the difference immediately. The three lights sink deeper through the shaft, and instead of getting colder, the air starts growing strangely warmer. As the light spreads farther, they realize the shaft is like a gigantic ancient well with no visible path across, only endless descending walls. Onara suddenly warns the others when a pair of glowing eyes appears in a hole in the wall. They creep closer only to find a tiny rat peeking from its burrow, which leaves all three smiling bitterly at their own nerves. But the joke ends fast, because more and more ghostly lights begin rising around them from every side of the shaft. Breathing, panting, and low growls spread through the cave, revealing that this dead-looking place is actually packed with hidden life. As they descend farther, the walls reveal hole after hole full of creatures, from ordinary rats and bats to leopards and gibbons somehow living in this buried dark. The deeper they go, the stranger the cave's residents become, with impossible creatures like four-clawed crabs, six-legged raccoons, and horned pig beasts appearing among the holes. By the end, countless glowing eyes ring the shaft like a ghostly sea, and Zhang Xiaofan can only stare at Dark Drake Cave's impossible living abyss in stunned disbelief. Deep in the giant shaft, Zhang Xiaofan, Bailu, and Onara feel countless eyes fixed on them from every hole in the wall, but the beasts only watch in eerie silence. As they go lower, the cave holes grow bigger, and Zhang Xiaofan realizes the monsters living here are much larger and meaner than the ones above. A bare-headed boar suddenly swipes at Zhang Xiaofan from a nearby hole, and he jerks his weapon back just in time. He warns Bailu and Onara that the beasts are getting more aggressive, so all three descend with even more caution. The beasts never leave their holes, which leaves Zhang Xiaofan with one ugly question: if nothing here can fly, what is feeding all of them this far down? The deeper they sink, the stranger the cave becomes, because the freezing cold fades into heavy heat even though there is still no visible fire anywhere. Even Onara mutters that the fox spirit picked a terrifying den, and Bailu can't help laughing at his grumbling. Zhang Xiaofan looks over and gets caught by Bailu's warm smile for a moment, then quickly turns away, flustered. Soon the cave holes become huge, but many of them are empty, and the air turns thick with fresh blood instead of beast breath. All three trade tense looks, because something stronger than these wall beasts is clearly hunting down here. Then faint sparks begin glimmering far below in the abyss, like distant stars buried underground. Back at the top of the abyss, Tanis, Ka and Tani finally reach the cliff edge and freeze at the sight of the bottomless drop. Tani nervously asks how they are supposed to get down there, and Tanis Ka has to admit they brought no rope and have no cultivation for a descent like this. Tani is relieved they cannot go, but Tanis Ka mourns all the treasure he imagines they might be missing in the abyss. When Tani tells him they should leave before monsters find them, Tanis Ka starts blustering back, still trying to save face. Before he can finish, two streaks of light slash through the dark and stop right in front of them. Tanis Ka tries to grab a talisman and run, but the newcomers are too fast, and Li Su's jade ruler is already at his throat, while Yanan pins Tani with a green sword. Tani instantly assumes they are monsters and sobs that they should eat her grandpa instead because she is too small to taste good. Tanis Ka erupts at her betrayal, and the pair somehow derail into an absurd argument about funeral offerings and his food preferences while their captors stare. Seeing no devil energy on them, Li Su and Yanan lower their weapons and stop treating the old man and child as enemies. Asked who they are, Tanis Ka instantly puts on a dignified face and claims he and his granddaughter came to capture devils for the sake of the people. Li Su is not fooled at all, and with a cold smile he tells Tanis Ka his cultivation is too weak for this place, and he should leave while he still can. Embarrassed, Tanis Ka obediently takes Tani and backs away into the darkness. Once the old pair are gone, Li Su and Yanan turn to the abyss and decide to descend, because finding the fox spirit's hideout here could lead them back to the Inferno Mirror. With that, both Incense Valley disciples flash into the darkness below like lightning. But Tanis Ka and Tani never really left, and they creep back out to watch after the pair vanish. Tanis Ka studies what he saw and realizes the newcomers are probably the famous Incense Valley disciples Li Su and Yanan. Tani worries about the three people already below, but Tanis Ka can only admit they are in no position to help anyone tonight. Grumbling about bad luck and missed profit, Tanis Ka finally leads Tani away from the cave for real. Far below again, the bloody smell thickens, the empty layers multiply, and a soft chewing sound starts echoing somewhere in the dark. A violent gust suddenly whips up from below, and Zhang Xiaofan moves on instinct an instant before something massive strikes where he was. An enormous tentacle lashes into the wall like a whip, shaking stone loose and revealing the real predator stalking this abyss. The tentacle darts into a wall cave and drags out a huge five-eyed saber-toothed tiger as if it were nothing. Then the tentacle vanishes back into the abyss with its prey, leaving only the tiger's hopeless screams behind. The three cultivators go pale, because now they know something far worse than the wall beast is living under them. Before they can recover, Bailu spots fire rising from below and shouts a warning. A colossal fire dragon explodes up from the abyss, much bigger and more terrifying than the one the fox spirit summoned before. The three split apart to dodge, but even their glowing weapons are overwhelmed by the dragon's heat and force. The heat wave slams all three into the shaft wall, and Zhang Xiaofan blacks out for a split second from the impact. When Zhang Xiaofan looks up again, he sees Onara has been knocked straight into a beast's lair. A roar erupts from the cave, but Onara smashes the beast inside and throws its broken body back out almost immediately. There is no time to relax, because the fire dragon wheels around and dives back down at them with even more force. Zhang Xiaofan dodges aside and drives his fire stick at the dragon's neck, trying to stop the charge head-on. The dragon blocks with a burning claw, and Zhang Xiaofan is forced into a brutal test of endurance against that furnace-like power. Baila flashes in from the side and unleashes the heart-ending flower, sending a rain of white petals crashing onto the dragon's head. The dragon shoves back against her attack too, but together Bailu and Zhang Xiaofan still force its huge body downward. That opening gives Onara his chance, and he rises into the air with Shatter blazing gold like a wrathful guardian. He drives Shatter into the stone wall, pours everything into one strike, and even coughs blood from the effort. Onara's golden blast smashes the dragon's head, and with Zhang Xiaofan and Bailu already pinning it, the beast finally screams and drops back into the abyss. The attack works, but Onara nearly drops from exhaustion, and Zhang Xiaofan rushes over to catch him before he falls. They barely get that breath back before Bailu screams again, because the giant tentacle is diving down on Zhang Xiaofan and Onara from above. Bailu throws herself in front of them and forms the heart-ending flower's white wheel defense, the same shield she once used against the abyssal viper. The shield holds for a moment, but the tentacle's force crushes Bailu downward and nearly throws her into the endless dark. Seeing Bailu about to be swallowed by the abyss, Zhang Xiaofan snaps and dives after her without even thinking. Bailu tries to shout for him to get away, but he reaches her first and smashes his fire stick into the tentacle pressing on her. Where the fire stick lands, the tentacle shrivels and recoils in pain, finally freeing Bailu from that crushing weight. Bailu has only a heartbeat to feel relieved before the monster strikes again from below, silently curling another tentacle around Zhang Xiaofan. In the next instant, Zhang Xiaofan is seized and dragged into the darkness, and Bailu and Onara can only chase after him in terror. After the chaos dies down in the abyss, Li Su and Yanan descend together in white and green light and stop in shock at the strange hidden world inside the fox spirit's den. Li Su marvels that a fox spirit's den could hide a place like this, and Yanan warns that the deeper abyss is full of strange beasts and feels dangerously wicked. Li Su brushes off her warning with open pride, acting as if a mere 500-year fox spirit is beneath his concern. Yanan reminds him the real problem is the six-tails fox demon, because a 1,000-year monster backing the three tails would be a very different fight. Li Su teases that Yanan is really worried about him, and she dodges the point instead of answering directly. Then Li Su shifts back to the hunt and points out the abyss should be colder at this depth, yet the air is getting hotter. After studying the black rock, Li Su concludes the whole abyss is an ancient volcanic crater formed by magma from deep underground. That realization lets Yanan follow his thinking at once. The fox spirits picked this place for a reason. Li Su explains that 300 years ago the fox spirits invaded Incense Valley, stole its inferno treasure, and only the cunning Six Tails escaped after the crackdown. He adds that Shangguan's lunar eye stinger wounded the Six Tails meridians, leaving the demon alive but tortured for centuries by ice poison. Because of that old wound, Li Su is sure the Six Tails would hide near the hottest young-rich place it could find to ease the pain. Yanan praises his deduction, and Li Su straightens with renewed pride, framing their mission as recovering their sex-stolen divine item and punishing the devils. With that, the two Incense Valley disciples turn back into streaks of light and dive deeper into the darkness. Elsewhere below, Zhang Xiaofan is still being crushed in a giant tentacle as it drags him downward so fast he can barely think through the pain. In the weak light, he finally sees the bottom and realizes the tentacle is hauling him straight toward a huge cave mouth in the black stone wall. Just before he is swallowed by the cave, the three-tails fox spirit suddenly appears at the entrance holding the inferno mirror. She first looks ready to kill him too, but one thought changes her mind, and she spares him because his reaction at the well proved he is someone who has truly loved. Then she raises the inferno mirror and gives a strange fox howl, ordering the hidden beast inside the cave to obey. The tentacle instantly retracts into the darkness with Zhang Xiaofan still trapped, and the cave closes around him in blood stink and total blackness. A moment later the three-tails fox spirit hears pursuers arriving, looks up, and coldly sees two beams of white and green light diving toward the cave from above. She slips back inside, uses the inferno mirror again, and sends the cave monster out to greet the newcomers instead. Onara and Bailu arrive just in time to lose sight of Zhang Xiaofan, and Bailu's relief at catching the fox spirit turns into instant alarm. Before they can settle, another giant tentacle lashes out from the cave and slams into them with a roar of wind. Deep inside the cave, Zhang Xiaofan is dragged farther through blind turns and stone impacts while the smell of blood grows heavier around him. At last the creature stops in a place so dark Zhang Xiaofan can only feel an enormous presence waiting in front of him. Faint fighting from outside reaches him, and he realizes the monster's body must be here while its other limbs battle Bailu and Onara at the entrance. Then the tentacle starts squeezing again, slowly at first, and then like a mountain crushing him flat. He forces out all of his pure essence to resist, but the monster's strength keeps closing in on him anyway. In desperation he adds the Fawn Wisdom technique too, and the two opposing arts stab through his meridians instead of blending cleanly. As his bones near the breaking point, a line from the Libera's summary suddenly rises in his mind and cuts through the panic. He clings to that insight, repeating that matter cannot last until his mind clears in the middle of the pain. The fire stick answers him, flaring back to life with ghostly green light, faint gold, and pulsing blood-red veins. The new aura buys him a tiny pocket of space, but the monster immediately answers by crushing down even harder. Knowing he will die if he hesitates, Zhang Xiaofan gambles everything and drives the awakened fire stick straight into the tentacle. In the blackness, beams of green gold-red light suddenly punch through the tentacle from the inside one after another. The deadened tentacle finally falls away from him, withered and dried out as the fire stick flies back into his hand. He barely has time to steady his breath before the darkness ahead stirs and many more giant tentacles begin sliding out toward him. With no chance of winning head-on, Zhang Xiaofan turns and bolts blindly through the cave on the fire stick, just trying to outrun the monster. He slams hard into a stone wall almost at once, but panic keeps him moving even as blood starts to run down his face. Still half blind and lost in the pitch-black cave, he keeps flying by instinct, scraping the walls and barely staying ahead of the tentacles. Another desperate burst sends him smashing into a weaker section of wall, and this time the stone breaks open under him. Instead of escaping cleanly, he tumbles into a narrow sloping tunnel and rolls helplessly downward through rising heat and red light. By the time he finally stops, he is bruised, bleeding, and dizzy, but the sight in front of him makes him forget the pain. He has fallen into a vast underground grotto where a boiling lake of lava turns the entire cavern into a blazing red world. At the far end of the platform, beyond the worst of the heat, he sees an oval nest and a giant white fox lying there in eerie peace. Drawn in despite the burning air, Zhang Xiaofan walks toward the beautiful creature one slow step at a time. Then he finally sees the tails clearly and realizes the beautiful beast before him is the hidden six-tails fox demon. Deep in dark Drake Cave's lava grotto, Zhang Xiaofan forces himself along the narrow black stone platform even as the heat makes every breath burn. At the end of the platform, he finally sees the creature clearly, not the three tails he fought before, but a huge snow-white fox with six tails resting on blue stone. Remembering old stories that stronger fox spirits grow more tails, Zhang Xiaofan realizes this sickly beast is far older and more dangerous than he expected. The white fox suddenly opens its eyes, and the two of them lock into a silent standoff across the blazing air. Instead of attacking, the fox speaks first and asks why a young human has come here. Zhang Xiaofan answers like a righteous disciple, saying he came to wipe out devils that harm the world. The fox gives him a dry little praise, then bluntly asks if he is here to kill it. When Zhang Xiaofan accuses the fox spirits of terrorizing Laguna Collective, the white fox calmly admits the killings and says it would have done the same. Furious, Zhang Xiaofan is ready to strike, but the fox cuts deeper and asks what the world really means in human mouths. The fox argues that humans call their own rule justice, kill weaker beasts without remorse, and only scream about evil when something stronger fights back. It pushes further, saying even among humans good and evil are decided by the winners, not by truth. Those words hit too close to old doubts, and Zhang Xiaofan's attack falters as he wrestles with what he has been told before. He finally snaps back and says every devil he meets keeps feeding him the same poison, but that does not make murder righteous. The fox catches one detail at once. Someone else has said the same thing to him before. Zhang Xiaofan refuses to answer and calls the fox to fight as the fire stick surges with ghostly green light again. Before either side moves, a furious roar rushes down the tunnel behind Zhang Xiaofan and floods the grotto with even more heat. A giant fire dragon explodes out of the tunnel, and the three-tails fox spirit rides in on its head. She drops in front of the white fox in obvious distress while the fire dragon sweeps past Zhang Xiaofan and plunges into the lava like it belongs there. The three-tails fox spirit asks if her brother is all right, and the six-tails answers bitterly that this righteous young man has not killed him yet. Then she reveals the real danger. Besides Zhang Xiaofan's two companions, two younger Incense Valley disciples have already blocked the only way out above. The six-tails first fears an old enemy from Incense Valley, then learns it is only younger disciples, though even they were too strong for her to handle. Crying now, she says the upper path is sealed, the giant black leech can only delay their enemies, and they may have less than a stick of incense before the pursuers arrive. The six-tails tries to reach for her but can barely move, and he quietly admits that even without the hunters, he is already close to death. He finally explains the truth he hid for 300 years. While fleeing Incense Valley, the lunar eye stinger's poison has slowly ruined his 1,000-year cultivation and frozen him from the marrow outward. Even now, he still thinks only of saving her and tells her to use the Inferno Mirror, unleash the fire dragon in the tunnel, and force a way out alone. Instead of agreeing, the Three-Tails Fox spirit slowly takes out the Inferno Mirror and stares at it in silence as tears hit the red surface and vanish into steam. She tells him she followed him from Fox Hill for 300 years through exile and danger, and she has never once regretted it. Then she asks the one question he cannot answer. After all that, why is he telling her to leave him now? Before anyone can stop her, she presses the Inferno Mirror to her chest, and the Six-Tails screams in horror. A blazing beam erupts through her body, and Zhang Xiaofan can only stare as her blood splashes across the stone. She collapses in front of him, and the Six-Tails drags his failing body forward in pure panic, unable to reach her. In that instant, Zhang Xiaofan forgets sides and races in to lift her, gently placing her in front of the dying white fox. A severed black tentacle suddenly crashes out of the tunnel, proof that the battle outside is still closing in, but Zhang Xiaofan can only turn back to the fox pair. Holding her against his chest, the Six-Tails watches his own beautiful fur start to wither as he tries to speak through grief. With her life fading, she still looks at him gently and says the one thing she wanted most. Now he cannot tell her to go, because they will stay together. Her hand falls before it can touch him, and the Three-Tails Fox spirit dies in front of the brother she refused to abandon. In the lava grotto, the Inferno Mirror finally goes dark, and Zhang Xiaofan realizes the giant fire dragon has vanished with it. Still clutching the unconscious fox woman, the dying Six-Tails white fox calmly calls Zhang Xiaofan over. The white fox asks for one last favor and tells Zhang Xiaofan to throw both of them into the lava together. The request hits Zhang Xiaofan so hard he can only step back in shock, eyes burning, before forcing himself to nod. With a faint smile, the white fox lets Zhang Xiaofan carry the two of them toward the edge above the roaring magma. At the brink of the lava, the white fox looks almost relieved and gently tells Zhang Xiaofan not to torment himself. Using his last strength, the white fox unties the Inferno Mirror from the fox spirit's chest and binds it to Zhang Xiaofan's arm as a final keepsake. The fox warns him to never let anyone see the artifact, coughs black blood, and falls silent for good. Biting his lip, Zhang Xiaofan finally lets go and sends the two foxes down into the magma. At that exact moment, Bailu, Onara, Li Su, and Yanan burst out of the tunnel and arrive just in time to see the farewell. As they fall, the graceful woman sheds her human form and is revealed as a beautiful three-tailed fox in the white fox's embrace. The two foxes vanish beneath the molten surface, and Zhang Xiaofan can only stare after them like his soul is still falling too. Bailu calls out to him in worry, but Zhang Xiaofan does not seem to hear her at all. By the time the group escapes Dark Drake Cave and returns to the surface, dawn has already broken and everyone looks exhausted from the fight below. Bailu quietly checks on Zhang Xiaofan again, and he still only shakes his head, unable to talk about what happened. Li Su congratulates Zhang Xiaofan for surviving the Forsaken Abyss, and Zhang Xiaofan can only answer with a strained smile. Yanan adds that Jadian was worried sick about him, especially Lu Sueki, and that finally pulls a real reaction out of him. Li Su backs her up and urges Zhang Xiaofan to hurry back and report that he is safe. Yanan's attention shifts to the quiet girl behind him, and she starts asking who Bailu is. Zhang Xiaofan smoothly introduces Onara as a Vajra disciple from the righteous side, and Onara immediately turns formal before the famous Incense Valley pair. When Yanan praises Onara's cultivation, his straightforward pride shows all over his face. But when Yanan asks about Bailu next, Zhang Xiaofan goes quiet again and Bailu's eyes turn icy. To break the silence, Onara calls Bailu Zhang Xiaofan's friend and says her cultivation is also deep. Yanan presses one step further and asks what faction Bailu belongs to. Bailu answers with a bitter jab, saying she belongs nowhere and once helped someone who abandoned her. Li Su cuts through the tension by asking Zhang Xiaofan about a missing treasure from Incense Valley, the Inferno Mirror. Onara immediately confirms he saw the Three-Tails Fox spirit use that very artifact in the battle the night before. Yanan immediately questions why the fox spirit did not use the mirror again in the cave, showing she is much more careful than she looks. Li Su reasons that the fox spirit must have spent the Inferno Mirror's power summoning the fire dragon, so he asks Zhang Xiaofan directly if he saw it. With the artifact hidden on his own arm, Zhang Xiaofan lies and says he never saw the Inferno Mirror. When Yanan presses again, Zhang Xiaofan explains that both fox demons were already badly weakened, so he defeated them without much struggle. The answer leaves Li Su and Yanan plainly disappointed, and Li Su concludes the treasure was probably thrown into the lava with the foxes. Since the remaining fox spirits are gone, Li Su decides he and Yanan should return to Incense Valley and make their report. Before going, Yanan tells Zhang Xiaofan that the righteous factions have gathered at Billows Hill in the East Sea, and his own master line is there too. That news finally lifts Zhang Xiaofan's spirits, and he says he will head there at once. Yanan smiles, but just before leaving she casually points out the golden bell at Bailu's waist, making Bailu freeze. Yanan says nothing more and leaves, but Bailu is left shaken that her lupin bell may have revealed too much. As the three continue on, They pass the ancient well again, and Bailu remembers the fox spirit's strange obsession with what Zhang Xiaofan saw inside it. Bailu asks him directly, but Zhang Xiaofan only startles and refuses to answer, which irritates her all over again. Annoyed but curious, Bailu looks into the well herself, and sees nothing except her own reflection in the clear water. The three return to Laguna Collective, where the worried townspeople immediately swarm around them for news. When Onara announces that the devil is gone for good, the whole town erupts in relieved cheering. Even in the middle of that celebration, Zhang Xiaofan can only replay the fox spirit's final moments and the hidden inferno mirror on his arm. He realizes he protected the artifact not out of obligation, but because the fox spirit's sacrifice and the white fox's final devotion moved him too deeply to betray them. Onara spots the crowd closing in again with gifts and thanks, and he signals the others that it is time to slip away. He politely refuses any reward, says they must continue their cultivation, and starts hustling the other two out before the gratitude turns into a full ceremony. The three turn into streaks of light and shoot away, leaving the town staring up after them. After the crowd disperses, the old fortune teller and his little granddaughter step out from hiding and reveal they were watching the whole aftermath. The old man is stunned that the three-tails fox spirit still died even with the inferno mirror in hand. The girl bluntly wonders if the legendary artifact was overrated, and the old man snaps back that the problem was the fox spirit's cultivation, not the mirror itself. When she asks who got the inferno mirror in the end, he guesses the two Incense Valley disciples recovered it and grumbles that his own treasure hunt is ruined. A moment later he changes course and decides they should head east too, because both the righteous and the demonic sides seem to be gathering there. After the cultivators leave, Laguna Collective enjoys peace from the cave devil, but the forest around Dark Drake Cave turns even more dangerous with strange new beasts. People soon learn that anyone who wanders into that forest rarely comes back, so they abandon it entirely and let the place fall into desolation. To remember their deliverance, the townspeople build a temple with 3 idols, a large Vajra-like figure in the center, and beside him a boy holding a fire stick and a pretty girl. As the years pass, people forget the real story, but the strange little temple becomes famous because the 3 unknown gods seem to answer prayers. Its reputation grows so much that people come to beg for money, work, and even sons, all without knowing that the deities they trust are really Onara, Zhang Xiaofan, and Bailu. After leaving Laguna Collective, Zhang Xiaofan, Onara, and Bailu head east together and stop to decide where this uneasy group is going next. Zhang Xiaofan says he needs to reach East Sea Billow Hill because Yanan told him his master went there. Onara immediately decides to go too, saying his master told him to travel, do good, and help stop the chaos the falcon may stir up. Bailu cuts in with a cold sneer, mocking his righteous talk and warning that he might lose to the very enemies he wants to defeat. Onara swallows the insult, and Zhang Xiaofan can only stand there awkwardly between Bailu's temper and his honest friend. Trying to move past the awkwardness, Zhang Xiaofan asks where Bailu is heading, and she shuts him down with a flat none of your business. Zhang Xiaofan takes the rebuff quietly because he knows Billow Hill may put them on opposite sides, and Onara mistakes his silence for shared suffering. Since they cannot get a real answer out of Bailu, the 3 simply keep walking east with her leading the way in front. For the next 2 days Bailu stays in a foul mood, tossing cold remarks at them so often that even cheerful conversation dies the moment she glares over. At last they reach Changhe, a large city near the East Sea and the last major stop before the shore. After asking around, Zhang Xiaofan and Onara learn the East Sea lies only 400 miles farther east from Changhe. What really catches their attention is the number of cultivators in town, all in different sect clothes, making Billow Hill feel even closer to the center of something big. Zhang Xiaofan and Onara agree to rest one night in an inn and leave for Billow Hill at dawn. Bailu does not answer at all, and Zhang Xiaofan realizes she is not ignoring him on purpose so much as staring at something in the street that bothers her. When Zhang Xiaofan quietly asks what she plans to do, he also warns that he cannot take her to his master and that this city is dangerous for her if her identity is exposed. Bailu asks whether he is worried for her safety or just worried she will become his burden, and the question lands hard enough to leave him speechless. Then Bailu suddenly smiles and agrees to stay the night, turning the whole mood around in one step. Onara arrives just in time to see Bailu cheerful again and instantly credits Zhang Xiaofan with impossible romantic skill. Zhang Xiaofan can only trail after them, unsettled by how deeply he may already be getting involved with this falcon girl. The men expected a cheap roadside inn, but Bailu marches straight into the lavish tavern Hai Yun Lu instead. Following her inside, Zhang Xiaofan and Onara whisper in panic because either of them can really afford a place like this. Their worry becomes even more pathetic when Zhang Xiaofan remembers he does not even have the few silvers he thought he had left. At the counter, Bailu casually tosses down a gold ingot and orders one clean upper-class room for herself. Then Bailu points out Zhang Xiaofan and Onara and says a storage room would be enough for them, leaving the whole counter area awkwardly silent. In the end, Bailu is treated like a princess while Zhang Xiaofan and Onara are simply shown to an ordinary room instead of the storage room she suggested. As evening approaches and the tavern quiets, Tanis Ka and little Tani arrive at Hai Yun Lu. Tani whispers that her grandfather must have come to the wrong place, and Tanis Ka smugly tells her to just wait. The moment Tanis Ka greets the inn manager by name, the man is stunned and rushes out to welcome him like a long-lost immortal benefactor. Tanis Ka plays the immortal perfectly, boasting about famous mountains and celestial beings until Tani nearly drops from second-hand embarrassment. He says he came to visit a cultivator friend near the East Sea and decided to stop here because of their old destined connection. Tanis Ka even makes a show of reaching for payment, but manager Wang refuses at once and insists he could never charge the man who changed his life. In a lowered voice, the inn manager reveals why he trusts Tanis Ka so much. 30 years ago he was told to plant a silver birch and set up a wealth sign at the Dragon Cave of East Sea, and his fortune soared after that. Tanis Ka accepts the free lodging with false reluctance, and manager Wang personally escorts him and Tani to an upper room in the rear building. From the third-floor rear corridor, the old inner courtyard comes into view, blue stone cracked with grass and a thin, half-withered silver birch standing alone at the center. Once manager Wang leaves, still promising a feast, Tanis Ka drops the immortal act and starts gloating. Tani immediately exposes him, pointing out that he only pretended to pay because he had no money in his clothes at all. She proves she knows exactly where he hides his money, leaving the old trickster genuinely rattled. When Tani presses him about the lie he told manager Wang, Tanis Ka finally admits this old scam is tied to her dead father. Tanis Ka explains that 30 years ago he came to Changi with Tani's father, whose talent for divination already let him read that the future innkeeper was fated to grow rich. So Tanis Ka admits he secretly fed the future innkeeper a made-up ritual, telling him to plant a silver birch and hang a wealth character at the so-called Dragon Cave of East Sea. Tani sarcastically sums it up for him. Manager Wang believed the nonsense, got rich, and built this huge tavern while treating the old fortune-teller like a saint. Still curious, Tani asks where this Dragon Cave of East Sea actually is. Tanis Ka pulls her to the window and points straight down at the half-dead silver birch in the courtyard below. When Tani asks why the tree looks half-dead, Tanis Ka snorts that no tree grows well when someone plants it in solid stone. Looking at the sky, Tanis Ka predicts rain, and before long dusk turns into a storm that keeps pouring past midnight. Down in their ordinary ground floor room, Onara starts snoring like thunder, and Zhang Xiaofan is left wide awake in the dark. With Onara's bed-shaking snore filling the room, Zhang Xiaofan gives up, gets dressed, and slips outside alone. The midnight courtyard feels deep and hollow under the storm, with only a weak light and the dark outline of the silver birch visible below. He breathes in the cool wet air and starts walking the ring corridor, letting the wind and rain pull him into old memories. Then a low sigh reaches him through the storm, and he stops dead, staring ahead into the rain. Under the silver birch, a woman is standing alone with an umbrella in the rain. Bila turns at the sound, and in the rain-soaked silence she and Zhang Xiaofan simply look at each other. Late at night, Zhang Xiaofan finds Bila standing alone in the rain under a pale green umbrella, and the sight hits him with a strange, familiar feeling. He asks why she is still awake, and Bila quietly turns the question back on him instead of answering. When Zhang Xiaofan blames Onara's thunderous snoring, Bila finally laughs, and the stiff mood between them softens at once. Bila reaches out and pulls him under the umbrella, leaving the two of them suddenly standing much too close in the quiet rain. Bila asks if he is going to Billows Hill tomorrow, and he is startled when she calmly says she is going too. Zhang Xiaofan quickly warns her not to act childish, because too many righteous cultivators will be there and his own master could kill her on sight. Bila only stares at him in silence, and Zhang Xiaofan, suddenly uneasy, decides he needs to leave before this strange moment goes any further. Halfway back, he hears Bila call him Xiaofan in an unusually intimate voice, and the familiar nickname stops him cold. Across the curtain of rain, Bila admits that if they had died together in Bloodrop Cave, she thinks it would not have been so bad. He can only force an awkward smile, brush it off as a bad joke, and hurry away before he has to answer what she really means. Left alone, Bila lowers her head and quietly admits to herself that at least then she would have had no regrets. Zhang Xiaofan tells himself his nerves around Bila must be because she is a falcon girl, but even that excuse does not fully calm him. After he leaves, a black-clad veiled woman steps out of the darkness, and Bila greets her as Aunt Nigar. Aunt Nigar tells Bila to leave at once because her father is already waiting at Billows Hill, and Bila silently agrees. At dawn, Onara loudly drags Zhang Xiaofan out of bed, looking absurdly refreshed after the same night that left Zhang Xiaofan exhausted. Onara cheerfully jokes that a young cultivator should look more rested than this, while Zhang Xiaofan can only suffer through it in silence. The two men go to wake Bila, only to find her room empty and learn from the inn that she slipped away during the night after paying for all of them. Zhang Xiaofan realizes Bila must have left almost immediately after their talk, and her sudden disappearance puzzles him more than her going would have. Before they can decide what to do next, the innkeeper calls out to Onara and produces a letter left for a burly young man by that exact name. As Onara reads, his face tightens and he blurts out that the letter came from his master. The message orders Onara to go immediately to the Earth God Temple in the west, so he and Zhang Xiaofan have no choice but to split up for now. They part on friendly terms, promising to meet again at Billows Hill once Onara rejoins his master. Zhang Xiaofan watches Onara disappear into the crowd, then turns east and continues his own rush toward the sea. Only after both young men are gone do the old fortune teller and his little granddaughter finally come out from hiding in the inn hall. The girl mutters that they almost bumped into one of her grandfather's old enemies again, and she dryly blames her miserable life on his habit of cheating people everywhere. The innkeeper fusses over the old man like an honored immortal, while the old trickster accepts the treatment without the slightest shame. Then the innkeeper shares fresh news that righteous cultivators and the falcon clashed fiercely outside the western wall last night, so hard that the city itself seemed to shake. Worried for his guests, the innkeeper even warns the old man not to get dragged into punishing the falcon, which nearly makes the little girl spit out her tea laughing. Far out in the East Sea, Billows Hill is introduced as a remote island thousands of miles offshore, so distant that reaching it is a trial by itself. At the same time, the falcons suddenly rise across the land and wipe out dozens of factions, shocking the world and forcing the major righteous sects into action. When word reaches Incense Valley that many falcon are gathering at Billows Hill, the three great righteous factions send elite disciples and elders to crush them. Along the road, Zhang Xiaofan hears these reports from other travelers, and the news only hardens his resolve to reach Billows Hill as fast as possible. He spends nearly all his time riding his fire stick east, resting only when he must, until after 2 days he finally reaches the coast and then pushes out over open water. Days later, even the islands vanish behind him, leaving only blue sky, bright sea, and a journey so empty that he starts to fear he has flown the wrong way. After 10 days at sea and more than a full day without even an island to land on, Zhang Xiaofan finally has to admit he may be lost. Then a single white seagull cries overhead, and Zhang Xiaofan instantly realizes that a bird this far out usually means land is nearby. He chases the seagull's direction and soon spots a small green island rising from the endless sea like a life-saving miracle. Too tired to push on, he lands on the island and finds clear blue water, white sand, strange tall trees, and a forest untouched by people. With the island quiet except for gulls, tide, and sea wind, Zhang Xiaofan finally lets himself collapse into real sleep. He wakes at dusk to a blazing red sunset over the sea, and the island feels so peaceful that for a moment it seems like a place where a person could forget the world. That peaceful view makes him think of Hidi, and he briefly imagines how perfect life would be if he could live on an island like this with her forever. Remembering that he may now be close to Billows Hill only makes him more restless, because this is the longest he has ever been apart from her since entering Jadian. His stomach finally cuts through the mood, and with his water running low, he turns to the island's strange fruits for dinner. The giant fruit proves annoyingly hard to crack, but once he smashes one open on a rock, the bittersweet white juice is good enough to count as a feast. Night falls, and instead of going deeper into the dark forest, Zhang Xiaofan chooses a sheltered spot near the shore to rest and leave at first light. But after sleeping all afternoon, he cannot drift off, so he pulls out his fire stick and stares at its eerie green glow and blood-red veins under the starlight. Wanren Wang's words come back to him, and Zhang Xiaofan starts wondering if the red veins inside the weapon are literally mixed with his own blood. He remembers the ancient cave where the sinister orb drank blood from his palm, and the thought sends a chill through him. Even after rejecting Wanren Wang to his face, Zhang Xiaofan still cannot bear the idea that his own weapon might really be a falcon evil artifact. The more he looks at the pulsing veins, the more he imagines stolen blood and trapped souls hidden inside the staff, until the thought nearly sickens him. Then his doubt cuts even deeper, because if Wanren Wang was right about this artifact, what does that say about the ancient sword Regenesis revered on Jadian's own sacred peak? For the first time in his life, Zhang Xiaofan dares to wonder whether the righteous side is truly righteous just because it says it is. The moment that rebellious thought escapes him, he panics, jumps up, and slaps himself hard while cursing his own betrayal. Alone on the island at night, Zhang Xiaofan forces himself to stop doubting Jadian and lies down with a bitter, tired kind of self-comfort. That calm breaks when a sharp whistle cuts across the surf, and Zhang Xiaofan looks up to see one white beam fleeing through the sky with 3 more lights chasing close behind. Thinking this has to be a righteous clash with falcon enemies, he does not hesitate and launches on his fire stick to help. But his sudden appearance scares everyone, and the fleeing cultivator and the 3 pursuers all wheel around and strike at him at once. With no time to explain, Zhang Xiaofan drops like a stone, trying to escape the kill zone. The 4 cultivators realize something is wrong, but they still dive after him together, leaving Zhang Xiaofan as the only truly unlucky target. Knowing he cannot outrun them, he whips around and raises the fire stick just as the 4 attacks slam into him together with a thunderous blast. The combined force hurls him out of the sky and straight into the sea. When his limp body floats up at last, both sides descend to identify the victim and freeze the moment they see his face. Both sides cry out Xiaofan at the same time, revealing that the people who nearly killed him all know exactly who he is. Back on the beach, Zhang Xiaofan wakes half-frozen and spots 2 familiar Jadian brothers beside a girl in red he knows instantly. The second he recognizes Hidi, everything else vanishes for him and he blurts out Shiji like he has been holding that word in his chest forever. Hidi turns with a bright smile and teases that she knew this stinky brat would not die so easily, and the sight nearly breaks him with relief. Then Bila snaps in furious jealousy, demanding to know why he is not even looking at her. Zhang Xiaofan is so rattled by seeing Bila here that he can barely stammer out why she is on this island. Bila says nothing, but one look at Heety's beauty only makes her temper burn hotter. The reason is simple. After slipping away from her father's falcon camp at Billows Hill, Bila came looking for Zhang Xiaofan because she could not stop wanting to see him again. She expected him to already be at Billows Hill, never guessing he had gotten lost at sea for days, so finding him here is both a delight and a mess. She had felt a little guilty for accidentally hurting him, but the second he wakes and stares at Heety like the world disappeared, all of Bila's sympathy turns right back into rage. Caught between Hishiji and the Falcon Girl, Zhang Xiaofan tries to face Bilu and explain something, but the pressure hits his chest and he suddenly spits blood. The blood looks frightening, but it is really just the leftover force from that midair hit finally bursting out. Heety rushes toward him in worry, and Bila does the exact same thing before either girl can stop herself. Heety instantly understands what that says, but Xavion and Amanda only see a Falcon Girl lunging at their injured junior and strike to stop her. Already angry, Bila twists through Xavion's sword light like a green shadow. Amanda's bizarre die-shaped esper flashes in front of her path, and Bila finally sees what has been trying to box her in. She answers with the heart-ending flower, its white lights slamming into the die and driving Amanda's attack back. Amanda reacts fast instead of forcing it, adding 2 more dice to trap her in a tight, annoying orbit. With Xavion charging in behind her and Heety still by the injured Zhang Xiaofan, Bila realizes she cannot gain anything here tonight, and her glare lands on him instead. So she turns the heart-ending flower into a storm of blossoms, tricks Xavion into defending, and shoots up into the sky to escape. Xavion wants to chase, but Heety and Amanda stop him, and all 3 turn back to Zhang Xiaofan instead. That same night, Zhang Xiaofan finally reaches Billows Hill with them and discovers the real battlefield waiting there. Billows Hill has turned into a brutal war zone, with righteous and Falcon forces searching the mountains, colliding constantly, and wrecking peak after peak. The Falcon side is clearly stronger and better prepared than before, so Jadian, Sky Song, and Incense have all sent elite forces to meet them here. When Tianbili sees his missing disciple alive, he keeps his relief under control, but Surin does not bother hiding hers for even a second. Surin pulls Zhang Xiaofan close and questions him at length, and he has to fight back tears just from being beside her again. He gives a careful half-truth instead, claiming he was trapped inside the mountain for days and escaped through a hidden passage, while leaving Bailu and Blood Drop Cave out completely. From his fellow Bamboo Peak disciples, he learns the others from the Cave of Fangs mostly survived, including the Sky Song and Incense disciples, along with Kevern and Issa. The worst off had been Anan, who was poisoned, wounded, and swept unconscious into the abyss after everything under Kong Sang Mountain. Kevern and the others still managed to save Anan from the nether spirits, and when she woke up she insisted Zhang Xiaofan was alive somewhere below. They searched for days and found nothing, and Anan pushed herself so hard trying to keep looking that they finally had to drag her back to Jadian. Heety cheerfully adds that if Anan learns he is alive, she will be very happy, because her face had been full of anxiety when she could not find him. Zhang Xiaofan starts to answer with simple gratitude, but when he asks how Heety knows that, she casually says she heard it from Kevern. That one answer cools the heat in his heart, and the dreamy rush from seeing Heety again fades almost at once. By the next day, the fighting erupts again all over Billows Hill. The Sky Song monks mourn the destruction, chant sutras for the dead, and then immediately unleash more attacks that tear up the mountains even further. One Falcon fighter cannot take the pious routine anymore and starts screaming insults at the bald thieves to stop chanting and fight properly. A Sky Song monk answers him with calm warnings about sin and Avicii, and cynical Dialectian only rages louder at the ridiculous sermon. The familiar shouting makes Zhang Xiaofan look over and recognize the same strange Falcon group from the Cave of Fangs, including cynical Dialectian, Lin Yu, and Lu Gao. A moment later, Fezan and Fashion greet him warmly from behind, still treating him with the same easy kindness as before. Fezan studies him, exhales in relief, and says surviving a disaster like that must mean heaven still has luck set aside for Zhang Xiaofan. Their reunion is cut short by the battle, and Fezan tells him they can talk later. Then Fezan adds one more pointed line with a knowing smile. Zhang Xiaofan should really go see Anan, because she has been very worried about him. That sends Zhang Xiaofan's eyes straight toward the Bamboo Height disciples, where Anan is finally standing in plain sight. She looks thinner from her injuries, but her cold elegant beauty still makes her stand out among the Bamboo Height disciples. Plenty of men are watching her, but Anan has already returned to her old icy distance. When her gaze finally reaches Zhang Xiaofan, she pauses for only a heartbeat, and then looks away as if nothing is there. He feels a sting of disappointment, then almost immediately a guilty kind of relief, because part of him is still afraid of that icy beauty. A moment later Heety's cheerful laughter pulls his attention away, and once again he cannot help following her instead. At Billows Hill, cynical Dialectian gets chased all over the sky by a Sky Song monk's golden wooden fish and looks completely humiliated. Watching from the crowd, Zhang Xiaofan gets lost in Heety's bright smile for a moment, while everyone enjoys Cynical's misery. The mood shifts when Yen Boss suddenly joins the fight, forcing the Sky Song monk to drop the mockery and take him seriously. Zhang Xiaofan notices something odd on the Falcon's side. Almost nobody helps Cynical, and several of them are openly enjoying his embarrassment. That strange reaction makes sense when it becomes clear Cynical and Yen Boss are from the declining Bloodforger branch, which the other Falcon factions no longer respect. With Yen Boss holding the Sky Song Monk back, Cynical finally catches his breath, curses him, and jumps back in for a shameless 2-against-1 fight. Hebe refuses to watch that and rises into the air on Phoenix Soul, calling out that she will help Master Fajong herself. The Sky Song Monk immediately drags Yen Boss aside with the golden wooden fish, leaving the weaker Cynical for Hede. Zhang Xiaofan almost rushes out to protect Hede, but Xavion stops him and reminds him that the righteous side will not gang up on one enemy the way the Falcon do. Realizing Hede is protected by her parents anyway, Zhang Xiaofan forces himself to stay put and feels a little foolish for panicking. When Zhang Xiaofan glances around, he catches the feeling of someone watching him, but all he sees is the Bamboo Height group with Ainen among them. Up in the air, Hede controls Phoenix Soul beautifully and wraps Cynical in layers of glowing silk until he is nearly trapped for good. The righteous side starts openly praising Hede, and even some Falcon laugh at how badly Cynical is getting outclassed by a young girl. Cornered and furious, Cynical goes low and publicly smears Hede by implying she only came out because she has an improper relationship with the monk. The insult lands hard because Hede is young and standing in front of a crowd, and her anger immediately creates a flaw in Phoenix Soul. Cynical seizes that opening and slips free just before the silk trap snaps shut hard enough to shred him if he had been a heartbeat slower. That only makes Hede angrier, and she charges after him without another word while Cynical turns and runs. The rest of the Falcon do not help Cynical at all, and one after another they simply leave the battlefield. Seeing the field empty out, Nien Boss blasts the Sky Song Monk back with the Red Devil Eye and orders the remaining Bloodforgers to retreat too. Hede wants to keep chasing, but Tian Belize calls her back, and Surin gently tells her not to let one filthy insult stay in her heart. As the crowd disperses, Zhang Xiaofan is about to go to Hede when Bei suddenly appears behind him, and the reunion hits both of them hard. Bei throws his arms around Zhang Xiaofan and nearly cries, admitting he had been afraid they would never meet again. Zhang Xiaofan feels the same relief, and for a moment the two old friends finally breathe again like they survived the worst together. Bei says it is good that Zhang Xiaofan made it back, because they still have to fight the Falcon and avenge the past together. Bei also confesses that hearing about Zhang Xiaofan's rise made him happy and bitter at the same time, because he feels he has fallen short of his own master's hopes. Zhang Xiaofan quickly pushes back, telling Bei that everyone knows Bei's talent is higher and that he only got as far as he did through luck. That gets Bei smiling again, and the two slip back into their old rhythm of teasing each other to keep training harder. Wanting to share that happiness, Zhang Xiaofan starts leading Bei over to meet his master and fellow disciples. Bei mutters a rude complaint about Tian Belize on the way, and Zhang Xiaofan immediately snaps at him to stop talking nonsense. But just before they arrive, Zhang Xiaofan sees Kevin beside Hede, speaking softly to her until she smiles and takes his hand in front of everyone. Zhang Xiaofan freezes on the spot, because the one thing he dreamed of during all his suffering is now standing there holding another man's hand. Bei cheerfully explains that Kevin begged his own master to intervene, so Tian Belize had no choice but to accept the match and let them go public. That casual explanation breaks something in Zhang Xiaofan, and his heart erupts into a raw, almost uncontrollable rage. The fire stick at his waist answers that surge with cold green light, and instead of calming him it feeds a vicious, bloodthirsty energy through his whole body. Everyone nearby feels it at once as Zhang Xiaofan steps forward like a stranger, carrying a murderous aura so dark even the Falcon would look tame beside it. Xavion is the first to react, stepping in front of him and realizing with a chill that the junior brother he raised is actually ready to kill. When Xavion tries to talk him down, Zhang Xiaofan gives only one hoarse answer: move. Tian Belize darkens immediately, because the intent in Zhang Xiaofan's eyes is no longer confusion or jealousy but genuine killing intent toward his own senior brother. Before the clash can happen, Hede runs between them and asks in alarm what is wrong with him. Seeing Hede's face and hearing her voice makes the vicious tide collapse inside him, and all that fury turns into raw heartbreak he cannot say out loud. Tian Belize appears beside him in an instant, and slaps him so hard he flies backward through the air. Zhang Xiaofan crashes to the ground, half his face swelling instantly, and now that he is fully awake he is horrified by what he almost did. As he looks up, the people from his own house now feel like strangers, and they are staring back at him the same way. Xavion tries to defend him, but Tian Belize shuts him down and marches toward Zhang Xiaofan in a rage. Then Bei does the one thing nobody expects and steps in front of Zhang Xiaofan with Dragon Slayer drawn, daring Tian Belize to go through him first. Kevin rushes in, stunned that Bei would interfere in another Peak's family matter, and tries to drag him away before this becomes a disaster. Bei refuses to back down, saying that Zhang Xiaofan is an orphan like him and if he leaves now, nobody in the world will stand beside him. That loyalty finally breaks Zhang Xiaofan, and through tears he begs Bei to leave because he knows he is the one who is wrong. Kevin presses the point that Bei's presence will only make Tian Belize angrier, and after a long hesitation Bei is finally pulled away step by step. Once Bei is gone, Zhang Xiaofan walks to Tian Belize, drops to his knees, and knocks his head to the ground without a word. Tian Belize answers with a cold sneer, mocking Zhang Xiaofan's cultivation and asking whether this disciple still has any place in his heart for his master at all. Zhang Xiaofan can only kowtow harder, but Tian Belize cuts off every attempt to defend him and brands him a traitor before turning away. Surin follows after Tian Belize with a sigh, and everyone else leaves too, abandoning Zhang Xiaofan alone on his knees. By evening the righteous camps settle into the caves on the southern slope of Billows Hill, and Bamboo Peak takes the westernmost cave by the forest. Zhang Xiaofan returns with them but does not enter, choosing instead to kneel on the stone outside Bamboo Peak's cave from afternoon into darkness. Disciples from Jadian, Sky Song, and Incense all notice, and from a distance their pointing and quiet mockery make the punishment even harder to bear. From the Dragon Head cave next door, Bei's angry voice suddenly erupts as he tries to come back out for Zhang Xiaofan, only to be restrained by Kevin and the others. That outburst dies the moment Bei's master calls him back inside, and after obeying the order he does not come out again. Even after the crowd thins out, Xavian, Hidaji, and Amanda keep pleading inside the Bamboo Peak cave for Tian Belize to relent. Tian Belize explodes at them too, making it painfully clear that no plea will move him tonight. Then Hidi finally snaps, demanding to know why Zhang Xiaofan is still being punished after kneeling for almost 5 hours when he never actually harmed Xavian. Instead of answering her, Tian Belize smashes a hard stone to dust in a burst of anger, and Surin has to quietly pull Hidi away. On a moonless night outside Bamboo Peak's cave at Billows Hill, Zhang Xiaofan is still kneeling in punishment after nearly 6 hours. Inside the cave Hidi cries out to her father, and a moment later Xavian comes out with a message that cuts even deeper. Xavian reluctantly tells him Tian Belize is annoyed by the sight of him kneeling there, and orders him to move farther away. Without arguing, Zhang Xiaofan gets up and kneels again under a big tree at the edge of the forest, even farther from the cave. Then the storm breaks, and Zhang Xiaofan stays kneeling as thunder, lightning, and pounding rain swallow the whole mountainside. Soaked to the bone and shivering, he lowers his head and endures the rain like it is heaven itself punishing him. Out of the storm, a woman suddenly appears in front of him, and lightning reveals Anan standing there, drenched but calm. Anan crouches beside him, touches his wet hair with a trembling cold hand, and gently tells him not to be afraid because this will pass. She stays with him in the storm and quietly vows that because he once risked his life to save her, she will now bear this pain with him. Anan softly says she understands the pain in his heart, and only hopes one day he can truly be with the person he loves. When the storm eases a little, Zhang Xiaofan is freezing badly, but a faint warmth suddenly spreads from the hidden inferno mirror on his right arm. He looks around for Anan, but she is gone, leaving him unsure whether she was ever really there at all. Then a teasing voice calls him a silly boy, and Zhang Xiaofan whirls around in surprise, thinking for a split second it might be Lu Shiji. Instead, Bailu steps out of the forest with her light green umbrella, smiling like she never should have been able to reach this righteous camp at all. Bailu crouches in front of him and jokes about whether kneeling in a storm is some strange Jadian training method. Before he can brush her off, Bailu quietly shifts the umbrella over him and lets half her own body take the rein instead. Zhang Xiaofan gently pushes the umbrella back and tells her to be careful, remembering how badly she suffered in Blood Drop Cave. That simple concern clearly pleases Bailu, and she leans in beside him with a warmth that leaves them both suddenly quiet. As they sit there in silence, Bailu keeps nudging more of the umbrella toward him whenever he is not looking. Then Zhang Xiaofan finally panics and asks how she dared come here when righteous elders from Jadian, Sky Song Temple, and Incense Valley could kill her on sight. Bailu answers with quiet sadness that she came for one reason only, to see him. He keeps urging her to leave, and Bailu, hearing his fear for her safety, lightly mocks him for still having some conscience after all. Then Bailu tests him directly, asking why a righteous disciple who claims good and evil cannot coexist has not already called people to capture her. The question hits hard, because Zhang Xiaofan instantly realizes how disastrous it would look if anyone found him huddled this close to a falcon girl while under punishment. He almost decides to call for help, but one look at Bailu soaked through because she is shielding him makes him lose the nerve completely. Instead, he quietly asks why a clearly pampered young mistress from an important family would risk this much for a minor Jadian disciple like him. Bailu moves even closer and says the real suffering in this world is not outside but in a person's heart. Then she quietly rests her head on his shoulder, and Zhang Xiaofan's mind goes blank. By morning the storm has passed, and Tian Belize comes out of the cave to find Zhang Xiaofan still kneeling where he left him. Seeing how drenched and pale his disciple is, Tian Belize says nothing in front of the others and simply orders him to follow. Zhang Xiaofan tries to stand at once, but his legs are so numb from kneeling all night that he nearly collapses. After forcing the feeling back into his legs, he limps up and hurries after Tian Belize into the deep forest before the other disciples can see more. Deep in the quiet woods, Tian Belize finally stops and asks a surprisingly human question first: whether the rain last night harmed his body. Zhang Xiaofan hurriedly says he deserved the punishment, and would never blame his master, which softens Tian Belize more than usual. With no one else around, Tian Belize gives him a chance to speak, and Zhang Xiaofan immediately panics that his master might somehow know about Bailu. But Tian Belize is asking about something else entirely. Why Zhang Xiaofan suddenly attacked Xavian the day before. Zhang Xiaofan still cannot answer, because he has no way to explain that seeing Hidi close to Kevin shattered him and stirred a dark surge he barely understands himself. Then Tianbili says the secret out loud, asking if Zhang Xiaofan lashed out because he resented seeing Hidi and Kevin together. The accusation blows apart Zhang Xiaofan's last defense, and he can only stand there in shock as his deepest hidden love is exposed by the master he reveres most. In the bright forest after the storm, Zhang Xiaofan stands drenched and ashamed while Tianbili lets the silence drag, making him sweat even more. Tianbili suddenly asks if Hidi was also the one who secretly taught him the pure essence incantation, and Zhang Xiaofan rushes to protect her. One stare from Tianbili is enough to shut him down, and Zhang Xiaofan realizes he cannot hide anything from his master anymore. Instead of exploding, Tianbili reminds him he has been under his care for almost 5 years and admits Zhang Xiaofan has grown far beyond what he expected. When the topic shifts to his secret love for Hidi, Zhang Xiaofan braces for blame, but Tianbili bluntly says there is nothing strange about a young man liking the girl he grew up with. Those rough words hit harder than comfort, and Zhang Xiaofan nearly tears up because his master finally understands what he never dared say aloud. But Tianbili does not soften the truth. Hidi clearly loves Kevin, and in her eyes Zhang Xiaofan is probably only a younger brother. Zhang Xiaofan forces himself to accept it, even as the answer clearly cuts deep. Tianbili hints he once opposed Hidi and Kevin for reasons he does not explain, then changes course and says plainly that Zhang Xiaofan is still far behind Kevin in strength. Zhang Xiaofan says he understands, and this time he means the painful part too. At last Tianbili steps forward, puts a warm hand on his shoulder, and tells him to let the past go. They head back together, and Zhang Xiaofan follows with a bitter smile, a little steadier but not truly free of the ache. Back near the cave entrance, Hidi and the others are anxiously waiting, and the sight alone makes Zhang Xiaofan lower his eyes again. Hidi runs straight to Zhang Xiaofan, checks him over for injuries, and asks where her father dragged him so early in the morning. Seeing her eyes fixed only on him comforts and hurts him at the same time, but he still smiles and says Tianbili just took him to talk and already forgave him. Tianbili hears that excuse, snorts, and walks into the cave while Surin watches with an amused knowing smile. With that, the family tension finally settles, and Zhang Xiaofan spends the next days reconnecting with the brothers he had been separated from for so long. Xavian also lets go of the grudge from that ugly clash, and after a quiet reminder from Surin he starts treating his junior brother with much more care. As the standoff on Billows Hill drags on, Zhang Xiaofan sees how the righteous side has gathered not just Jadian, Sky Song, and Incense Valley, but many smaller factions too. Even so, with only Wufang Zi and Tianbili present from Jadian's senior generation, most big decisions still fall into Jadian's hands. Over the next 3 days, more familiar faces arrive, including Li Su and Yanan from Incense Valley. Later Zhang Xiaofan spots Onara near the Sky Song side, standing beside a tiny old man who turns out to be Onara's master, the famous Herald of Valor. Zhang Xiaofan quickly bows to Herald of Valor, but the old master brushes him off with a curt whatever and turns back to his talk with Fezan. Herald of Valor asks after Sky Song's elders, and Fezan explains that Sage Pahun remains in seclusion while he has come to assist in managing this campaign. When Herald of Valor wonders why another Sky Song elder did not come despite his hatred of the Falcon, Fezan reveals that everything changed after Puji died 5 years ago. Fezan adds that Elder's grief for Puji was so deep that he withdrew into scripture and no longer comes out, and Herald of Valor can only sigh at that answer. The mood lightens a little as Herald of Valor jokes about being an old man always running around, and Fezan respectfully invites him inside. After they leave, Onara leans in and excitedly points out that young Fezan is clearly leading the Sky Song monks here. Zhang Xiaofan barely hears him, because he is still stuck on the pointed glance Fezan gave him right after mentioning Puji. Then Onara innocently complains that Fezan used the wrong Buddhist term for Puji's death, and that careless remark makes Zhang Xiaofan's face go cold. Zhang Xiaofan forces a smile, says almost nothing, and leaves Onara behind to return to the Jadian side alone. Half a month passes at Billows Hill, and the war settles into a frustrating pattern of daytime clashes where the Falcon fight briefly and then slip away. That makes no sense to the righteous side, because the enemy either commits to war nor retreats, as if they are stalling for something hidden on the island. Zhang Xiaofan joins the daily searches, but under all that duty he keeps worrying about the one person he does not know how to face if they meet again, Bailu. Bailu never shows herself again, but Zhang Xiaofan keeps spotting other Falcon moving through the hills as if they are searching the island for something. Even Tianbili and Master Vast Kalo find the situation troublesome, so one evening they call in Fezan and Li Su to finally compare what each faction has learned. Master Vast Kalo opens with formal courtesy, thanking the younger men in advance for helping the righteous side, and both answer with full respect. Tianbili skips the niceties and demands the real issue. After half a month on this island, why can nobody figure out what the Falcon are trying to do? Neither Fezan nor Li Su has a clear answer, and Li Su admits that Incense Valley only discovered the Falcon gathering by chance, not their purpose. Fezan offers the strongest guess. The Falcon have been combing through the mountains so carefully that they are almost certainly hunting for something important. The elders agree with that theory, but because they still do not know what the target is, Tian Belis orders everyone to stay alert and push the search harder at dawn until the enemy hideout is found and destroyed. After the two younger leaders leave, Master Vasp Kalo quietly praises both of them as unusually talented for their generation. He singles out Fezan's eyes and bearing as proof that Sky Song has already pushed him to a high level in their secret arts. Tian Belis answers that Li Su should not be underestimated either, because from what Zhang Xiaofan saw in past battles, Li Su may be no weaker than Fezan. Master Vasp Kalo snorts that Sky Song and Incense Valley are clearly eager to show off these disciples and challenge Jadian's place as leader of the righteous path. Tian Belis fires back with a cutting remark about Vasp Kalo's own prized disciples, and the room instantly goes cold. What Tian Belis really means becomes clear fast. He still has not forgiven Kevern for returning from the ancient cave without Zhang Xiaofan. Master Vasp Kalo defends Kevern at once, insisting Anan was badly hurt. Zhang Xiaofan could not be found after days of searching, and the abyss below was too deadly to keep risking lives. Tian Belis roars that if Vasp Kalo's own disciple had been left behind half-dead, he would have torn the heavens apart too. Their voices carry outside and draw worried looks from the Jadian disciples, but the two elders stop short of truly losing face in front of the juniors. With one last angry snort, Tian Belis storms out and leaves Vasp Kalo behind in a very bad mood. A moment later, Kevern and Bei come in carefully, because they are the only disciples bold enough to approach Vasp Kalo when he is this angry. Kevern respectfully asks what happened, but Bei mutters that Tian Belis was acting petty, and Vasp Kalo immediately shuts him down. Once Bei is silent, Vasp Kalo tells Kevern the truth. Tian Belis is still brooding over the day Kevern gave up searching for Zhang Xiaofan. He warns Kevern not to mistake Tian Belis's roughness for indifference, because outside his own house that man fiercely protects his people, especially a disciple who brought him honor. Then Vasp Kalo points out the twist Kevern had missed. Zhang Xiaofan surviving actually saved Kevern trouble because he is in love with Tian Belis's daughter. Vasp Kalo explains that even though Jadian's head had already spoken for Kevern and Hidi, Tian Belis clearly still remembers the old grudge, and if Zhang Xiaofan had died, Kevern's future with her would have been much harder. Kevern finally understands and thanks his master, realizing just how much of his own future has depended on the disciple he once left behind. Vasp Kalo says nothing more, only walks to the cave entrance and stares toward Tian Belis's cave, his face unreadable but his eyes busy weighing something. In the middle of the night, Zhang Xiaofan jolts awake from the same massacre nightmare that has been haunting him ever since Fezan mentioned Puji. He clutches the fire stick for its old familiar chill, while the strange esper on his right arm sends a warm current through him, pulling his body in two directions at once. Hidden in the dark where no one can see him, he folds in on himself and feels how crushing it is to carry this many secrets alone. Listening to the steady breathing of the others, Zhang Xiaofan senses one especially gentle sleeping presence nearby and knows it is Hidi. That quiet thought only hurts more, and he wonders bitterly whose face Hidi is smiling at in her dreams. Holding the fire stick like the only thing that will never leave him, he remembers the fox spirits who died together, and asks himself if he could ever love that fearlessly. By morning the storm inside him is buried again, and Bamboo Peak sets out in bright weather to search deeper into Billows Hill for Falcon traces. Hidi leads the group on the glowing red Phoenix Soul, with Xavion and Hidaji behind her and Amanda flying with Zhang Xiaofan at the rear. Among all the righteous cultivators in the air, Bamboo Peak still stands out badly, especially Amanda's ridiculous dice and Zhang Xiaofan's plain fire stick. As the righteous side spreads out in a broad search pattern, Zhang Xiaofan spots Anan flying with the women of Bamboo Height and has to tear his eyes away from her cold beauty. On the other side, Bei spots him from Dragon Head Peak and waves, giving Zhang Xiaofan one easy, normal moment in the middle of all this tension. Then Hidi gives a sharp whistle and suddenly surges upward, thrilled by the freedom of flying outside Mount Jadian. Xavion can only chase after her with a helpless smile, already knowing Surin warned him to keep watch over a girl who never listens. Zhang Xiaofan speeds up after Hidi and ends up flying ahead of his senior brothers without even noticing. Flying beside Hidi at close range, Zhang Xiaofan sees her laughing in her red dress against the red silk and feels his heart warm just from hearing her. Xavion calls out in surprise and openly praises Zhang Xiaofan's progress, impressed that his junior can keep pace this well now. Zhang Xiaofan tries to give Xavion the credit, then realizes too late that he only flew this hard because he was desperate to catch Hidi. Hidi beams at him and shouts that flying like this feels wonderful, and Zhang Xiaofan can only smile back because the sky means less to him than her smile does. Still riding that rush, Hidi suddenly asks if he remembers the time they chased Ash together. Before he can guess what she means, Hidi grabs his arm and dives straight down toward the forest like this is another game only the two of them understand. Xavion and the others overshoot them in the sky, then realize the pair has dropped into the woods and turn back with resigned frustration. Inside the ancient forest, Hidi darts between giant trunks on Phoenix Soul, and Zhang Xiaofan throws aside every other thought just to chase her. For a while the world narrows to her laughter, the rushing leaves, and one reckless happy moment Zhang Xiaofan wishes could last forever. But by noon the mood shifts, and after hours of searching with no sign of Falcon, the bright sky over Billows Hill starts turning gray. They finally land by a clear little stream to wash up and rest after flying the whole morning. Hee cheerfully finds a small striped stone in the water and asks Zhang Xiaofan if it is pretty. Zhang Xiaofan looks up to answer and gets completely stuck, because with water still clinging to her face and lashes, Hee is almost too beautiful for him to breathe. When she impatiently asks again, all he can finally say is that yes, it is very pretty. Then Hee carefully puts the stone away and smiles that she will give it to Brother Chi when they get back, because he will be happy. That single sentence hits Zhang Xiaofan like a blade, and under the darkening sky he just stands there frozen. Hee calls him to hurry, and Zhang Xiaofan forces a shaky smile and suggests they slow down and wait for Zadian and the others instead. Hee brushes that off, wanting to keep following the stream upstream to search for Falcon and maybe find more pretty stones. Burning with pain he cannot show, Zhang Xiaofan lowers his head and agrees anyway. The two keep walking beside the narrow stream for another half hour, Hee relaxed and curious while Zhang Xiaofan trails behind in silence. At the foot of another small mountain, Hee decides they will check the stream's source and head back if they still find nothing. When they round the bend, they find the stream flowing out of a huge hidden cave masked by rock and trees. Hee asks if they should go in, but Zhang Xiaofan instantly recalls because caves have only brought him bad memories lately. He suggests they turn back, and Hee is just agreeing when a rush of flying figures suddenly cuts in from above. One look is enough to turn both of them pale, because dozens of falcon cultivators are dropping straight toward the stream. Knowing they cannot outrun so many enemies in open air, Hee grabs Zhang Xiaofan's hand and drags him into the dark cave instead. A moment later the falcon land outside, light torches, and file into the cave, forcing the two Jadian disciples to slip deeper inside. The falcon are so numerous and unworried that their own noise covers the pair's escape, letting Zhang Xiaofan and Hee hide just beyond the reach of the firelight. From cover, Zhang Xiaofan sees the falcon settle into separate clusters around the chamber, and the division between their factions is obvious before anyone even speaks. Hee whispers that the falcon look badly divided, and Zhang Xiaofan quietly confirms it while watching the separate clusters. Then a deep voice calls for silence, and the entire cave settles down at once, making it clear someone important is in charge here. A tall, dark-skinned falcon man stands and bluntly demands answers about why them called everyone to this empty island to search for the rare mind-rot menace, and only drew the righteous side here instead. Hidden in the dark, Zhang Xiaofan quietly asks Hee what the mind-rot menace is, and even she has no idea. That challenge stirs the whole cave into grumbling, and cynical Dialectian yells the loudest that Master Vim at least owes them an explanation. Just as the cave slips toward open disorder, a cold, sweet female voice cuts across everyone and asks if they really want to know the reason. Zhang Xiaofan leans out in shock when the speaker rises into the torchlight, because the girl in green standing before the falcon is Bailu.